Happy Open Line Thursday, Rickies. You're welcome to call us throughout the show, 800-636-1067. That is the phone number. We are the Junks. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as well. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks. Nobody thought that was possible. We're living the dream. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender is what they are. I'm Cakes, at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at CakesFlops on that Instagram. I'm joined this morning by Jason Bishop.
Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday, Cakes.
It's almost his birthday. It's approaching.
Don't remind me.
It's right around the corner.
56.
And he won't even be here. John Paul Flame will be here. He's here today.
I will be here. I won't be Lawrence Taylor.
Lawrence Taylor, that's right. 56.
I will be 56.
56.
So
and
depressing.
Eric Bickle, already Lawrence Taylor.
That's
has been
right.
for a few months now.
What's the next one on board? What number was Rich Malott?
I don't know.
57? Was he 57?
I'm wondering if he was 57 or 52.
Ooh, 52 sounds right.
Might be 52. I got
I
to think
can't
of a
think
good
of a lot of
57.
famous 57s.
Not a lot of great ones, but I'm sure there have been some. We'll have to figure it out.
Yeah.
Looks like Rich Malott wore number 57.
57.
Very good. That's
How
a good
sick
pull.
is that?
It's a solid pull.
That your brain just pulls that from like the early 80s.
It's in the deep recesses.
Yeah.
It's back there.
That's because we saw him play it a million times.
That's so sick.
Yeah.
Working on Rich Malott. It's got half a year. I don't think I have to
You got time.
embrace
You're
it
good.
yet.
You're good.
Yeah, I don't have to embrace it
Not
quite
till
yet.
February.
Yeah.
You're so good.
Right.
Don't sweat it.
Kate, Drabby's giving us outlines here.
Yeah, I
where
can't read it.
I need my readers.
I'm throwing this away because I can't read that.
Multiple
This
outlines.
is better. This is
better.
This is more along the lines of my phone text font, which is pretty big.
I have to say,
It's not shockingly big, but it's big.
I'm excited because my alarm woke me up, which is always indicative of a pretty good sleep.
Oh, geez.
Great. It's 2 nights out of 3.
Mine did not.
Oh, you got it
Woke
early?
up at 3. Just kind of laid there. Probably fell back to sleep for a few minutes, but nope. Woke up at 3.
No, when I
Without
alarm wakes me
alarm.
up, I feel so silly.
Alarm set for 4:07, but
Yeah.
doesn't go off.
Right.
Rarely goes off.
Mine always goes off.
Does it?
That's good. It means you're sleeping
I guess
good.
that's solid.
Yeah, it means you're sleeping good.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
It's a life dub.
I have to do so much. I have to stop eating at like 6 p.m. There's so many things I have to do to get a good night's sleep.
A lot of issues.
And the sauna.
Yeah.
And a bike ride. So many things I do. I take a spray and I put it in my mouth now. It's got all these vitamins.
Weather's going to be money today. Money.
Yeah, I'm hoping so.
65 to 67, sunny. Lots of rain yesterday.
It was just mostly sprinkles, right?
Yeah, I mean,
At least
just
for us,
it
wasn't
wasn't
that
heavy
bad.
rain, but it
Yeah.
just rained all day.
Yeah.
But today's going to be great.
It was a great day for the Nats last night against the
That's what
Mets.
they should have done 2 nights ago.
They were just pummeling the Mets.
It's the worst-
and their fans were pretty happy too.
Worst
Mets
30-game
fans.
start for the Mets since 1983. 10-20.
Yeah, I get daily texts from Vinny lamenting the Mets.
You know what? And for the Nats, I'll take 14-17 after 31 games.
Absolutely.
Really good.
There's no way anybody thought they were going to be 14-17
No.
with that schedule, what they started out with.
And by the way, if you're in the New York area and you're listening to the show and you want to go see the Nats Mets today, I believe it's a 1:10 start.
Yeah.
Tickets start at $4.
I saw that.
On the aftermarket
In New York, yeah.
Yeah, I
in
saw
New York,
that.
yes.
Yeah.
Not a lot of demand to go see Mets games at Citi Field.
Yeah.
Right.
You can understand why. It's a bad product right now.
Can you blame them?
I can't blame them one bit.
14-2. I love it.
So I was watching when Cavalli was getting like his 8th, 9th, and 10th strikeouts.
Yeah.
And then I have to tell you, I don't know
He
this.
looked really good.
He looked great. I don't know this guy, but he's a former Oriole. But Perez came in, and he was throwing 98.
Yeah,
Lefty reliever.
he's been struggling though.
Yeah, but I was like, whoa, where'd
CO
that guy come from? He's
CO
been
Perez.
around.
You know?
Yeah. He's been around. I just don't know him. I had to do some research on him because I was like, whoa, this guy's pumping 98, coming in like quasi middle relief.
I think the
Yeah.
most impressive thing about Cade Cavalli is it seems like he's trying to bring back the mini handlebar mustache. So good for him.
He
Yeah.
looks chubbier in the face than when I remember him from a couple of years ago. You know,
I don't know.
He's filling out.
Who you talking
young
about?
man?
Cavalli.
Oh, I think he's got a muscular body. I mean,
I'm not saying he's fat. I'm just
yeah.
saying, before I remember his face being a little skinnier.
Oh,
And he
okay.
just his face looks a little puffier.
He's got
to
a
me.
good hair and beard and mustache game.
Yeah.
Like he's got a good head of hair, and then he's got a very distinctive mustache and a little beard underneath it.
Yeah.
He's rocking it. I like it.
No, he
I don't think I can do the handlebar mustache, but somehow he's pulling it off.
he's the real.
It's not a look that a lot of guys go for.
I think he's the real deal. I think he's going to be very,
And
very,
he
very
had 10
solid.
Ks last night too.
I know.
Yeah.
10
he's
punch
great.
outs, pretty good.
Yeah, got his ZRA down below 4.
Right?
So Griffin and Cavalli Griffin's been really good. He's been their best starter. Cavalli's starting to look really good too. Irvin's been pretty good. The other two, Michaelis and Littell. All right, so 3 out of the 5 starters have been pitching pretty well.
Not bad.
Not bad. But I'll take 14 and 17.
Absolutely.
I knew the staff was going to be the weak link.
Yeah. Well, I just thought overall they were going to be. I didn't think the offense would be this good, but they've been putting up some good numbers. Woody with 3 hits last night.
I believe he had 3.
I think he had a bases loaded walk, got that ribby. I think he had a couple RBIs.
Brady House goes yard.
Didn't he have a grand slam?
Yep.
Man, I hope I had him in my lineup in my fantasy league. I hope I had him in.
Hold on, you're in a baseball fantasy league where you have to switch guys. Oh,
Yeah, 'cause you got
have a
bench players.
Okay, you have a bench.
Yeah, you
now.
got bench
Okay,
players.
Got it. It's been so long since I've dabbled with fantasy baseball.
Oh, yeah.
Like I
yeah.
literally think the last time I played fantasy baseball, I had Fernando Tatis on my team. Not Fernando Tatis Jr.
Oh, his dad.
The
dad.
OG Fernando Tatis that
I
played
think-
for the Cardinals.
I think me too, Cakes.
It's
a
been
long
that
time.
long. It's been a bit of a gap.
Hey, right before the show, I got some big news.
Oh, you did?
Yes, got a text.
Is this drum roll worthy?
Sure.
Here you go.
Dewey Beach is coming up.
We knew
Our
that already.
Junkies Beach Bash.
Yes.
On the 22nd at the Starbird.
Beach Bosch.
Yeah.
Got a text says, just finished listening to yesterday's show. Definitely posting up for Dewey. Drunk Mike.
Okay.
Very nice.
Excellent.
That's right.
He will be there.
That's our guy, Drunk Mike.
He'll be amongst the luminaries.
That's right.
In the crowd at Dewey Beach
I'd love
at
to
the
see.
Starbird.
I'd love to see him.
Man, it is going to be a veritable who's who of Junkies history over 3+ decades in Dewey Beach in just about 3 weeks. It's going to be fun to see a lot of the old faces.
It's coming up.
It's coming up.
I'm getting nervous.
Here
It
before you
is
know it.
looming. It's approaching.
23 days away? Damn it. I had Brady House on my bench last night.
You're distraught.
GD. God, what am
Not happy.
Could have had 4 RBI right there. One swing of the bat.
You know what? Poor fantasy baseball manager.
Well,
Or you know what? I mean, what was Brady House hitting before that grand slam? Like 220? I don't blame you for having him on the bench.
I know, but it's typical. When I put him on the bench, he hits a freaking slam.
Oh, so he had been in your lineup, and then you relegated him to bench status.
Yeah, because I made a trade, so I acquired another bat, so I kind of put him on the bench. So
You know what? I like that. You're an active fantasy baseball manager.
God damn it.
You're trying to move
Just
the
gets me-
pieces around.
Just gets me salty
I
dog.
respect it.
Salty dog saloon.
Respect your hustle.
Anyway, yeah, good win for the Nats.
Very good.
But yeah, it'll be good to see Drunk Mike. It'll be good to see him.
Absolutely.
And I'm guessing he will be Drunk Mike at some point during the day.
I'm assuming, yes, he will probably consume a lot of cocktails at the Starboard. Don't forget, you can kick off your summer with the Junks live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach. The date is Friday, May 22nd. That is Memorial Day weekend. We're starting it off nice and early at 6 a.m. It doesn't slow down all day either. BMitch Finlay will take over at 10 a.m. It's all presented by our friends at Main Street Bank. Again, it's an open line Thursday. You're welcome to call us throughout the show, 800-636-1067. Here's your guest lineup. Pete Prisco, a longtime NFL writer for CBS Sports. He's going to join us coming up at 8:25.
Because he had us, 26th in the power rankings?
It's either
Very low.
26
Yeah.
or 27. I
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
remember.
pretty low.
But it
Pretty
was
low.
low, so we will pick his brain
No
about
respect.
that coming up at 8:25. We're the Junks. We'll be right back.
It's your boy Bish. Join the good people at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf for the new Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters. The new mallets introduce IQ alignment technology inspired by eye tracking research, and each model improves your focus to sink more putts. And with the center of gravity behind the shaft, there's one to fit your stroke. You can visit them at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, trusted by golfers since 1982, home of the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
Open Line Thursday brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time, and it's all by experts to last. Window Nation, for your home, because it's where you live. You can call us throughout the show. So yesterday was a good day. It was my 31st wedding anniversary.
Oh, nice.
With my wife.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you celebrate in style, Cakes?
We went out to dinner. We had a nice dinner.
Okay.
It was a good night. It was a good evening.
All right,
I'll just leave it at that.
All right, that's good.
So it was a good day.
That's a yes.
Aside from, there was one little hiccup
All right.
yesterday, and I want to see how you guys would have reacted to this scenario / situation.
Okay.
So at around 3 p.m., I'm shopping at the local Harry Teeter, much like Mike Marr loves to do. He loves the BOGO deals. He loves him some Harry Teeter. It's one of my go-to grocery stores in the O-Town. And it's relatively empty. I have 8 or 10 items I'm picking up. I'm in the self-checkout area. There are 6 self-checkout kiosks at my Harris Teeter. And the way that they're designed, there's not a lot of room in the aisleway in between the 2 sets of kiosks, 3 on each side. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to take your cart, if you have one, and you're supposed to turn it in toward the kiosk to make more room down the center aisle. So, of course, I know that we need to be efficient here. I turn my cart. I put it in the proper direction. I'm checking out my items. I'm nearly done. I'm about to leave incident-free. So then I look at my cart and I look down the aisle, and there's an elderly woman along with a slightly younger woman with her cart coming down towards my cart. And I'm looking at him like, this might be a little tight squeeze, but I think she can get by. It's not a problem. Not thinking anything of it. She gets to my cart. She bumps into my cart. It's very light and innocent. It's not a big deal. I don't think anything of it. And she looks at me and she says, you know, you're supposed to have your cart in this direction, not in this direction, so that people can get by. Like, just nasty. Like, I mean, and so then I looked at her for like 2 seconds, and going through my brain, I'm like, all right, there's one of 2 things I can do here. One, I can just eat this poop sandwich that I'm eating because we're having a mini confrontation, or 2, I can engage with this woman and make a scene in the Harris Teeter.
Right.
And then I'm like,
what kind of mood were you in?
Probably a fine
You were in a fine mood.
I was in a relatively good mood.
Okay. So you're probably
fine.
not going to spout off.
Yeah, I was fine.
Yeah.
So I was like, there's no real upside to me yelling at an 80-year-old woman in the middle of the Harris Teeter at 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
Right.
Zero upside.
Because nobody in the Harris Teeter is going to know.
What
like,
if you just
the
said,
backstory.
relax, old lady?
That would piss her off.
So I just
Call her a battle axe.
So I just looked at her, and then for about 2 seconds our eyes locked, and we were just having a stare down. And then I just said, you know what? I'm gonna take the high road,
All right,
and I'm gonna turn away
Good for
from what
you.
could have been a potentially flashpoint.
Was she potentially right?
No, she was.
If there was an
actually-
independent
she was actually-
arbitrator,
she was
I have no
actually-
idea. I'm trying
no.
to picture the carts
Here's what I
and
wanted
the
to-
self-serve, because I've never done the self-serve with a cart. I've
Yeah.
always used, if I'm going to use self-serve, I'm
Understood.
usually in a basket.
I get it. But here's what I wanted to explain to her, but I didn't have time, and I didn't care that much. Everybody else was doing it incorrectly. They had their carts askew, just taking up so much room. I was the one person doing it correctly, and then she's yelling at me because
You had yours on a slant?
I had
or-
mine tucked in right to the kiosk, so there's ample room on my side to get by. The
Did you?
person
Okay.
across from me?
This is how the kiosks are, right?
Yes, correct.
Did you have yours like a slant?
No, it was parked in exactly like it's supposed to be. Like, imagine a parking spot and you're right down the middle. You're just in the sweet spot. That's where I was. Okay, but I didn't. Am I going to explain to her? Everybody else here is doing it wrong. I'm doing it right. I didn't want to go through all those mental gymnastics.
Yeah, you just got to eat it and move on.
I just had to eat it.
Move on.
I just had to eat. It was a slight hiccup on a good day.
Right.
How would you guys have responded? Would you have engaged with this woman?
I probably
not.
I would have said my apologies and then just moved on.
Yeah, just say sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
Even if it wasn't your fault,
right.
my
Even
fault.
if you're right.
Why would I apologize? She ran in. That would be like.
Because you're just being kind to an old
Yeah,
lady.
you're just being kind.
Just to an old lady. I would just go, oh,
Understood.
okay, sorry.
But I was already being kind to the old lady by not yelling
Right.
at her.
That's
I'm not
true.
saying you did anything wrong. I'm just saying how I would have acted. I would say,
Even
"Hey,
if I
sorry."
knew I was right,
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
have said, "Miss, my apologies," and I would have just kept going.
Have you ever yelled at an over an 80-year-old person?
No, so
I don't
that's.
think so.
I mean, again,
Didn't
there's
even know how to react.
There's no because all people would have seen was Cakes is yelling at an old woman in the Harris Teeter. That's the headline. There's no other backstory.
Yeah.
Nobody cares that I was the only one doing my shopping cart the correct way.
Yeah.
No one cares.
I mean, I say that now that I would have apologized and moved on, but it kind of depends on what mood I was in at the time.
Yeah,
I might have said something derogatory. I don't know.
sure. I don't know.
Right now, I would have
you know
said
what?
my apologies.
You know what? I was tested. I think I passed the test.
Matt, how would you have handled that situation? If you knew you were right,
You know what? I didn't think about it. Cakes is in his hood's Harris Teeter, probably very recognizable.
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure. Semi-recognizable.
Yeah. Yeah,
Some
you are
people
the
know
king. You are the king of Olney.
I'm the king of the O-Town. It's just a bad look.
yeah.
It
So
would have been a bad look.
It would have been a bad look.
You have to
People would have
avoid
interpreted
confrontation.
it differently than you.
Yeah.
Because
I
if
don't know.
they,
I probably would have said something snarky, but and then walked away.
I considered it.
if someone would have seen you yell at her or say something derogatory, they would have just assumed you were wrong and she was right.
Yeah, like James
Yeah.
Wood's dad could have been there.
of course,
He
Yeah,
could have
Kenny
been
could
like-
have been there.
people would have tweeted us pictures of Cakes' finger in an old lady's face.
Yeah, and I didn't need that on an open line Thursday. I just
You wouldn't
let
believe
it
what I saw
slide.
Cakes doing at the meat aisle.
Right, it would
or
have
cart return.
It would have been on Twitter,
Yeah, of
and then I
course.
would have had to explain myself, and it would have been a big scene. So I chose to de-escalate the situation.
Wow.
Yeah, good for you, Cakes.
That was a good way to handle it.
I guess
We probably would have all handled it the same way.
What did the two ladies do afterwards?
now the woman that was with her, she
Is that her
kin-
daughter?
maybe, or maybe like it might have been even like a caretaker. I don't know, but she was kind of almost apologetic for
Right.
the woman. She's like, "Come on, let's go." Like she was kind of hurrying her through the situation, so she was trying to de-escalate too. So I think that probably tipped it to me not saying anything.
Yeah, I mean, generally, just these older people, especially they reach their 80s, whatever,
Yeah,
you give them a pass.
Yeah, give him a pass. And
Why'd
again,
you need a
pass.
big old cart for 8 items?
What did I have?
Why
Oh,
not just the
let's see.
basket?
We might have had
Here's why. Because I'm the king of going into a grocery store, and I always get more items that, like, if I see like, oh, salsa's on sale. We eat a lot of salsa. It's like a BOGO deal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy it. So I'd rather just have the cart just in case. But I only had like 7 or 8 items.
I detest the cart.
So you could have used the basket.
I could have, but I'm a cart guy.
yeah, my
I
wife
I lean into the cart.
my wife is a cart girl. She
I'm a cart
loves to
guy.
have a cart. She loves to fill up the
I
cart.
need the cart just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case I have. I mean, what if I buy a dozen yogurts? I mean, they're all over the
Oh, I
place.
would never do
I
that.
mean, I need the cart.
But you're causing the traffic jam.
What if I'm going to buy 4? You know what? Here's why, too. If I'm going to buy 4 12-packs of soda, you can't put that into a basket.
Right. He's a big soda guy.
Unless you're, Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah. If you're a big soda guy, you probably
Big soda guy, you need a
probably
cart.
need it. Yeah.
Because they always run the buy 2 get 3 free or buy 2 get the 3rd free. So you're always lugging a bunch of 12 packs.
I'm always the guy with the basket overfilled and then both arms under my armpit stuffed.
I've done that before.
I just detest the cart. I
Yeah.
just don't like having a cart.
I'm generally a basket person,
Yeah.
but I also don't do most of the
cart
grocery shopping.
also,
Right.
The cart also it buys me room in front of me. The basket, the cart in front of me is like a fullback. It's my lead blocker through the store. A cart, you're just naked. You're running against like a 9-man box.
Yeah.
People are just all in your space.
Yeah.
Cart gives you additional space.
Yeah.
Might want to consider that.
The wheels are always sticky and I don't know.
Sometimes you do have to fight to get the cart out of the line of 20 carts in the vestibule.
Yeah,
Sometimes there is that battle.
I find there could be a
but
cart.
God chooses his strongest soldiers for the toughest battles.
Yeah.
And I'm ready for it.
Okay.
I'm there for it.
I'm not
Me
ready
and
for
Mike
it.
Marr. We're
I'm
on those
going to
front lines,
Pick
baby.
up a couple avocados, and there's a bunch of carts, and I can't
that's
get
it.
through, and then I just want to get some broccoli, and the
You
carts
just wanna
in
get
the
out.
way.
You wanna get out
Yeah,
of there.
so get my basket, throw a little broccoli in there, get my avocados, and
you're
get out of
you're
there.
in that produce section a lot.
Well, yeah, that's what. Yeah,
I-
the middle of the grocery is the worst part.
Avocados are very annoying because you buy them and they're not ripe, and then
Yeah.
if you don't cut into that sumbitch at the right time, it's brown, and you want to you have to throw it in the trash.
Yeah, you got to
can.
time it. Yesterday or the
Gotta
day
thread the
before
needle.
was a great day for them. They were all just kind of ripe. So it was a great day for them. But I got to tell you, I have a sneaky suspicion some of these avocados, they're I don't know, man. They're doing something to them.
They're industry plants.
They're doing something to them because I'm cutting them open and they're perfectly ripe, but they're almost like too crispy. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
They're not mushy enough.
crunchy avocado is basically trash.
But they're perfectly ripe. Like they're just pumping something in there. They're doing something to it.
Yeah, I don't know.
If
I can't
it's
speak
not
to
even
that.
just a flat out fake avocado.
When last time I was at Harris Teeter, which wasn't that long ago, I always look for the red signs because
Yeah.
that's the buy one get one
Sure,
free.
of course.
Ben and Jerry's ice cream, buy one get
Oh,
one free.
I saw that, and I almost threw them in my cart.
I jumped on top of that. I mean,
You could.
I mean, you can get a Cherry Garcia and a chocolate chip cookie
I
dough.
got
for
cookies and cream.
Two for the price of one.
yeah, I got cookies and cream, 2 for the price of 1.
Great deal.
I mean, you have to take advantage of that.
You
Have
get
to.
chunky monkey or fish food.
Yeah, I didn't see those, but I
Can
just got
load
the
up.
cookies and cream.
I think
so.
my daughter recently got the cookies and cream, and I had a few. So delicious.
It's addicting. It's
Yeah,
addicting.
It's really good.
Yeah.
They have a lot of good flavors.
Double.
Jimmy
Yeah.
Fallon has a flavor which is really, really good.
Tonight dough.
Yes.
Believe
That's what
it is.
this.
Believe that is the
Tonight,
name.
though.
That's a good bit.
I feel like it's got chocolate
I
chips,
don't know.
brownies, like all the things that I like.
It's a good bit.
So hopefully I'm going to avoid confrontation the next time I'm in a local grocery store. I'm going to do my best.
Right.
Yeah, you will. You'll be
So,
fine.
I think I'll be okay.
Yeah.
Jason, I would like to get your opinion on the Live stuff because you know a couple guys that are associated with Live, and they're making a big deal about the funding from the Saudis ending at the end of the year. Everyone is sort of just assuming this is the end of Live, but I know you've told me you don't think so. That there's going to be other sources.
I've been told that yes, the Saudis are pulling out. Mm-hmm. The format is going to change. They have money for next year. It's not as much as what the Saudis were giving, so they're not going to give $100 million or $200 million or $300 million to players to stay on the tour. It's going to be more. It'll be more like a feeder tour, and they do have money.
But that means some of the bigger names are going to go.
They've got investment money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if PJ Tour wants them back, and you saw that story yesterday, that some players are looking to get out because the money's going to decrease.
Yeah.
With the Saudis
but-
pulling out, there was a story for the people that aren't following it super closely that the Live Tour, which started a couple years ago and attracted all of these top players,
Yeah.
canceled their tournament in New Orleans.
Well, the reason they canceled the tournament in New Orleans is because Greg Norman is a dum-dum, and he scheduled this tournament in New Orleans where it's one of the hottest places in America in the month of June. The PGA Tour doesn't play tournaments in New Orleans in June.
Right, because they know
play
it's
in,
sweltering.
They play in the Midwest or up north.
Yeah.
The track apparently is a dog track, and the only reason Greg Norman scheduled that tournament is because the owners of the club said, if you schedule the Live tournament and you bring it here, we'll let you redesign the course. So Greg Norman said, where do I sign?
Right, I'm in.
So the players didn't want to go down there. No, by the way, it's also World Cup, so they're not going to have any TV rights, so no one's going to be able to watch it. So it made no sense to hold a tournament in New Orleans.
Where are they currently on TV?
FS1.
Okay.
And they would have to go stream it, and no one's going to
So what
watch
I
it.
think
No
is
one
interesting-
and no one's going to go to it because it's going to be sweltering hot.
Right. So just assume that that's true. What I think is interesting is that the Live funding, you could see it over the last few weeks that it's going to go away.
Yeah.
But Jason's buddies are saying, no, they have funding for next year. It's just not going to be as much. So
Correct.
it will be interesting to see who sticks around then.
Yeah.
Now, they're not going to have a lot of options. It's going to be harder to get back on tour.
Correct.
They're not even going to get the Koepka deal.
This is from a casual
Yeah.
fan. It feels like the XFL.
Maybe.
Where
I think it's better
the
than that.
XFL pops in every once in a while, then it turns into the UFL, and
I hope it's not that bad.
And already some of the top guys have left, right?
I hope it.
Yeah.
A couple for sure.
Oh, Koepka and Reed. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I also
And
remember people saying at the beginning, like, well, Saudis are bankrolling it. It's an endless supply of money. They're never going to worry about money ever.
Well,
And now they're worrying about money.
well, if there wasn't a war, then maybe the money would still continue to flow.
Maybe.
Also,
That
it
has a
hasn't
lot to do with
popped. It hasn't become popular.
No, they probably thought they were going to get more players, but yeah, I would agree with that. I don't know.
I don't think the TV ratings are good.
I don't know. I don't know if I could. No, but think about it. It went from watching it on. Where were you watching it before? The first year,
But first you have to watch it like YouTube or just like on site.
All right, so then they put it on FS1. So it was starting to gradually get better viewing because they were on cable.
They had arguably their
as
peak
opposed to
moment
YouTube.
when Anthony Kim won.
Yeah.
And they seemed to be building some momentum, but then I think guys could sense that it was maybe the funding was going to dissipate and they started bailing.
Yeah.
And I think that hurts. So what I think it is going to end up being is a minor league tour. Some might say it's a minor league tour now, but they have some big stars. I think it's going to lose the big stars.
Yeah. Well,
probably
and here's
still
the other thing
exists.
is, and a lot of people probably don't realize this, but the PJ Tour is now run by, it's not, Monahan's not running it.
Yeah.
This guy, Brian Rolapp, is running it. Yeah. He's a business guy.
He's from the NFL.
He was an NFL guy. He was running the NFL Network. He's a Roger Goodell guy. It's also being funded by the owners of the Boston Red Sox. The owners of the Boston Red Sox don't care about these Zurich Classics where you're not getting the biggest names. They want big tournaments with big names and big purses, but they want to decrease the PGA Tour schedule. So it's going to be harder for the players outside the top 100 to get into all these tournaments. So some of these players are going to be looking for places to play.
Yeah, but
where are they going to play?
Yeah, they'll have a tour maybe, but it's just if it doesn't have the stars, it's not going to have the
100%. It's not going to look like it did in year one, where you got all these huge names getting
I personally
guaranteed money.
liked it. I liked having the rival tours. It was just extra. I liked the extra golf.
Yeah.
This is an older article, but when the Live Tour had a tournament in Mexico City, it says that they drew on a Friday. Now, that's not Saturday or Sunday, 30,000 viewers, which is really low. And then it said that they drew on Sunday, they got to 84,000. But they went up against a replay of the 2024 Zurich Classic, a PGA Tour event, which pulled in 1.63 million viewers on CBS.
No, they never attracted a big audience on TV. There's no doubt about it.
No,
but they
didn't.
actually had venues around the world where they would get good on-site attendance.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
you need to sell those TV commercials for more than what you can sell when you're only having 30,000 viewers.
Sure.
It'll be interesting to see if they are around next year, if they continue to play overseas as much as they do now, because that's where they were gaining. That's where it's really popular.
I think that's
overseas.
where it'll be way more.
But it's just more expensive to send people over there. It's just more expensive to run tournaments when you're going,
they might have to be
over the
based.
ocean.
They might have to be based over there.
Yeah.
So they have Bryson, who's arguably the most popular player on the planet. John Rahm still.
Yeah. Those guys,
Phil
guys,
Mickelson still.
I don't think that they're gonna stick around if the purses shrink considerably.
Yeah.
They'll just have to go try to qualify for other events.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how easy the PGA Tour
I
makes it to get
personally
back.
liked it. I'm disappointed that it's gonna kind of go away. Kind of disappointed.
Yeah.
But
well, we'll see. It'll be interesting to see because I'm planning on going to Trump next week on Thursday, so the first round of the tournament. It'll be interesting to see what kind of turnout there is.
I just hit Jason up before the show for a buddy for tickets.
Nice.
Might be the last chance to see Live Golf here in the States. You never know.
At first, it was definitely different. I mean, Eric and I did a live broadcast from.
it wasn't just you and I, was it?
I think it was. Maybe
Nixon's-
Jason was there.
No,
I think it
wasn't
was just
there.
me and you.
I think I was on vacation.
I was
that
not
week.
there. I know I wasn't there.
I don't know when that
You're
was.
leaving out Valdez. Valdez was a
Oh
co-host.
yeah. Well, yeah, that's true.
Valdez was a co-host.
Yeah.
Oh, was it a weekend show?
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
okay.
my crowning achievement. Thank you.
It's your Mona Lisa.
And did you guys get any guests on that day?
Yes.
I can't remember. We had the woman that
Oh, but you didn't get any
does some of the
players.
MC stuff.
Oh, okay.
She was like the on-course reporter.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Thought we
got it.
maybe got one
We
player.
were supposed to get Kyle God, the guy that won one
Graham
major,
McDowell.
Graham McDowell, but that didn't work out.
Oh, okay.
O'Leary came on for a little bit.
Who?
O'Leary, John O'Leary. He's the head pro there.
Oh, yeah.
What I was going to say is that it was a different vibe. Like it was,
cool.
right? Golf, but louder. They were playing the music.
Well, they still
People
do
wear
that.
shorts.
They still do all
okay,
that.
so
They
it still
still do
looks
that.
different.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah, they still do
leaderboard
all
and all
that.
that stuff looks different.
Yeah.
I just think it slipped into the ether and nobody really cares.
I will say that
except
when-
for true
True golf
golf
fans,
nerds.
I think.
I will
care.
say that when I went out to the live event at Trump last year, at RTJ, I expected more people. I mean, it was fine. It wasn't, but it just wasn't overly crowded. And I mean, you had huge names. I mean, I was following Koepka, Rahm, and Bryson in one group.
It's a pretty powerful group.
And I walked right up to the ropes. I could have slapped Bryson on his ass.
Right.
I mean, that's how close
you didn't.
I was.
Right.
I just expected more people, but they just didn't get it for whatever reason. Now, maybe
Spring
that was-
football. That's what it feels like to me. You know,
Yeah.
I know that the defenders get a good turnout and crowd, but it doesn't have the true passion of a multitude of fans. You know, there's a little fan base there, and just you kind of pay attention to it, but you kind of don't. You know what I mean?
Kinda.
Yeah.
There's a truth to that, for sure.
Yeah.
Are you welcome
It's
to-
gonna look different, no doubt.
Welcome to call us on an open line Thursday. 800-636-1067 is the number. When we come back, there's a local school jurisdiction that's considering a year-round school calendar. We'll get into that next here on The Fan.
All right, guys. EB here for FanDuel. FanDuel serving up a happy hour every day during the playoffs. Pay attention. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss, from profit boosts to bonus bets and so much more. The best part? It's every single day. So whether you're betting the early game, you're gearing up for prime time, make sure you open the FanDuel app and see what's waiting for you today. All you have to do, head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
We have mentioned at least a couple times that it is an open line Thursday, 800-636-1067. You could talk about whatever you want. You could talk about the Nats beating up on the Mets yesterday. You could talk about the Commanders draft haul. You could talk about live golf. You could talk about whatever you want. We have a taker. Peter from Burke is on line one. Long-time Junks listener. Hope to see him at Dewey Beach in a few weeks.
Yeah, I like to see this wife of his.
For the
Make
kickoff
sure
of summer.
that she's not some figment of his imagination.
She's not an
too.
imaginary
like She's
person.
like the real deal. Peter, what's
good morning,
up?
Junkies.
Hello, Peter.
Yeah,
Hey, buddy.
if I were to make it to Dewey, I would be with Big John in the VUP section, the very unfunny person.
Okay, that's fine. It might be a very big part of the starboard that day.
So you are coming or you're not coming?
Doesn't sound like he's coming.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if Chesapeake Bay expert Matt Valdez knows where Gwynn's Island is. That's more my speed for Memorial Day weekend. But
okay.
All right. So,
Anyway.
well, I will miss you.
hey, you know I get sliced when you talk Jeopardy on the show. So your sales guy was on the other day, Christian, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I want to correct one thing he said. He said you don't get to read the clues. Well, you absolutely do get to read the clues. What he's talking about is you can't interrupt the clues. You have to watch those lights count down around the board and buzzing like right when Ken Jennings is
All
finishing his read. So you can read and think ahead. But what you'll see people do up there is they're like flailing on the buzzer because they're they're too early. But anyway, I know Cake says he's not quite cut out for real Jeopardy. But did you see that Joe Buck is going to be hosting a sports Jeopardy?
I did see that news. It came out last week.
Who's hosting it?
Joe Buck.
Oh, Joe Buck.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It's kind of like they have a pop culture Jeopardy now with Colin Jost, so they're kind of branching out. So
They're dumbing it down.
Yeah, they're dumbing it down. You can say it. They're dumbing it down.
Good. That's
For the
what they need to
dullards
do.
and the
Well,
not
that would
so
be
well read.
That would be more interesting to watch than the regular Jeopardy.
Totally.
And when you guys were running down the 95 draft picks, that was pretty impressive the other day. So,
Oh, thank you.
Go for it.
I mean, if
Hey,
they
see
have
if you can-
95 draft
see
classes,
if
one
you
of the
can-
categories, we win.
Was that the Kajana Carter class?
Yeah.
Hey, see if you could cancel your plans to the Gwynn Island or whatever. And come
Tony
down to-
Gwynn Island?
Yeah, Tony Gwynn. And come down to Dewey.
and of course, the big anniversary coming up May 8th. I know. May 4th is Junkies Day in the district, but May 8th will always be Junkies Day in my heart.
Like the first day that we were here in D.C. What
May
year
8th.
did we move down to D.C.? The worst move of our careers.
I botched it the other day. It's 11 years ago. It was 2015.
Wow.
So this will be 11 years.
ago.
About a third of
like
your
that.
career.
Yeah.
in the-
11 years ago when we used to park in that lot across the street
I
and there
know.
was
Right.
nothing around it.
I know.
Right.
The good old days.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Man, we should have taken pictures of those lots.
I know.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Peter.
it, buddy.
Have a good one.
You
All
too.
right,
Yeah,
pal. You know, speaking of May 4th, I believe not only is it the Junkies Day, I think to coincide with that, it may be Channel 4 Day.
Channel 4 is going to run us in the morning and in the afternoon.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Excellent.
Yes.
Oh, sweet.
So they'll finally get that piece out that they shot about a week
Somehow
or so
I avoided a massive sunburn on my dome
we were out on
while we were up on
roof.
on the roof shooting that piece.
Oh, yeah.
It was
Gwynn's Island is an island in Matthews County, Virginia.
I've never heard of it.
I had neither.
Never, ever, ever.
What is the name of the island?
Gwynn's Island.
Yeah.
So that's the sort of question you would get
What is
asked
that
on Real
down-
Jeopardy.
Is that down near Virginia Beach?
I wouldn't know.
I remember
Matthews
when
County.
Trivial Pursuit first came out. I'm sure a guy like Cakes and Valdez is too young for it. But when Trivial Pursuit first came out, I mean, of course, I was terrible at it. I mean, those were hard questions. I
Right.
thought. But when the sports Trivial Pursuit came
Oh,
out, the
yeah, we're
green
all about
one,
it.
then I was all in.
Yeah, because the first Trivial Pursuit had like arts and entertainment, it had a
Geography,
sports.
it
It might have had like current events. I can't remember all of the different categories.
They were hard.
I believe
for me.
geography was
I
one.
think geography was one. Which I was
Arts
terrible
and
at.
leisure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was big on the arts and leisure.
I mean, that
cat.
was all the rage. Trivial Pursuit had its heyday.
Oh, it definitely did.
but
Video games weren't great back then.
why do
I
you
think
say-
we played more board
All
games
right,
back
here,
then.
here were the cats.
Yeah.
Geography was blue.
Yeah, it was terrible.
History was yellow.
I mean, terrible.
Stay a
No chance.
Stay a million miles away.
No chance of getting any of those.
Green, probably wanted to avoid too. Science and nature.
Yeah, I mean, I would be terrible at that.
Yep, terrible.
Here's where we get into our wheelhouse.
Entertainment.
Pink, entertainment,
Yep.
media, and arts.
Right. That would be the one I would have a shot at.
Brown, stay a billion miles away.
Yeah.
Art and literature.
Never.
And sports and leisure.
Sports and leisure, that would be the
Orange.
other. Those are my two
looks-
categories. But then when they came out with I might still have it at my mom's
Your
house.
pie had 2 pieces.
Yeah, never.
You couldn't fill it. You couldn't. It was missing 4
The only way I would
important
get
pieces.
it is by memorizing it the next time I played. You know what I'm
You
saying?
had to retain the information.
You'd
This
have
is
to
kind
just
of a throwback.
remember it, yeah.
This is a little bit of a throwback, this name. Did you guys ever go to a spot called Cheeseburger? They
Yes.
used to have one in Olney.
I
They
did
used to
not.
have the Trivial Pursuit cards like on the table. And
That's what you do just to kill time
yeah,
before
my
your food
kids,
would come.
they loved it, even though like that wasn't their like they didn't grow up with Trivial Pursuit.
No, but it was something to pass the time.
But it was it
Right.
was a fun thing. You grab the cards and hopefully
Not a
you've
bad
seen
idea.
them before and you seem smart because you might have seen them before the last time you went and got a big fat cheeseburger and a milkshake.
yeah.
If a restaurant's going to give you something to pass the time, it's good. Like the restaurants that give you the little triangle with the pegs,
Yeah, I tend to stay away from that because it makes me feel dumber than I
right?
know.
Because it
that
tells
I
you
actually am.
if only one is left, you're a genius.
Yeah, I just
2 to 3 left, you're
I
pretty
leave that
smart.
alone. I think that's always like
Then you
in a
leave
Cracker
4 or
Barrel.
5,
Yeah,
and
I
you
think
feel
it's a
like an
Cracker Barrel
idiot.
bit.
That's a Cracker Barrel.
That's a
thing.
Cracker Barrel bit.
Yeah, I stay away.
Yeah.
Try to stay away.
Haven't been to Cracker Barrel in a couple of years. But when I go,
Yeah.
I'm going to get a pot pie.
Well, I mean,
just
you
gonna
have
get a pot
if you
pie.
go to a Cracker Barrel, you have to get some form of comfort food. A pot pie is perfect. Like a country fried steak with a side of mashed potatoes. Even all that's going to do is
Right.
destroy your arteries.
Man, I haven't been there in
Like,
forever.
you have to order that.
Yeah.
Now, Cracker Barrel.
Meatloaf.
Cracker Barrel also has breakfast foods.
Oh yeah,
Correct.
probably
sure.
breakfast.
I think
all
that's
day.
the last time I was there. I had breakfast food.
Yeah.
I think the last one I was at was I'd just be killing time in Poughkeepsie. And they're like in the next town over in Fishkill, there was a Cracker Barrel.
Yeah,
Weren't a lot of great choices.
I'm sure that they're probably
Weren't a lot of great choices,
Yeah,
Cakes.
not a lot of great options.
Yeah.
Speaking of options, we wanted to get into this story. I teased it heading into the break. The Loudoun County School Board is considering a year-round school calendar for the 2028 and 2029 school year.
God, that sounds miserable.
This option would eliminate long summer breaks
Oh.
and place the last day of school on June 14th, with the first day of school on July 23rd,
Okay.
starting in fall of 2029.
Now, would it be a shorter day for the kids, or
I don't have
They're just
all
hoping
of the
to cram in more
details,
learning.
but it would. I'm sure that there would be more numerous breaks throughout the year, but there wouldn't be that long, like 6 or 7 week break during the summer. They would just have
Right,
like
right.
it looks like
isn't it at least a 2-month break for students?
no.
at least
It
a
says
2-month.
the last day of school will be on June 14th.
No, I know the new
Yeah.
one, but I'm saying the current one. It's at least a 2-month break.
Yes.
Yeah.
At least.
It's around there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for
They're out-
teachers, it's not. But
They're out mid-June, and then they go back late August.
yeah.
Yeah, standard for
Right.
most counties.
I think it would be hard for families
I mean, what's
to plan
Montgomery County?
vacations.
Same thing.
Yeah.
But I think they're trying to combat the trend. There was a big story that came out a couple months ago that this generation of students is the first generation to test out less cognitively capable
Right.
than their parents. So it dates back to 20 years ago when they started implementing laptops instead of using textbooks. At least this is the theory. And that started in Maine and then spread all across the country
think that the
where
laptops
kids
have been a
get
negative?
laptops and tablets. It also coincides with the iPhone, but it's the first generation to test out less cognitively capable than their parents. So maybe that's what's happening in Loudoun County, and they're trying to get in front of it. And
Well,
they're
I
like,
just-
well, let's just do more school.
I just think that'd be a disaster. I feel for the kids there. I hope it doesn't happen.
I mean, it's they would still get a 5-week summer break,
yeah, not the same. I feel for the kids. I hope it doesn't happen.
even though they
really-
might get longer break, like more spaced out breaks during the year.
Man, I used to just live for summer.
Well, summer vacation was
There was
always
nothing like
amazing.
summer. I mean, it was the greatest.
The
I-
the
well, I'll
last
tell
day
you,
of school
I literally
feeling
will pray for the kids
is an
that that
amazing
doesn't happen.
feeling.
Yeah.
Like when you're in school and you know that last day is like a half day and you're counting down the ticks on the clock until that alarm goes off. And then you know you don't have to be back in a dumb classroom until late August or early September.
Yeah.
It's one of the great days on the calendar.
I'm going to pray
Well,
for
you
the
know who would
children
hate
that-
it?
that they don't
The
get that.
teachers would hate it.
The teachers would hate it.
Teachers would
I mean, the
probably hate it.
teachers in May, early May, they're just cruising. They're just cruising.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
but with all of like the snow days that got tacked on this year,
Yeah.
my wife's She doesn't get out of school until I think it's like June 23rd.
I thought they
June
could
24th.
I thought they could ameliorate some of that by just having, work from home
Online,
days.
yeah.
Online days.
I don't know.
Somehow they
Remote.
weren't able to.
I know that she's in school till like June 24th.
Yeah.
But if the students aren't testing out as well,
I'll sacrifice
there's a
it.
major concern.
I'll sacrifice it. Little dumber.
Maybe that's what you need to do.
We're all dumber because of our phones. We're all dumber for some of our online habits.
Well, maybe you need to combat it. Maybe
I'm not going to school more.
the more information that comes out,
And not going to school more.
and the more you verify that certain things are hurting you,
I'd
then you
rather-
have to change the habit.
Well, maybe just have all the kids. I mean, I know they're not supposed to have their phones, but really lock in on that. No phones in school.
So especially if you live in Loudoun County, but if you live anywhere, you can chime in at 800-636-1067.
That would be a freaking
What is your
disaster.
take on the Loudoun County School Board potential plan of considering a year-round school calendar for the 28-29 school year? 800-636-1067.
Yeah, I want some teachers to call in too on their way to school
parents,
right now.
we can take calls on that next here on The Fan. Got an important question for you. Do you have an old 401k sitting with a previous employer? Be honest. Most of us do. And here's the problem. Letting that money sit there could actually be costing you more than you think. At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors can help you take control of those funds and get your money working for you again. Founder and CEO Jeff Jr. started Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, so their advisors can focus on your needs, not somebody else's agenda. They'll review your retirement accounts, explain your best options, and show you how to make those old funds a powerful part of your overall financial strategy heading forward. Whether it's consolidating accounts, reducing fees, or maximizing growth potential, Trajan Wealth gives you the tools to take charge of your financial future. Don't leave your hard-earned money on the sidelines. Call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Behind a second straight dominant pitching performance from Cade Cavalli and an offensive explosion capped by Brady House's first career grand slam, the Nationals crushed the Mets 14-2 last night. Cavalli tossed 6 innings, allowing just 2 earned runs, and struck out 10 for the second straight start. And over in the NBA, the Rockets pushed the Lakers to a Game 6 with a 99-93 victory. The Cavs beat the Raptors 125-120, and the Pistons working their way back in that series with a 116-109 win over the Magic. That series is now 3-2, Magic still with the advantage. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour at 8:25, Pete Prisco, longtime NFL writer for CBS Sports. He will join us. He did a post-NFL draft power rankings. He didn't have the Commanders ranked very high, so we will talk to him about that and
we're going to find out why.
At 8:25.
I know you mentioned Cavalli and his 10 strikeouts, and I think you mentioned that it was his second back-to-back 10 strikeout performance. Mm-hmm. I didn't realize, and I was watching it at the time, his last 24 pitches were all strikes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
I didn't see that.
That's an impressive feat.
It was balling.
All right, so we're taking your calls at 800-636-1067, talking about a proposed plan in Loudoun County for a year-round school calendar.
I actually think it makes sense. A couple people have tweeted us. One from North Carolina says, I have family involved in several year-round school systems in North Carolina and in Florida. Typically, it's 9 weeks of school, then 3 weeks off throughout the year. The rationale, like I don't know that you mentioned why, is to reduce the amount of education that you lose in the summer, meaning a lot of people forget things. So a lot of and you could probably, since your wife is a teacher, you can probably attest to that there's summer learning loss. And then the first couple weeks, let's say you finished algebra and then you move on to the next subject, but then they got to reteach you the algebra from April and May because you had June, July, and August off. So by this way, you would reduce the summer learning loss.
The brain drain of summer.
Yes.
So great to just lose everything you learned during the summer while you're jumping in the pool, playing tennis, hanging out with your boys.
It worked great for our generation. I would just feel terrible for kids if they didn't have summers. That's all.
Yeah.
Summer's so important.
Well,
and
they
I'll
would
sacrifice a little stupidness.
So, like you said, they would give them 5 weeks off.
Yeah.
They'd have a mini summer.
According to this plan, the last day of school will be June 14th. With the first day of school on July 23rd.
I think the total amount of school would remain the same.
Yeah.
It's just changing
Spread
the
out.
break structure.
Right.
And then theoretically, you don't have that learning
So
loss.
you could still plan your summer vacays in that 5 week span. You could still have summer vacations.
Yeah.
Possibly.
It would just feel a little bit different.
But I'd like to hear from teachers, too.
All right, let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. It is an open line Thursday, in case you didn't know that.
Let's go to Malik in Bowie. Malik, what's up, buddy? Y'all with the Junks.
Malik.
Hey, good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well, man. I'm on my way to work as a teacher, and I'm going to tell you guys that is not a good idea. Loudoun County is wrong.
Right.
The summers are for teachers. And I think it was JP speak of learning loss. That learning loss will happen 4 times a year. Every time you do a break, kids forget everything. So 2 weeks, 2 months summer loss versus 2 months summer loss spread out through the year.
the same thing.
They're still going to forget.
Not a good idea. They're still going to forget.
Yeah, I knew the teachers wouldn't like it. Where do you teach?
Will hurt somebody.
Do you teach high school, elementary? What?
Yeah, I teach high school. I'm at a private school in Tacoma Park, Maryland.
Oh, okay.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, thank you, Malik. Appreciate it, buddy.
Is he over at Tacoma Academy? Is the Tacoma Academy still over there?
No, Don Bosco, Cristo Rey.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool.
All right,
Thank
bro.
you, man. Appreciate it, Malik.
According to this story, the board has received mixed opinions about the plan, with some members expressing concerns about the potential loss of summer work for teachers and the impact on summer programs and camps.
So they would lose their side hustle.
Oh, yeah.
Side
Yeah,
hustle.
and look, a lot of teachers they need to augment their salaries by working in the summer.
And, well, also
Sure,
they can recharge their batteries.
That
It's a
too.
stressful job for
Yeah.
sure. Let's go to Chris in Olney. Chris, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
What's up, bud?
Yeah, so my wife grew up as a sleepaway summer camp person, and she absolutely attributes almost all of her social emotional growth to being able to spend that 7 weeks with all of her summer camp friends. Actually, half of her bridesmaids were from her summer camp, a sleepaway camp that she would meet, that she met. So getting away of summer camp is actually going to, I think, stunt the growth of a lot of these kids in the social emotional space, and it's really not going to help them when it comes to the actually retaining of the learning.
What's the percentage of kids, though, that go to sleepaway summer camps? I would say it's very low.
Yeah, it's probably very low, I would say, but you also have a lot of those day camps that are going to lose out that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
I also think that kids have a lot of knowledge right at the tips of their fingertips, right on their fingertips when it comes to computers and phones and whatnot. So just because they're a little bit down in cognitive skills right now doesn't mean they're actually behind when it comes to overall knowledge base.
All right. That's something I got to think
Seems
about.
to have a logical explanation.
All right.
Makes
Thank you,
sense to
Chris.
me.
Appreciate
Thanks, Chris.
it, buddy.
I wonder if the county would replace the full-time teachers with subs for some of those summer weeks. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't know how that would work.
I mean, I'm sure teachers would be fine with it.
I'm sure the teachers would be
You know what
fine
I mean?
with
And
it,
the
but-
substitute teachers are getting, I don't know, what are they getting? $75 to $100 a day, something like that.
I don't know what the rate is.
Probably something in that
I don't
range.
know what the
sure,
rate
I'm sure
is.
they'd be fine too.
Hopefully
but-
it's going up. Let's go to Dan in Leesburg. Dan, what's up?
Hey guys,
Hey.
thanks for taking my call. I'm a Loudoun County resident. I'll tell you, I moved out here several years ago, and moved out here partly because the schools were so great, and the school system in general has. I mean, Jason's got kids that went through this. It's changed significantly in a short amount of time, and it seems like the stuff they're doing. I don't know if it's to make national news or what, but it doesn't seem like it has the kids or, like the last caller said, the teachers in mind. They have a hard enough time anywhere getting teachers and attracting top talent.
What has
And if you're gonna
changed?
have them work.
What has changed so much since you've been there?
The quality of the school system is just not the same. I mean, if you look at the kid that just got arrested last week is a 19-year-old. We can't have 19-year-olds teaching high school kids. And like the last caller said, we have to do that over the summer. And we're talking about, like you guys mentioned, the kids being cognitively behind our parents. Everything they're doing now, and I know it's a state initiative, is teaching kids to these SOL tests at the end of the year, as opposed to a much more broad curriculum like we had when we were students. So when
In
you
other words,
talk
they're
about
teaching
knowledge at the
them
end-
just to pass the test.
Totally.
Yeah.
And the phones are great. Kids have access to info, but it's just like us. It feeds you what you want to hear. You
Yeah.
can talk to my kids and ask them to point out countries on a map. It's terrifying. But they'll
I
tell you
can't do that
exactly about.
I mean,
I can't do
I
that.
know I have a lot of access
Dan-
to information on my phone, but it's nothing. It's
Dan-
really going to help me in my life and enrich me educationally.
Hey, Dan, are your kids you have kids in high school or not there yet?
No, high school. Yeah, sophomore and middle school.
Where do they go?
They go to school in Leesburg. One goes to private school, one goes to school in Leesburg.
Oh, okay, got you. All right.
All right. Thank you, Dan.
Thanks for
Appreciate it,
calling,
buddy.
man. Well,
Appreciate you calling in.
Thanks, guys.
Well,
Yeah,
that makes
thanks.
sense. If I'm a teacher and I'm being judged on my kids and how they score on testing, I'm obviously going to teach them the test and not necessarily a curriculum around the test.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't think it's their choice. I think it's
Yeah, the teachers have to teach whatever
Yeah,
the
of
curriculum dictates.
Of course, but if everything's being judged on one single test, then obviously I'm putting all my eggs in the basket of the test.
Yeah.
If that's what I'm
Sure.
being judged on.
Yep.
The job is harder. There's science. Our attention spans are shorter than ever because of screen time, and so they're facing a taller task. And then could you imagine if we had phones when we were in middle school?
Of course not.
In high school? I barely paid attention without that.
Well, that's why some of these counties are trying to cut that down. Keeping your phones
My youngest son
there are studies now that
in your book bags.
there are studies now that if you give your kid before they're 5 screen time, I can't remember the exact amount of time. It might have been as low as a half hour. The gray matter in their brain decreases.
Well, I know mine was decreasing recently because my son walked by me when I was on my lazy boy, and I had my laptop here, and I had my dumb phone here. He's like, "You're dopamine maxing, huh?" I was like, "Yep, getting all the hits that I can. I've been making myself actively dumber."
I've had my kids. My kids have been around screens their whole life. They turn out okay.
Yeah,
They literally. But I remember when my son, I would buy the Baby Einstein videos. Now that's supposed to be a little smart, you have whatever, but planted in front of the TV.
sure,
As an infant.
right. Sometimes you need a break as a parent. The tablet and TV, they can be a good substitute.
Something to soothe them.
Yep.
Let's go to Cindy in Springfield. Cindy, what's up? Y'all with the jump.
Anyway, I would challenge what's been said so far. I teach at GW, and I can tell you some of the teachers are going back to, I've always used books, and I use notebooks. There's no laptops allowed in my class. The way kids learn is not through lecture, and it's by doing. If you look up how people learn, that's how teachers should be teaching. And so the idea of, if they take 3 weeks off, they're going to be forgetting everything too, that's very different than taking 2 months off. And so I know from my own students, they have told me, like, writing notes with their hands, reading the actual book. The more senses you activate when you learn, the more you learn.
That's science.
I'll buy that.
That's proven.
Hey, Jason, you would thrive in Cindy's classroom. You have 1 billion notebooks. You would do well.
Hey, Cindy.
You listen. A lot of kids will drop my class because I tell them, no, you're writing by hand. You're not bringing your laptop, and there's no phones.
Yeah.
I
think that's fair.
So the ones that stay love the course, but those are the ones that really want to learn.
Yeah.
How many are using ChatGPT to write their papers?
I don't have them write papers. I avoid all that.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
They don't write papers. I have them doing in-class activities, and the bulk of their points are from what they're doing in class.
Nice for her class and not have to write papers. I'm all about it.
What is the course?
Here's the thing.
What is the course you're teaching?
Yeah, what course?
I teach in the Milken School of Public Health, so I teach in exercise nutrition sciences. So I teach several courses in that department. Okay. So stress management, personal health and wellness. I've taught nutrition, blah, 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 blah.
Nice.
Okay.
So the thing, too, is what did Case just say? He just caught me. It was really good. You said something really good, Case. Anyways, it left my brain.
Rare. That's very rare.
You should have written it down. You remember?
Yeah, that happens 50 times a show. You think I'd just pinpoint that one thing that I said that's witty and brilliant?
Bye.
Okay, thank you,
See you
Cindy.
later.
I
Thank you,
appreciate
Cindy.
it. I'll say that. I have no idea. So my youngest, the one I still have in high school, she's at Holy Cross, and so it's private school. In public school, are you allowed to have your phone? And at private school, you're supposed to be in your locker. In public school, are you allowed to have your phone?
I think it depends, obviously,
I think it depends on the county.
which jurisdiction
So,
you're
like
in.
Montgomery County, Maryland, are kids allowed to have the phones? Or I think there's probably supposed to, my assumption was that they're supposed to be in the lockers.
But
maybe that's just.
I thought PG County was prohibiting phones. I could be wrong on that, but
It's a county by county
I think
thing.
it is county.
I
Totally
think
different.
it is.
Fairfax for sure. You cannot have your phones.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I think that's reasonable. And then my kid, she uses, AI for things to generate, graphs or whatever, and incorporates all that. And I think the teachers even encourage it, to be honest with you. But all of her notes are handwritten.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know when I was a kid, I learned. I was not an ideal student. I did fine, but I learned for the test, and then I would simply forget it.
Right. I don't think that's exclusive to you. I think that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
They study for what they need to know, and then hopefully pass the test and move on to the next thing.
Yeah.
Montgomery County cell phone use prohibited during the school day.
Okay, so it's fairly standard.
Good.
Yeah. I think that's appropriate.
Yeah.
Leave your phone
And
in
I
the
think
locker.
most counties will eventually do
Now, I
that.
think the workaround is kids have their iPads and then they get on their little chat things. And
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
chatting
Sure.
with people. They're workarounds. But
Yeah, or they hide the cell phone.
Yeah.
All right, if you want to continue to weigh in on the discussion about a year-round school calendar, a lot of people are calling in about that. 800-636-1067. You're welcome to do that on an open line Thursday. And don't forget, coming up in just over an hour, Pete Prisco from CBSSports.com to talk NFL right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. Bet the Kentucky Derby on FanDuel, where you can bet on all your other favorite sports. Right now, all customers can get a Derby bet reset. That means you'll get racing bonus back if your bet doesn't win. Look, the app is super easy to use, and you don't have to be a horse racing expert to get in on the Derby Day action. So bet the fastest 2 minutes of sports on FanDuel. Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks are registered trademarks of Churchill Downs Incorporated. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. Verified FanDuel racing account required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable racing site credit that expires 9 days after receipt. Your max refund is $10 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at racing.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call. Text 1-800-GAMBLER.
You definitely want to kick off summer with the Junks live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach. The date is Friday, May 22nd. We will kick off Memorial Day weekend starting at 6 a.m. It gets going early, doesn't slow down. BMitch and Finlay will take over at 10 a.m. It's brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank. It's just a little over 3 weeks away, so hopefully you've taken your PTO, you've done what you had to do, you're blocking off that weekend because we'd love to see you in Dewey Beach. May 22nd.
Dewey.
Right, so we wanted to get into some audio here of Craig Melvin sitting down with Anthony Davis of the Washington Wizards. An interesting convo.
Why was Craig Melvin interviewing him?
I'm not sure why he's
Today Show or something.
I'm not sure why they're having a one-on-one sit down. It looks like they're at a table at a swanky bar and/or restaurant.
So it's like a side project for Craig Melvin or something. I don't get it.
I'm not.
All right.
It has the Today Show logo in the upper right-hand corner.
All right.
I think Anthony Davis has a TV show. I don't know if he was promoting that, but I think he's part of like a weird prank show.
It's called Glass Half Full with Craig Melvin. It's like a
little side project.
Project podcast thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
All right. So here's Craig Melvin and Anthony Davis of the Wizards.
How hard is it for a really good player to play for a really bad team?
That's the thing, right? So I had this, and everybody knows this. I told the owner this. I told the GM, everybody, media. Like, when you're looking at the Washington Wizards, right, from the outside looking in, you're like, everybody's right, you know? But when you get into the organization and see how great of an organization it is, like the owner is amazing. Obviously, the city DC is amazing. We are a very bad basketball team.
Yeah.
For sure. On the flip side, I think it's very tough to go from bad team to like a championship contender. It takes time.
Yes.
And that's with anybody. I mean,
Yes.
it could be a team, you know, who's just won and just like not good. So it takes time. It takes a couple years, you know.
I don't find that horrible.
That's reasonable.
I thought it was very reasonable.
He's being honest.
Yeah. But I think everything he said was reasonable, and he couldn't be more complimentary
like
about ownership in the organization.
He seems pretty straightforward.
He's been complimentary. The unsaid thing, which he said in the past, is he wants to play for a championship contender.
I get it. Yep.
And so
Seems a little
is he
incompatible right
willing,
now.
Is he willing to play, let's say they're 3 years away from being a championship contender, or 2 years away if you're going to be optimistic. Like, nobody believes they're going to be a championship contender next year. The most optimistic people think, if they get the top pick and they get the Batsa and Young plays and Davis, maybe they'll be a playoff team next year. Maybe a 5 seed, let's say. Mm-hmm. Does Davis want to deal with that?
I think if you told him, listen, I think that's a reach to be.
I said that's the most optimistic.
Yeah, I think
take.
that's a reach. I don't even think they'll necessarily make the playoffs next year. But if they could win 40-some games, that'd be a huge step in the right direction. But if you told them, hey, we think we could be a 5 seed and win a round or two, and then 2 years from now really be competitive, I think he would buy in.
Yeah,
He might be willing to do that, to be part of that rebuild.
Now, if you said it's 3 to 4 years away.
Yeah, I mean, he's 33. Like, he
Maybe
doesn't,
not.
he's got a limited shelf life as to how effective he's going to still be and be able to play 50-some games
I just
a
think
season.
he's being very complimentary, and he sounds very genuine, but he's also saying, yes.
He seems like a good dude.
He's also acknowledging, we are a bad team. I mean, whatever they win 20 games?
Well, they were a bad team,
right?
With the
They won
guys
17 games.
Well, they were a bad team, but the guys they had on the roster this year, the roster's going to look drastically different.
Well, they also didn't play the guys on their roster.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I mean, they're going to have a top draft pick. Yeah. Hopefully, it's 1, but let's just say it's 3 or 4 or 5.
I don't hear
that player still can be a starter.
Yep.
Davis is going to be there. Trae Young's going to be there. You're going to see the younger guys play more. There's still free agency. What if they go out and get a top free agent?
Yeah.
I don't hear that, though.
It's going to look like a different roster.
Desperate to get out of here.
And
I'm sure he'd be open to it.
I know that JP has gone hard on this, and where he has a hard time believing that Anthony Davis will ever suit up in a Wizards uniform.
I think you're painting my opinion incorrectly. What I said, I would not be surprised if he never plays for this team.
Okay. Maybe I'm overstating it slightly, but I have a hard time believing that Will Dawkins orchestrated this deal just to never have him play in a Wizards uniform. And look, maybe he's just a chip that he's going to flip, and maybe he doesn't play.
May not be his choice
for a Wizard.
I mean, I guess they could make him play, but look, he has said that he wants to meet with ownership, and maybe he has, about the direction of the team because he wants to win.
Right.
Yeah, I get it. But I also think he sounds pretty darn genuine when he's complimenting the organization.
Oh yeah. Well, I think that everything that they're doing, like when we have Will on the show and he talks about, how he sets benchmarks for each of the players, I think that if you come into a new organization, you'd be impressed with all the things that they're doing so that their players will develop. But you just might not be willing to endure being a middle-of-the-road team.
Understood. But I think if you can convince him that, hey, we think we're on a more accelerated track than you might realize, you might get a little less pushback. Anyway, I don't hear a guy that's desperate to get out of DC.
Doesn't seem that way.
Would he be happy to go to a contender? Sure. Would he prefer? I think sure. But it sure sounds like he's being open to the pros and the cons. Pros are great organization, great owner. Cons are, we're really bad right now, so I'm having to figure that out. That's what I hear.
I hear a trade demand coming. I honestly.
I don't hear that.
That's
I don't hear that yet.
Both of those things can be true.
Yep.
Ted can be great. Will Dawkins can be great. They're not on the same timeline. Anthony Davis is saying, I want to play for a contender. I got limited time left.
Yeah.
The Wizards are going to be fine in 3 or 4 years, but that's not fit. It doesn't fit me. So I think I'd like to play somewhere else.
Well,
I don't think Will and Michael Winger traded him. They traded for him to play basketball in D.C.
Yeah,
but I don't think to win in 3 to 4 years. I think they have a little bit more accelerated win rate than that.
They're not going to go right.
They're not going
to be competitive, too,
especially if Anthony Davis is not on the team.
Hold on, let's say this. Do you think it's reasonable? I think it's a stretch, but I think it's within reason to go from this year to somehow get into the playoffs next year.
Yes, I think it's reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you're halfway there.
Well,
you're halfway
now,
there.
Playoffs or play-in?
Well,
there's a difference.
I hope a real playoff, not just
so
a
you want to be
gamer.
top 6.
Is that what it takes? You had to be top 6 to get it beyond a one gamer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
tough.
I think...
if Anthony Davis played every game and Trae Young played every game and you have these guys develop like Sarr and George, you would have a shot. I said, that's the most optimistic take. I'm kind of with Drab. I think he's doing an interview. He doesn't want to trash the organization. He doesn't want to make his trade demand here. He has an agent.
Yeah.
And I think his agent is Rich Paul. Those guys.
What did he just say?
Rich Paul guys.
What did he just say? You know what? This is a great organization. I love the owner, but I really want to play somewhere else. Just say it. Say it.
Well, what he said is, what it's kind of coded language is, he said he wants to compete for a championship contender.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. But just say it. If you want to trade, just say, listen,
He'll
everybody
let Rich Paul
here
do
has
that.
been unbelievable. But I just, honestly, I don't want to even tolerate 1 year of losing. I just want to be traded to where I could be competitive immediately. Just say it.
Well, maybe they do that at the deadline.
I think it's unsaid.
Okay.
I'm going to be disappointed if he never plays for the Wizards. I'm ready to see the Anthony Davis debut.
I want to see it too.
I'm going to be a little bit salty if I had the Anthony Davis, dangling on the hook, and then it just gets ripped off.
Here's the other part about it, though, and we all know this. If he does play, the likelihood is he plays 45 games.
Okay, that's fine.
Which is not impactful for your team to really get to the next level.
I'll take as many.
Maybe he surprises us.
I'll take as many
and
games
he plays
as he can play.
60 to 65.
I would be surprised.
I
if he played
understand
that many,
based on the last few years, he's 45 is probably a good guess. But what if he's healthy and plays 65 games?
Well,
and
he's
like the load management of Anthony Davis.
When he's healthy, he's one of the best players in the game.
Yeah.
Right. He doesn't play back to the second end of back-to-backs. And you manage his time and his minutes.
Again, the roster is going to look drastically different next year. So maybe Anthony Davis, if he sees them go out, get a top free agent and draft DeBonsa, wants to stay. Maybe he sees a winner. I don't know if we do, but maybe he does.
Is that actually in play to sign a real free agent?
Why wouldn't it be?
Don't know. Haven't heard it.
Well, free agency hasn't started yet. I would think they would be in the market to improve their roster.
They want to have young. They want to be young.
I'm not saying you're going to go out and get a top 10 guy.
Yeah, but they got to fit that young timeline. You can't have old guys like Denny Avdia mucking up your
your
development timeline.
They thought Denny was too old.
He thought he was way too old.
But I would think that they're going to sign, some free agents. They're not going to just base it off of the roster they have now and whoever they draft. I would think they'd sign a couple guys.
All right, let's go to Greg in Reston. Greg, what's up, buddy? You on with the Junks?
Hey, morning, boys.
Hey, Greg.
I think that you have to go back to his press conference where he also said, "I love my money."
Yeah.
And I think this is kind of him hedging both sides of, I wouldn't mind being here, but at the same time, or, I want to play for a contender unless I get a max extension at 33 years old.
Right.
And then sit there and wait, or just do a PR campaign for the Wizards and then get traded at the deadline, and maybe that's the handshake deal. But I think that if they do, same thing that happened to Myles Garrett in Cleveland, if they come to the table with a max offer, he'll be fine and suit up.
Mm-hmm. A max offer for how many years?
I can't remember what the thing is, but they usually do, 2 or 3 years, and then it's a percentage of the salary cap. So, I mean, at his age, there's a standard for it out there. Durant's and LeBron's of the world have gotten that. So I don't know what it would be in terms of the percentage of salary cap, but if they come to him with that, like you said, he loves his money, he'll be here.
Right.
I don't know. I don't think he loves the organization. I don't think he loves necessarily being part of the organization right now. Here's a quote from a few weeks ago. Whether we figure something out in the summer that's good or bad, whatever, if it doesn't get figured out, then come October, mid-October, late October, I will have a Washington Wizards uniform on. And I will go out there and I'll do everything I can to win a basketball game. That doesn't sound like somebody who's dying to play for the Wizards.
Doesn't sound like somebody that's adamant to not play here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's saying, if nothing happens, I'm going to play.
He further said, in the summer right now, I'm going to compete, train, and have the mindset that I will be here next year, not only because I'm under contract, but also I like these young guys. I ain't going to lie. I feel like they're all my children.
How old is he, 34?
I think he's 33.
33.
I think the comments are fair, and I don't see him as a guy that's demanding to be out of here.
And then he further said, I've been in the league a long time. I've been with losing teams, been on losing teams. It's very hard to be on a losing team. And then a championship contender, right? I think only one team has done it, Boston 08. Even when I was in New Orleans and we had 2 losing seasons, then we made the playoffs our 3rd year. That within itself is a huge jump.
Well, what he should say is it's very hard to stay on the court because I'm always hurt.
Right.
That's what he should say.
He's not going to say
It's one
that.
thing to say it's hard to play on a losing team. Well, a lot of times it's because you're on the bench because you can't play. That's what he should say.
I would love it if you said, I'm going to help the Wizards become a championship contender.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I'm going to come in.
Good luck finding that quote.
I don't think we're going to find that quote. That's the quote that I want to see.
Do you know how much money he's going to make next year?
I have it right in front of me.
$58 million.
Then he has
$58.5
Then he has
million.
a $62.7 million player option in 27 and 28, which I'm sure he'll turn down, and he'll make more money somehow.
Yeah, I mean, the money is just dumb.
I mean, these are
dumb.
His career earnings, $365 million.
Drab, do you want to bet? I'm willing to make just a small bet that I think he'll play for the Wiz next year.
I don't know if he'll play for the Wiz because I don't think he has great trade value right now. So Will and Winger might have to just eat it and see what they can get out of this and try to make it work. I just think that.
What do you mean eat it? I think they want him to play here. I don't think they acquired him to trade him. I think they acquired him to play him.
I agree with that, but they're going to have to try to figure out a way to make it work. Have a guy on the team who doesn't want to be here. I just think Anthony Davis, he keeps doing interview after interview, and it's all coded with him saying, I want to play for a championship team.
Correct.
The Wizards are nice. They're not. He's basically saying, you're a nice girl, but
I can't take you out in public. Yeah, I can't take you out in public. Like, I'll hang out with you behind closed doors, but we can't go out like on a real date.
I think if he had his brothers, he would rather be somewhere else. I think that's understood.
Yeah.
I think that's understood.
Well,
but
I hope he does play.
Yeah,
I think he might. I think he might have to play. He said, but trade deadline. That's what I said.
Yeah.
He might play. I just don't see him as a long-term
I
Wizard.
hope he
I
does
do not
play,
see him on the Wizards
but
in 3 years.
If he never plays
no idea.
and we hear that he forced his way out because he just didn't want to be a Wizard, he'll become my public enemy number one.
Yeah.
He will be in the crosshairs.
But I could see
and
that.
I will hate him forever.
I mean, what if they do struggle and they underachieve for whoever's on the team and it's February and they say, all right, we're going to bounce him. We're going to acquire a top pick and a young player.
If they feel like that's the best move for the organization, then that's what they should do.
Look, they want to make a jump next year. That's why they brought in Trae Young and Anthony Davis. I'm not convinced that either of those guys are going to be on the team in 2 seasons.
Right.
No.
Well, I don't know what the roster's going to look like in 2 seasons. I don't know what it's going to look like this fall.
Correct.
We have to
Well, in
wait
2
and see.
seasons, you're pretty confident Alex Sarr is going to be here.
I would think.
And Keyshawn George.
Yeah, I mean, there's a handful
and
of guys.
some of these young players. But these veterans that they're kind of rolling the dice on, Trae Young showed he can still score and he can still put up a bunch of assists in the limited time he was here in Washington. He'll put up numbers. But there was a team in Atlanta that's still in the playoffs that said, we don't want you anymore.
Right.
It's true.
Now, Anthony Davis, different situation. He got traded for Luka Doncic. Next thing you know, he's in Dallas. He's injured. He gets moved again. Yeah, I think that they decided that they had to make a move. And what we'll never know is, was this all Dawkins and Winger?
Right.
Or was Ted saying, hey, we're losing so many games. We need to bring in some actual all-star type level
make
players.
A splash move.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean that'd be a great question. I mean, what if Will Dawkins really didn't want Anthony Davis, but Ted said, "Go out and get a big name. We got to put people in the seats. We got to start winning games." I don't think that's what
I'm
happened.
gonna guess that's not the case, but I don't know.
I'm sure Ted probably just said, "Will, this is why I'm paying you. Go out and make the team better." But we don't know what's said behind closed doors.
All right, don't forget, Pete Prisco will join us at 8:25 to talk Commanders. When we come back, we're going to give our first post-draft record prediction for the Commanders. We are going to do that next here on The Fan.
All right, guys, you know I like a good edge, a little angle most people aren't thinking about. Here's one. How about BMW Fairfax has new I-Series models that have been in service for a short stint? You know, courtesy loaners. Got a few miles on them, call it a head start on the odometer. In golf, you'll take strokes on a parlay plus money, so why not take a silly deal on a basically new ultimate driving machine from my girl Miriam at BMW Fairfax? Right now, you can lease a new i4 from just $349 a month or an iX from just $499. All you have to do, check them out. BMWofFairfax.com.
Welcome back to an Open Line Thursday, brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows, they're measured to fit the first time, and it's all by experts to last. Window Nation for your home, because it's where you live. Pete Prisco will join us at 8:25, NFL writer for CBS Sports. He's been coming on this show for a long, long time, so he'll be on at 8:25. Looking forward to speaking with him.
Well, we used to hang out with his brother.
That's right.
At Champs when he
Richie.
ran Champs in Fairfax.
That is
Then
true.
he went down to Florida.
I saw him in
I think he's still
Florida.
there. I did too. I can't remember the name of his place or where it was, but I saw him.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was somewhere near Tampa.
Yeah.
All right, so we
I
want to
can't
go.
remember the name
Tampa,
exact
St. Pete.
town.
So we want to go through. We have all the opponents. We know the home and road situation. We just know dates. Okay.
Won't know that until next month.
And we all, of course, we reserve the right to change our picks. This is just a
course.
very rudimentary
Well, this is
first
post-draft.
dive into
This
the
is post-draft.
schedule.
I know I've already given out a prediction. I don't remember what it was, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. I think maybe it was like 9-8 or something. I don't know.
Is this the first semi-official prediction that we're giving for
well,
2026?
I've already given a prediction, but
I feel like
I'm
we
gonna
did
update
too.
it.
When you said this is the first time, I feel like we gave one.
I think I might have given one either pre or post free agency.
If only
But
I
maybe that's not official. It's not in Valdez now
Whatever.
keeps the bet book. So.
Whatever, we're gonna do 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
They just as you get more information,
It's like
you
a
should be able
quarterly
to
bit.
You should be able to hone in, right? One
Oh,
way
yeah,
or the
once-
other.
Once we get the schedule and figure out, the dates, the times, the games where we have short weeks, you're going to change your picks.
Well, I think
as
also
you see
as
that
they
unfold.
sign more free agents and we see how the roster officially shapes up. I
Right.
think your opinions could change. And we see how maybe there are injuries that happen in camp. Who knows? A lot of things can happen. But I know I gave a record prediction, within the last couple months. I think I gave one when the opponents came out. But I'm happy to update it based on the free agency and the draft. Very happy.
All right.
You want to go through? You want to start? Let's go around the room.
Yep.
We'll do home opponents. You want to do that?
Yep.
We'll just go in order. Dallas first at home.
Well,
You're just gonna put like a
I just know.
split or something.
I
or
just have them splitting in the division, so I'll say win there.
win at home. JP.
Yeah, I'll also say a win.
Yeah, I'm gonna
against
say
Dallas.
I think
They
it's a
win.
clean
I mean,
sweep.
I'll take that back. They're going
Dallas-
to lose to Dallas.
Dallas
is a better
dub at
team.
home.
Okay.
Dallas is a better team.
All right. I'm not convinced of that. All right, Giants. Giants at home.
Win at home.
Yeah.
Dub. Two dubs
dubs.
in the division.
JP. we
Right
gonna
out of
win?
the gate.
Win. I'm gonna say win. All right, Philly. Jason.
Loss.
I'll go loss.
Yeah, I'll be cliche and go lost.
Okay.
I'll have a home win.
All right.
I'll zig
You
while
got
you
'em-
guys are zagging.
You
like
got them
it.
going 3-0 in the division at home.
I do.
Okay.
All right, I like it.
Now
It's
again,
it's not unreasonable.
I reserve the right to change these picks.
I think it's a-
We're in freaking April at this point.
Of course,
Okay,
of
there's
course.
a lot of runway between now and then.
Yeah, I think we got a greatly improved defense. We'll see how the offense is. All right, Seattle. Seattle at home. Defending champs.
I've got loss.
I've got them taking an L to the fighting Sam Darnolds.
It's hard not to go loss, but I'll say a surprise win.
I'll go lost. I'll go pay
Drabby, how
respect.
does Seattle?
I feel like they've lost some
No,
pieces.
but how does Seattle travel when they have to go West Coast to East Coast? How do they play usually?
Well, last year we came to Northwest Stadium and demolished
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
They traveled pretty well last year.
All right, that was a
The travel didn't seem to affect Seattle
That was a
too much.
horrible
They're
team.
they're a
were
very
playing,
good
but-
team. I'll defer to them.
But historically,
We did fine. We
yeah.
did fine.
That game was a drubbing.
Yeah.
I'll defer
I
to them.
actually can't remember the last time we lost here in DC.
Oh, look, puffing out.
I mean,
your
every time I think about it,
chest.
we
I
win.
like it. I like this.
So I've got them.
bravado.
Playoffs, regular season.
And then all right. So Rams. I've got a loss against the Rams.
I think they're going to take an L to the Rams. That
Likewise.
offense is just overpowering. If Pook is there and his head is on straight, that's a big question.
I'll buy
for
that.
them.
I'll buy a loss. That's fine. That's fine. It's fair. It's reasonable. It's a reasonable expectation. Go
All right. So
the
ne-
Texans. Texans
I
here.
always disrespect the Houston Texans. I'm going to have that as a W for the
I
old
will-
burgundy
I
and
will-
gold.
I will always disrespect them. I don't. They could go 16-0 or 17-0. I will always disrespect them.
I'll give them a win as well.
Win.
Yeah,
Win,
I'll go win.
Clean sweep.
All
Although
right.
Houston's defense,
CJ Stroud got a reluctant.
you know their defense
year.
is going to
Yeah.
be legit.
All right. How about the Colts? I think it's
Win.
a winner.
That's a dub.
That's a winner.
That's got to be. You got to
Should be
be
a
the
winner.
Colts at home.
On
If you have
paper,
any
that should be a
playoff
winner.
aspirations.
So Daniel Jones usually plays well against the
That's true.
Commanders if he's back
Yeah,
healthy.
I mean, is he going to be?
No,
ready?
I'll give him a win. I'm just saying.
I mean,
Yeah.
didn't he shred his Achilles, or am I getting the injury mixed up? I think he's
Yes.
coming off a torn Achilles.
Yes.
Yeah, but I
He's
just
not
saw-
going to be the
I
same.
just saw Jason Tatum come back in like 8 months.
That you know what that is? That is a Commander W on the side of the helmet. for
All
them.
right. Bengals.
At the same time, Damian Lillard, Tyrese Halliburton haven't come back from their torn Achilles.
True.
Yeah.
Fair.
No, that's a serious injury.
Bengals.
Oof.
Loser.
That's going to be a shootout, man.
Jaden versus Joe Burrow.
Well,
And
what do I
that
have?
Bengals defense is. We know the Commanders' defense is bad. That Bengals defense is hideous.
I'm
too.
going to say winner. Burrow will probably be hurt.
I'm going to have
Heard one
Commanders
NFL
as a
expert jockeying the Bengals draft defensively.
I've heard a lot of
Yeah,
people
that's fine. They have a lot
jockeying
of
our
work to
draft.
do.
A lot of people have been jockeying our draft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people
winner.
goofing
All
on
right,
the
hold
Bengals
on.
too for
Winner.
overpaying for Dexter Lawrence. So there's
I'm just
some
kind
of
of
that.
looking to see what they did in free agency defensively. All right, they went out and got Jonathan Allen. They went out and got Dexter Lawrence, so they improved the defensive front.
Interior. Yeah.
They signed Brian Cook as free safety from Kansas City. Who'd they draft again?
Which team are we talking?
Cincy?
The Bengals.
Yeah.
Well, they traded away the number 10 pick for Dexter Lawrence.
Oh,
that-
okay, that's right. All right.
I'm trying to remember. I can't remember who they picked in the second round.
Oh, no, that was the Browns.
Oh, they took Cassius Howell in the second round. Took Takario Davis in the third round. All right, I'm going to go win.
Win for Washington.
Yeah.
All right. Falcons, I'm just going win.
Well, you're facing either Tua or a banged up Michael
I'm
Penix
just going
Jr.
win.
You got
I'll-
to take advantage
I'll
of that
always
situation.
bet against the Falcons. I don't care.
I got him with a lot of home wins.
Win.
I got him with
Win.
a good amount of home wins.
I got to win. Win.
I'm 5-4 at home.
I'm with 7 dubs at home.
What do I have them with?
I'm going to go loss. I'm going to go.
You think I'm keeping track of your
Oh,
picks?
I thought you were.
I'm not keeping track
You
of your
look like you had
picks.
a pen. I don't even
Yeah,
know what
I'm writing,
start.
I'm writing down my picks, Rick.
My God, can I see your pen? God damn it, Cakes. Thought you were keeping track.
1, 2, 3,
I mean,
4.
I'm keeping track of
All right.
my picks.
Dallas.
All right, I got him as a loss there.
All right. Eagles.
So what's your home record in 9 games?
Rams. Texans.
In 9 games, 1, 2, 3,
Falcons.
I mean, unless
4 and 5.
unless they completely lay an egg on the road, I have them playoff bound. I mean, seven
Hold
home
on.
wins. That's the all the makings of a playoff team.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I got him 5 and 4 at home.
All right. So we both have them at 5 and
Yeah,
4.
5 and
Cakes give them 2 more wins.
What did I say about the Rams?
You said loss.
Okay.
You said you thought big loser.
Win. I have them 6 and 3.
All right.
Shocker! I'm over my skis.
All right.
Eternally
Now we
optimistic.
go on the road.
But
Dallas.
didn't you have them with 13 wins last season?
Not sure. It might have been 12 or 30. It might have been really high. I didn't know Jaden was going to play in
I
7
understand.
games. How am I going to know that?
I'm not saying it was completely outrageous, but
All right, let's go. Dallas on the road. I'm going to say winner.
yeah, I'll go loser.
I'm going to go loser.
Okay.
I've got them with an L.
Now, who knows what the
At
situation is
Big
going to
D.
be?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
All right,
I got 'em all.
Giants. I'm going to say winner.
I'm going to say loser at the Giants.
All right.
I'm going to say an L at the Giants. They always seem to struggle in the Meadowlands or now MetLife.
I mean,
I'm
I've
going
got
to give them a win. You know, the Giants, I understand Harbaugh takes over, but they had a bunch of injuries last year.
Yeah.
I could see them having, some injury issues. Jackson Dart has, as much as we question Jaden Daniels' health, Jackson Dart has the same questions.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, it couldn't be more reckless.
Scadaboo coming off an injury, Neighbors coming off an injury.
Yeah.
I'll say the Commanders are going to sweep them.
All right. Eagles. I'll defer to the Eagles. Loss. I'll say loss. 2 losses.
I'm going to say win at Philly.
Ooh.
Okay.
Just because I'm splitting in the division.
Spicy.
All right. Now okay. Vikings.
I've got them beating the Vikings.
Yeah, I think they will
Is that going to still be
either
JJ?
Kyler
Who knows?
or JJ
I'm not
McCarthy.
a believer in Kyler. I'm not a believer in him.
I'm going to say. I'm going to say.
I'm going to say they stubbed their toe somehow in Minnesota. I've got an L.
All
I've got
right.
nothing but L's on the road so far. For the
You're
Commanders.
trying to make up for the year.
Well, I mean, what, am I going to come up with 14 wins
Well, I
after
want
that
you to
horrendous
take
season?
Take it each one individually. All right. Niners.
I think that's another L.
They're going to lose.
I'll say L.
I mean, how they can stop Christian
They're
McCaffrey?
a better franchise. I'll just say L.
They're not going to
They
stop.
haven't-
Owe and all the new guys they brought
Yeah, I
in was
don't know.
Sonny Styles all over the field.
Mike Evans will probably had 10 catches. So, yeah, I got him as a loss there.
All right, JP, you got him as a loss too.
Yes.
All right, Jacksonville. I this is impossible for me to pick Jacksonville. I don't care what anybody says. They're going to be 14-3, whatever. Winner.
I have them beating the Jags on the road.
I got him losing to the Jags.
Yeah, I think they lose.
By the way, I am going to change. I'm going to say they're going to lose at Dallas. I'm changing that.
Oh, okay.
Changing that. All right, Jacksonville winner.
All right.
Cardinals. I'll always pick against the Cardinals. There's not a scenario on the
They're
planet.
you can do they're the Cardinals bit.
Winner.
Well,
Cardinals.
they're going to be one of the worst teams in football.
They better beat the Cardinals.
That's a must-win.
If they lose to the Cardinals, it's
all
going
hope
to be
is
a down
lost.
year. Yeah.
If that's the case,
We all
clean
have them-
sweep of the Cardinals, and I think I'm guessing clean sweep of the Titans. They're not going to lose. To the
I have
Titans.
them beating Arizona and Tennessee.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
I've got them 4-5. I've got them 5-4 at home, 4-5 on the road.
I'm still like
I
10
mean,
and 7.
4-4.
I'm sorry, 4-4. Yeah, that's right, because I put
I have the exact same as Jason, so 9-8.
10 and 7. Squeak it into the playoffs.
Look,
9-8.
I'm Bickle. You have them 9-8 too, right?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't?
I have increased my win
Oh, 10. So you got
Nice.
10.
4, 5, 6,
So we
7, 8, 9.
we all have them with a winning record.
I have them with 11.
Oh, 11.
Nice.
That is aggressive, but I like
11.
it.
I
I'm
hope you're
feeling
right.
it.
Be a fun season.
11-6, baby. Don't call it a comeback.
All right, that is
Well, ask Pete Prisco what his prediction
that is maybe the
He's
first,
probably got
potentially
him
the
at like
second.
5 wins. He's got him 26.
Yeah, he's not very
27.
high in that. We'll be joined by Pete Prisco coming up at 8:25 here on the Fan.
All right, I've been telling you guys about Michelle Radley, and here's the thing. Her name may be on the building, but more often than not, she's actually in the building, chatting with customers, checking in. Couldn't be more approachable. That's honestly a big reason why I went with them. I'm loving my new Traverse from Michelle Radley Chevrolet of Leesburg. And she's got 3 other spots down in Fredericksburg. Radley Cadillac, Radley Chevrolet, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi. Here's the deal. You purchase any new or pre-owned vehicle from any Michelle Radley location, and you score the Radley VIP rewards. That's an amazing program. It's complimentary oil and filter changes, tire rotations, alignment checks, and more for 2 years or 24,000 miles. An amazing value. They also have complete price transparency. You go online, you click on any vehicle, and everything's right there. MSRP, processing, incentives, all of it up front. Do what I did. Check them out for yourself. Michelle Radley Chevrolet of Leesburg. In Fredericksburg, they've got Radley Cadillac, Radley Chevrolet, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi. Michelle Radley Automotive Group, delivering memorable driving experiences.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Brady House capped a 7-run fourth inning with his first career grand slam, and the Nationals beat the Mets 14-2. Curtis Mead homered late and had 4 of Washington's 15 hits as the Nationals set a season high for runs, and he also scored 4 times. James Wood drove in 3 runs, scored 3 more. C.J. Abrams, 3 hits, 2 RBI. Over in the NHL, the Canadiens took a 3-2 series lead over the Lightning with a win last night. It took 2 overtime, but the Knights beat the Mammoth 5-4, took a 3-2 series lead, and the Flyers beat the Penguins 1-0 in overtime to win the series and advance to the next round. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We just gave either our first or second Commanders schedule predictions prior to the actual schedule coming out in May. Mm-hmm. We will revamp it and do another edition of it post-schedule release.
I don't know how I could be any more optimistic than that. I mean, that's as optimistic as I can be. 11-6 is as optimistic as I can be. I can't. I don't see how I could veer. I could see myself maybe getting swayed the other way. I don't see how I could be more optimistic.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I got him 8-9, but I could see him with 2 more wins.
I have him with 11 wins, and I have him losing twice to Philly, splitting with Dallas, but then sweeping the Giants. Maybe that's optimistic, with Harbaugh and company. I know Vinny says he's taking the Giants both times against us.
Well, of course. I mean,
he always does. Yeah. He always does.
By the way, that's going to be a big week for Washington sports. Is May 10th. That's the NBA lottery. Big day.
May 10th, right.
And then the NFL schedule looks like it will be released either May 13th or 14th. Big stretch there for us.
Here's a question for you, okay? Do you like this roster right now, relatively, kind of picturing in your mind how they're going to put it together?
Yeah.
Or do you like the 2024 roster? The one that went 12-5, 14-5 overall because they won the 2 playoff games, which I actually think this roster is going to be better.
The roster had Eckler and Ertz healthy.
Yeah.
McLaurin healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Not dealing with contracts.
I think the receiving core is about the same. I think the running back room's about the same. I think the offensive line, offense is relatively the same. You've changed some parts. You've moved around some chairs. Tunsil wasn't there. You might make an argument that this offensive line is better because you got Tunsil.
Yeah. But I'll say on the whole, I would agree. I think the receivers might be a little bit better this go around, but we'll see.
I think this receiving core still needs another piece. I don't know who that is.
In a perfect world, but just compare it to 2024.
But defensively, the 2024 roster, I don't know. I mean, Bobby Wagner, I know everybody likes to trash Bobby Wagner now, but Bobby Wagner was a big part of the defense.
He'd give you 180 tackles, no doubt.
And them having success leading that team last year.
We have a better pass rush.
And I can't remember where
we have the fastest linebackers.
I think I might like this iteration better. Just because the defense has been completely reworked and they're younger, they're more athletic, they're faster.
I think this is a better roster than 2024.
I think it might be all said and done. It might be.
Yeah. Now we just have to perform.
I prefer it.
Jaden has to stay healthy. He can't go down. He can't miss 10 games.
Right. It all hinges on that.
If he stays healthy, I think he's got better pieces to work with. Certainly a better defense. So I don't think that 11 wins is outrageous. Especially when we got the Titans, the Cardinals, the Falcons.
So the defense 2 seasons ago, you had Dante Fowler.
Yeah,
Who was a good
Bobby
piece.
Wagner.
I mean, Dante Fowler gave you double-digit sacks.
Yeah.
he did, but they were kind of, they were almost. I mean, so did our guy last year.
Von Miller.
So did Von Miller.
I think he gave it. Was
Or
it
8
9.5 or
something like that? Very similar. Very similar production. Kind
Okay,
of
but I mean-
inconsequential.
Yeah, but I mean, like double-digit sacks is nothing to like turn your
It looks
nose up
good.
at.
It looks good on paper.
I would say it's comparable. Now they're trending more towards young, and it kind of depends on how these guys pan out that they're drafting. Like
I'm assuming
Well,
Williams
this-
will be a solid contributor. Williams is going to catch 35, 40 balls.
But remember,
Maybe that's outrageous.
this now has nothing to do with the roster, but the schedule was a lot easier in 2024. They played a lot of bad teams, and they squeaked in a bunch of them.
They had a lot of good breaks that went their way
Right,
too
right.
in 2024.
I think
Like,
this schedule destroys that schedule.
I think you could sell me on this roster being slightly better. Because if we go back to the offense,
think
I might like
defensively,
this
markedly
running
better.
back room slightly better than I did the one led by Brian Robinson.
Yeah, I like this RB room better.
I
Now
think
they had Eckler, and Eckler, when he was healthy playing in games, was dynamic.
Yeah, but he wasn't one you could even rely on, really.
Right, he had 2 concussions that season.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's a better roster. I think definitely significantly better defensively.
It's hard to know whether like Chig is going to be better than what Zach Ertz. I mean, Zach Ertz delivered for them.
He did.
That year.
well, he's definitely
Yeah.
going to be a better yak guy than Zach Ertz.
I know, but
Yeah.
On the whole, I mean,
what Ertz catch? 65 balls that year?
Yeah.
Look, he was very productive. He was a great
He had
safety outlet for Jaden Daniels, and he's going to be missed. But I love
Might have had more than 65.
I love the
He had
youth
66.
and the more explosive element that Chig is going to bring.
He had 7 touchdowns and 66 catches. So I would say it's comparable. Look, the roster
it's better.
with Jaden Daniels playing the way he did made it to the NFC Championship game. So if you have a comparable roster and maybe the defense gets better, if Sonny Styles is the real deal and flying all over the field and Chanel flying all over the field, led by a new
Oweh.
defensive coordinator.
Shazam. I think they just have.
But
I think it's markedly better defense.
Well,
Seems
not
like
necessarily. Is Oweh going to give you as many sacks as Dante Fowler did?
I just hope they're
I
more-
know that Dante Fowler gets disrespected, but as Cake said, he put up numbers here.
Yeah,
Always getting paid like he should give you, like his floor should be 9.5 or 10 sacks. Like he's getting paid like a guy who should give you like
Remember
16
Fowler?
or
I would
18.
agree with that. I would agree with
If
that.
I remember correctly, Fowler seemed to front load a lot of them, and then kind of the back end of the season, not nearly as much production.
May have been the case.
But,
I
but
kinda
remember,
that.
Frankie
Kinda
Louvu had
disappeared.
Frankie Louvu had a big year too.
I think he's going to have a comeback season this year.
By the way, he gets relative athletic score shamed by his new linebacker mates.
By Styles
He
and
has
Chanel.
doo-doo relative athletic score numbers compared to
Right.
Chanel and
I
Sonny
would-
Styles.
I would say the defense as a whole is definitely better because I think Styles is going to be a stud. I mean, who was their best young player that year
in 24?
in 24? I mean, I guess it's Louvu because they brought him over.
Right.
as a free
Louvu
agent.
was very impactful.
But I think that the offense. I think the offense is slightly better.
By the way, do you
2
still
seasons ago, their
Yeah.
defense was ranked 13th overall, just in terms of total
they would
yardage.
kill for that to be 13th.
Are they going to go from dead last to better than 13th?
in total
No.
yards.
No.
I think they land 15 to 18.
I don't know. I
It's
can't
the
explain
best
that.
case scenario for
That
them.
may be just, I don't know.
By the way, do you see your guy Frankie Louvu in the neighborhood recently? Have you
Haven't
had
seen
any
him in a while.
interactions?
Haven't seen him in a while.
Nothing.
I haven't. No, but I haven't really looked.
Maybe he's back like in his off-season home, wherever that is.
Well, he's
that
got young
base.
kids, so I assume they're in school. But
Yeah.
I just haven't seen him.
Where were we preseason? I don't know if I could figure this out. Was the schedule? Because it always changes. But going into 2024, what was the perception of the schedule strength?
I can't remember. I can't remember
I
the
know you can't
schedule from
remember.
2 seasons ago.
I mean, think
I
about
know.
it. They played a bad Giant team. They played a bad Arizona team, a horrible Cleveland team, a horrible Carolina team at the time
You're talking about in 24?
in 24.
Okay.
A bad Chicago team who ended up losing, 8 straight after the Hail Mary? Something like that.
Oh, yeah, they went completely in the tank.
A
after that
horrible
game.
Tennessee team, a horrible New Orleans team that they almost lost to. And, Dallas, who I believe Dak was out. Wasn't Dak out for both of those games?
Yes, they faced a lot of backup quarterbacks. According to CBS Sports, their preseason schedule strength that season, where they made it to the NFC Championship game, was 16th.
Yeah, I see middle of the pack. All right, so what is it this year?
As Jason said, the biggest factor is they went on that string of games where they were facing favorable matchups.
Yeah, they worked out with the quarterbacks, et cetera.
And you never know.
That can happen this year. Like you face the Eagles and you don't face Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
You face the backup. You go against the Giants and Jackson Dart's not out there. You're going to have a huge advantage.
It looks like this one is kind of middle of the pack also. 15 range, something like that.
I mean, you don't like playing the defending champions in Seattle.
They're just chalking up his loss. Fair?
I mean,
Seattle
they're playing,
game's here, right? Or is
it's here.
It's here.
Yeah.
They're playing the NFC West, and then 3 of those teams were in the playoffs.
So if all things, Jason thinks it was markedly easier. Maybe it played out markedly easier because of the quarterback situation, et cetera. But I think on the whole, it's kind of considered moderate in 2024 and a moderate schedule in 2026. I think the roster's better, so we just got to perform.
Like if you have faith in Adam Peters, and a year ago everybody did, Sonny Styles hits, delivers, all these free agents deliver, and then the defense makes a huge jump. Look, part of the reason, too, that they were 13th, and we always hear that term complementary football, is the offense was better.
Right.
So an offense being better, being on the field more.
Where were they in points? That's always more important to me than yards. I honestly think points scored and points given up is more important.
Hold on a second.
In 2024, where were they in points?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Are we talking about
defensively?
Allowed.
Defensively. Because I know offensively they were like 29 or something. 28 and a half.
They're right around that number, yeah.
Yeah. 28 and a half, 29.
They're
and then they dropped all the way down to like
offensively.
21 or something last year, I think. I think they dropped off like 8 or 9 points.
All right, points per game in
Defensively.
2024. The Eagles were number 1 in the league. They only gave up 17.8 points per game. The Commanders gave up 23 points per game.
Which
So
was
the
ranked
bottom
what?
half.
No,
Well, right about bottom half.
13th.
In points too. So points and yards, 13.
I mean, if I'm counting right,
That'll be hard to
3.
if they could get up to there. it'd be hard
Sometimes
to
JP
duplicate
counts
that.
the wrong column. I don't know if he can be trusted.
13th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
All
double
right.
check.
All right.
All right, when we come back, we are going to be joined by Pete Prisco from CBSSports.com. He came out with his post-draft
Very
NFL
disrespectful.
power rankings. He's got the Commanders very low.
Very low.
We'll
you know
talk-
what? That's what we're doing next week. Power rankings.
Power rankings.
We're going to do power rank. We're going to power rank the league.
Okay.
We're going to see where the skins fall. Because he's got them like 26, 27.
Yeah.
Disrespectful.
I was a little surprised it was that far down.
That's disrespectful.
All right, so we'll talk to Pete Prisco
We're gonna ask
next here on The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel serving up a happy hour every day during the playoffs. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss. From profit boost to bonus bets, so much more. The best part? It's every single day. So whether you're betting the early game, gearing up for prime time, make sure you open the FanDuel app and see what's waiting for you today. All you got to do, head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pete Prisco will join us shortly from CBSSports.com. We will break down his post-draft NFL power rankings. Quick shout-out to former Patriots defensive tackle and Raiders defensive tackle Richard Seymour, who finished second in a huge poker tournament down in Florida.
Oh, yeah, he's a big player, isn't he?
He's been a pretty good tournament player since he stopped playing NFL football. I don't know how long he's been out of the league. He's 46 now. He's been out for several years. But, I mean, he made a deep run in this tournament and almost won it. Pocketed $440K in a huge WPT event.
That's
so he
pretty
almost,
big.
He almost took the whole thing down.
That is, yeah.
He took a bad beat on the end where his pocket tens, I think, got out-flopped by dude hit a set of sevens on the flop.
Where was
to knock
this?
him out. Seminole Hard Rock.
Oh, down
in
Florida.
Hollywood, Florida.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's Richard Seymour doing some good work.
You've been there before. Haven't you been to Seminole?
I played, I think, 1-2.
With Dave Richard, I thought.
No, we played someplace in a different spot in Florida. But I shocker, I've been to that card room too.
Yeah.
Been to several card rooms in Florida.
You know, I mentioned that I saw Mike Bibby and who else did I see? Oh, I always see Jared Jeffries at these tournaments.
Yeah.
And then we had a friend that ran into AJ DeBonce's mom.
Was Garnett there? Haven't you seen
I've
Garnett
seen Garnett before. I've seen.
Heard he's very approachable.
No,
he wants to talk to everybody.
He looks like the most intimidating guy. He's wearing sunglasses inside.
Stay a million miles
away. He
away.
just looks like grumpy.
Yeah.
Does not look like an approachable guy. Another guy that I didn't think looked particularly approachable, I forgot to mention that I saw in Philly a couple of weeks ago, was Willie McGinnis. He was there with his daughter.
Okay.
And I think they actually won the tournament that week.
Wasn't there a headline about him like in the last few years? Like,
he attacked some guy in like Vegas or something.
yeah, he got like into some sort of scrap.
He went to like a restaurant and like, gave a guy a beatdown.
He's a big dude too.
He is.
Yeah.
Was he 6'5"? He's
Believe
gotta
me,
be.
yeah, he's a big dude.
He's a big fella.
Believe me, that thought was crossing my mind when I saw him.
Right.
I was like, I don't think I'm going to say hi to that dude.
Yeah, probably not.
Even
You
though
don't
he,
want to fanboy
I think
up
he
with
was
him?
good on TV when he used to do
was
work
with,
with the NFL Network. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, for a long time.
Yeah.
All right, let's head out to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Say good morning to Pete Prisco, longtime NFL writer for CBS Sports, CBSSports.com. Pete, good to talk to you, man. How have you been?
Good. What's up, guys? How are you?
What's up, Pete?
Doing well.
I have to say, I looked at your power rankings, and I thought we had turned a corner with Pete. I thought he was kind of pro Commanders, and then there I see us at the bottom of the list.
He got burned last year.
No, to be fair,
not quite at the bottom.
they're not at the bottom.
26.
They're toward the bottom.
I mean, that's about as close as you
They're
can
not
get.
at the bottom.
Yes,
They're not
yeah.
bottom of the barrel.
Not
at this
impressed
point.
with any of the offseason moves so far, free agency in the draft, Pete?
No, I like some of the stuff they did. Don't get me wrong, but again, the quarterback has to stay on the field and quit playing a flag football game. I mean that's. I don't. Didn't everybody make a big deal out of that? He should have been playing in that game, by the way.
No. Grant Paulson made a big
People
deal
had
about it.
widely varying opinions on that.
We talked about it for 2 days.
Pete, at first I was like, not a big deal, but then when I saw like guys like Joe Burrow, like twisting his knee and lunging for first downs, I was like, whoa, this is a little more physical than I thought it would be. Then I had an epiphany about it.
Is it sort of the secret sauce behind that? Is the outrageous sums of money they were being paid?
They're getting
to
paid
play
tons.
in it.
Yeah,
like you can't even
but
fathom.
here's the other thing about that. Is did the team ever say anything about it publicly? I don't think they.
I think they held their breath and hoped
They
nothing
bit
bad
their
would
tongue.
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I saw them, and if you were just playing like flag football, the old day flag football, where you go back and you throw the ball or something, you don't have to run, cut, and jump. But they're running and cutting and jumping all over the place.
Yeah,
Not
it
like,
was a little surprising.
Yeah.
It wasn't great. It wasn't great.
Yeah, but luckily he got out of there, injury free.
Yeah, knock on wood, because he needs to be on the field. Because look, they're different. You saw that last year, much different team without him, and him being on the field does change the complexion of that team, no question about it. I just think when you did those rankings, you could take team 14, 15 and switch them with team 26, and I don't think you'd see much of a complaint. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of middle class in there. But no, look, the receiver position's still kind of suspect, right? I mean, you got
I say on the whole,
not a kid.
Yeah.
Did you like the Williams pick?
Did you like Antonio Williams? Yeah.
Love him.
Yeah.
Love Antonio Williams. I think one of the most underrated guys in the entire draft, and will be a productive player. But again, he's not juice down the field. So where's the juice? De'Ami Brown was terrible last year in Jacksonville. Where is McLaurin's not juice.
No.
Burks isn't juice. McCaffrey's not juice. Williams isn't. Where's the juice? And you need that in this league nowadays. So that's a concern. And then you go to the defensive side of the ball. I think they pieced together a bunch of really good guys they'll be able to be better than they were. I don't know how much better they are. I love Styles. I think Styles, when it's all said and done, might be the best defensive player in the entire draft.
Wow.
I think they got that. He is look, he wasn't early on last year at Ohio State. He's kind of still learning the position. By the end of the season, the last 5, 6, 7 games, you could see it. You know who he is? He's Fred Warner 2.0.
If that's the
Everybody
case,
keeps
then
saying
it's a grand slam pick at 7.
All right, so don't you think that makes the defense markedly better?
Yeah, they'll be better. I mean, again, you got to hope that the pass rush guys are not just one-hit wonders. I mean, Odafe Owe, up until he went to the Chargers, didn't do a lot. Caleb Von Chason was essentially a first-round bust before last year. So you got to hope that they're not one-hit wonders and they can continue to do that. If they don't, then no matter what they have on defense, they're going to have problems.
Back to Jaden's health. You're plugged in. What are people saying around the league? Like, what are their expectations for Jaden Daniels? Has faith been lost in him staying upright for 17 games?
No, I don't think that's the case. I think, look, sometimes you just have one of those seasons, and I don't think it's a situation where he's going to be injury prone. I mean, you mentioned the other guy that he was playing the flag football game situation with. I mean, you could look at him and say, okay, is he injury prone? He's been hurt his entire career.
Yes.
So is the worry that he's going to be like that? I haven't heard that, and people I talk to, no, I have not. So just one of those years, and I think he's back to being Jaden Daniels again, and he's probably going to be better, and that's the good thing because you want him better. I mean, the stuff he did as a rookie was fun to watch, and he'd leave pockets and run around, but the more he settles in as a pocket quarterback, the better he's going to be, and I think that's where he's going this year. So no, I'm not concerned about him. People I've talked to are not concerned about him, and particularly from an injury standpoint. I think he's going to be back to being who he was plus some because I think he's a really good quarterback.
Pete, I think that you point
Love
this.
that.
I think you point this out when you're kind of giving your little breakdowns of each team in the rankings. But how are you concerned that Washington has 2 first-year coordinators, and David Blau and Durante Jones? I mean, I understand Dan Quinn's a defensive guy, so I'm sure he'll have a lot of input. But 2 first-year coordinators with a young quarterback. What's your thought on that?
Well, anytime you make changes like that, that usually throws up a red flag for panic. And I'm not saying it's not a bad thing that they didn't need to make some changes, but when a coach changes both coordinators and he's left standing, that sometimes reeks of a panic move to me. And so that's my concern. And, the obvious next step is, okay, if the coordinators go and things don't change, what happens next? In other words, is Dan Quinn on the hot seat? I mean, that's a legitimate question. When you fire your coordinators and you make changes there, you're next in line. So I think it's a big year and I think he knows that. I mean, Dan Quinn's been around the league a long time. He's a smart man. He's a good man. He understands what's at stake here. If they don't win and Jaden Daniels plays the entire season, I think there's going to be problems. But I think when you make a change, it can be really good or really bad. But when you make 2 changes like that, that can be a real adjustment for an organization.
Pete, you're expecting big things from the Commanders' division rival, the Cowboys. You have them ranked 8. You have them in the top 10. You have the Eagles outside of the top 10 at 13. Talk about the way you think their seasons could unfold.
Yeah, I think the Eagles, I'm worried about the Eagles. Not just, because of what we're hearing out of there and A.J. Brown situation. And now you hear, and I had heard a lot of that stuff going into the whole season and during the season that maybe A.J. Brown wasn't as big a problem as you thought he was, and maybe the quarterback was part of the problem. And, they don't talk. I mean, those guys were good friends, and now they're not. And so it's easy to blame the wide receiver. But now maybe you're starting to get those nuggets out there where you hear maybe the quarterback had a big problem with it. The run game coordinator went to New Orleans last year with Kellen Moore, and the running game wasn't as good. The offensive line, which has been a strength of that team, had a bunch of injuries, and guys talk about retiring every off season, and now, there's a concern there. They didn't run the ball very well with Barkley. Changed the way they played on offense, and defensively, Jalen Carter, who I thought was going to be a defensive player of the year candidate, didn't come close to playing to that last year. So they took steps in the wrong direction, and have they done enough to make it turn around? And I don't necessarily think they have. I'm worried about the Eagles. The other side, I love the Cowboys. Yeah. I think what the Cowboys have done, and, we've said that a lot over the years, but when you said that, you've been kind of drawn in by the lure of the offense and how explosive they can be. And that was no different last year, but they gave up almost 30 points a game they did give up over 30 points a game on defense. Yeah. They were terrible. But what do? You get a new coordinator who's, by the way, comes from Vic Fangio's school. So he's going to play the 3-4. He's changing everything. He's going to be, and I don't know him, but I've heard a lot of really good things from people I do know in the league. Then you go add guys like Rashawn Gary, D. Winters, Jalen Thompson, Kobe Durant in free agency. Then you load up in the draft. You get Caleb Downs. You get Malachi Lawrence. You get Jashawn Barham, Devin Moore. All these guys are going to be big contributors on a defense that needed them. But more than that, you get guys back healthy, too. I mean, they drafted a corner last year in Ravel he was coming off an ACL and barely played. And now he's going to be back in the mix as well. So I think as a group, that defense is going to take strides enough that the offensive firepower is going to really show up this year.
That's interesting. So could you see, getting back to the Eagles, could you see them missing the playoffs this year? You're very concerned about them.
Yeah, I could, because I think the Cowboys win the division, and then I think the rest of the teams in there are going to be better. The Giants and the Commanders are both going to be better. So yeah, I think the Eagles could miss the playoffs. I mean, yeah, absolutely. And there's then what happens with the quarterback situation, because everybody was all in on that guy. He's and the reality is, I remember I was on Pardon My Take with those guys arguing with their producer about I didn't think Jalen Hurts was that good. And the reality is he's kind of played to that last year. So we'll see what he does this year. But right now, I think there's a lot of questions about him and that team.
You're not worried about Jaden's health overall. You don't think there's any reason why we should think he's like injury prone. I love that. What about Jackson Dart, on the other hand?
Well, I do think that he's got to be smarter the way he runs. And I think he's learned that. And I think he will understand that more this year. I mean, you get into the league and you're wild the way you run and the way you don't get down because you think it's a college game, and all of a sudden you're getting whacked and you're out of the game. Then I think you got to be smarter about it. And I think he said that in the off season. I think he realizes that. And every player who's ever played the game, it's get down, play safe, play smart, go out of bounds. It's okay. You don't have to be a tough guy. And I think the quarterbacks realize that as they get older, and I think he'll realize that now more into his second year. So, but you're right. Last year he was wild as can be, and I think it ultimately cost him games. You got to be smarter about it.
Pete, here's the other thing. We were just kind of breaking down the schedule and giving our predictions. And look, it's late April. A lot can happen, and we'll make probably 10 or 12 different predictions before the season starts. But in your power rankings, you've got Seattle 1, the Rams 2, you've got the Jags 5, and the Niners 6, and then you've got the Cowboys 8. Okay, the Commanders obviously they play the Cowboys twice. They play all of those other teams this year. They play Seattle, they play the Rams, they play the Jags, they play the Niners. So they're playing 4 of the top 6 in your power rankings, not including the division rivals, which are always difficult.
It's a tough schedule. I mean,
I think it is too.
Those teams are good. Look, people sleeping on Jacksonville. If Jacksonville had beaten Buffalo last year, they were going to go to Denver. They had already gone to Denver and beat them early in the season. In fact, they dominated them early in the season. They would have, or actually in December, I think it was. They would have gone there and beat them again, and I think they would have beat New England. They weren't beating Seattle. I don't think any of the AFC teams were going to beat Seattle. But I think they would have got to the Super Bowl. So they're a good team. The 49ers get everybody back healthy. They're going to be a good team because health is the only thing that held them back last year, and they were still a good team. And we know Seattle's good and the Rams are good. So it's going to be a tough sledding for Washington. That's a tough schedule to navigate, and to do it, you're gonna have to win 2 of those games, I think, to possibly be a playoff team, and that's not going to be easy to do.
Pete, what do you think Fernando Mendoza's rookie year is going to look like?
Well, if I was the coach of the Raiders, he'd play right away. And people always say, well, why would you play him right away? Because get on with it. And any other quarterback that you've ever talked to, and all of them that I've talked to, said they learn more in one game playing than they do in standing on the sideline watching for 8 games. So play him. And everybody goes, well, what happens if you mess with his psyche? Well, if you mess with his psyche, then you drafted the wrong guy.
Right.
And I think he's capable of playing, not being bothered if things go wrong. So I'd play him right away. What do you get by playing Kirk Cousins? What does that do? Well, it lets the kid learn and watch. Well, he's not learning anything. He's learning if he's playing. He's learning how to be an NFL quarterback.
I agree with you.
I think he plays. I think they should play him right away. I think he will play right away. And I think he's going to have an up and down season, but it's next year. It's about next year and the year after that. Go back to Peyton Manning's rookie year. It was bad. There was a lot of inconsistency there.
Yeah.
But he learned how to play the position.
What'd you make of McVay? Was he acting? Was he genuinely pissed about the whole Ty Simpson thing? What was going on there?
Well, okay, he should have been pissed about the Ty Simpson thing. It was a stupid pick.
Mm-hmm.
First off, is the guy worth the 13th overall pick? Whether you want to take a quarterback in that spot or not, it's not like you had marquee guys in that that area. So you forced the pick, I thought. But you're not getting anything from Matt Stafford in his last year. This is a team ready to push for more. What happened to him in the playoffs last year? The guys couldn't get open.
Right.
And they don't have any. You talk about a team that doesn't have juice on offense. We praise them all the time about, well, look at McVay scheming this open, scheming that open, and look what he does with Puka and Devontae Adams. Neither one of those guys runs very well. Okay, neither one of them. They're good receivers, but they don't run very well. There's nothing down the field. And they had an opportunity to get something down the field. They get more, juice in the offense. They didn't get any. And so if you're Matt Stafford, you're not happy about that. Then they take a tight end to add to the room of 42 tight ends they already had. I mean, that made, everybody, we're going to all play 13. Everybody copies everybody else. Sean McVay plays 3 tight ends all the time, so we're all going to do it. So let's draft 22 of them. So they drafted Ferguson last year, come back and draft Clare this year. Makes no sense. And then in the 3rd round, they draft an offensive lineman who's going to be a good player, but he isn't playing this year. He's a backup. So if you're all in by trading the 1st-round pick to go get Trent McDuffie, and then you go sign Jalen Watson in free agency to fix a big problem for that team last year, which was a secondary. Shouldn't you have been all in to kind of help Matt Stafford and go for it this year? I think they blew that pick. So, was he unhappy? Look, he can say all he wants. He was acting and everything else. I don't think he was thrilled with the pick.
Pete, tell Richie we said what's up.
Yep. Good to hear from you, man.
Hope he's doing all right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the time, Pete.
See you, buddy.
That's Pete Prisco, longtime NFL writer for CBS Sports.
I was just looking at the Our Lads depth chart for the Rams. They've got 8 guys at tight end right now.
Yeah, they love stockpiling TEs.
Yeah, they do.
It's kind of what they do.
That's a good point.
All right, we're the Junkies on an Open Line Thursday. We'll be right back.
It's your boy Bish. If you've been watching the leaderboards lately, you know it's all about your drive. Right now, my guy Josh Cochran, he's the GM over at Bayer Subaru in Alexandria. They're ready to help you tee one up this spring. You can drive off in a new 2026 Forester from Bayer, just 0.9% APR for 36 months. Or you can score a new 2026 Crosstrek, 1.9% APR for 36 months. At Bayer, they're not just focused on what's in the showroom. They care about the course we're playing on, too. This spring, Bayer Subaru is giving away free trees. No purchase necessary. It's all part of Subaru Loves the Earth, working with the Arbor Day Foundation to put regionally appropriate trees into the hands of local families, helping keep our community green, healthy, and in great shape for the long game. So make the turn to Bayer Subaru and grab your free tree. Whether you're going low with a Forester at 0.9 for 36 or taking a clean swing with a Crosstrek at 1.9 for 36, you're going to like where you land. Do what I did. Check them out. They're on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or online, BuyerSubaru.com. Make sure you tell them Bish sent you.
So I think it was about a week or two ago where we were talking about mascots and how much they made in salary, across different sports.
What do they make? I think maybe I was away.
I mean, some of the higher paid mascots definitely make into six figures.
No, you were here because we both didn't know the names of a lot of the mascots.
I remember that.
Remember Cocky? South Carolina.
Yeah,
was in top five.
Well, what do they make? Like, what's kind of the
Six
dope?
figures, really.
I mean, like over 100K. Some of the highest paid mascots.
Are most of them the college mascots? Are they students?
I would assume most of the college mascots are students.
Yeah,
I don't know. With that salary, there might be some people that are competing for those jobs.
I think like if you want to be Testudo at Maryland, like it's highly competitive.
Yeah.
Like you don't just show up. You're like, I want to be Testudo, and you're the only person there. Like I think people are like fighting for those spots. Basically,
Right.
It's pretty cutthroat. But JP brought this up, and the more I see it, the more I respect what Rocky, the Nuggets mascot, did.
Well,
And
just the height.
I mean, Rocky is at half court, and he is on a rigged.
insane.
He's on a rigged ladder. It's like a Frankenstein ladder where they've combined like a 15-foot or 20-foot ladder, and then they have another ladder going up the middle of it to make it basically a 30-foot climb.
Right.
So he's 30 feet above midcourt, and he climbs to the top of like the 20-footer. Then he goes to the top of the 10-foot ladder. He has to swing his leg over the top, okay, and like straddle the top of the.
If he falls, he's breaking body parts.
Oh, I mean,
if he falls, he
he
could
might
die.
die. I
Yeah.
mean, it's a good chance
He could
dies.
die.
No, a very good chance.
Minimum, he's breaking
But,
his
like,
legs,
just
breaking
think
his
about,
neck.
Think about being 30 feet above the air or above the ground, and then you have to swing your leg over top. Meanwhile, you're wearing a ridiculous mascot costume that's big and bulky. It's got big cartoon-sized shoes. Like
These guys are
it's
nuts.
insane. So he goes all the way to the top, and then he throws the ball over his head, and he hits the shot.
He makes it a backwards half quarter from 30 feet high.
It's
Jason's
remarkable.
looking at
Look
the
at that.
Rocky cam right now.
Now, this is an old video, but he's doing the same thing, right?
Much respect. I mean, that's.
No, he took several attempts.
Oh, I don't know how many attempts
No,
he
they
did.
kept
but
feeding him balls, but
Okay.
eventually he made it. But still, it's
like,
absolutely insane.
Just think of how much you have to concentrate to be atop
I mean, look
that
how
ladder.
psycho he is.
Yeah, you guys wouldn't, even without a costume and without a ball, I don't think you guys would climb that ladder.
Hell no.
I mean, do you know?
Are you kidding me?
You know how
way.
sweaty your palms would be climbing that ladder?
No way. I could never do that. I have a tremendous fear of heights. I have a realistic fear of falling.
By the way, he's pretty good at just catching the ball that they throw up to him.
Oh, I wouldn't even be able to catch. If you threw a ball at me, I wouldn't let my hands off the ladder. It would hit me in the face.
The only thing you want to do when you're on a ladder that high is
Just
hold on to
for
the
dear
ladder.
life.
It's not grab a Spalding out of midair that some kid is chucking to you from midcourt.
No, it's pure insanity. Now, is this a bit he's been doing for years with this?
Yeah.
tattoo
No.
la-
Yeah.
This is his bit.
Yeah, he's been doing this for.
It's a great bit.
I mean, this video I'm watching is 2019.
Whoever came up with that bit in the production meeting, that guy deserves, or that woman deserves a merit raise.
Remember, I brought up the bit that was it Nuggets? I don't think it was the Nuggets. I've already forgotten which home court that was doing the leaf blower bit.
Oh, it was Cleveland, I think.
Yeah.
I think they might have done
So
that
they did-
on. I didn't watch Inside the NBA last night, but they at least referred to it.
Yeah.
I'd have to see if they did. Should we try that in studio? Bring in a leaf blower.
I mean, it would be a funny bit.
I have a leaf blower.
I mean, we're all gonna blink.
100%.
Let's just see how we fare.
I would
What
blink.
do you
in
think, Drab?
point-
Should I bring in a
0.2
leaf blower and try the leaf blower bit? I mean, we're taking
Sure.
a bite, but I
mean,
think they might have done it on Inside the NBA.
I mean,
I'm not sure I didn't watch it.
Mascots are just they're crazy. They're cut from a different cloth. Was it the Jazz mascot that would go to the top of like the set of the stands on like a toboggan or a sled and then sled down like the whole section of seats, like from the 400 level down to the 300 level? That's kind of crazy too.
Yeah, he
Totally.
gets up and down that ladder really easily.
He's nuts. He's crazy.
This is one of those things where, I'm sure you've seen on your reels when you're sitting on a toilet and you're just killing time, where guys do these kinds of things. So, like, they'll take these long shots over and over and over until they make one. There's that one guy, Tristan. I'm sure you've seen him. I don't know. He's kind of like an NBA geek, and he jumps off the wall and he throws it the full court, and he does it 100 times. He finally makes it, and it's just, it's insane. I found myself watching a video the other day of the guy with the pink. Many guys do it, but with the ping pong balls, he's sitting on the stairs off the pots and pans, and it's doing a million things. And he was doing it live. He was on an Instagram Live. And I'm telling you, I wasted
You're
15.
riveted?
I wasn't riveted, but I was bizarrely interested. And
got
I just
you.
sat there and I just watched this dope hit a ping. I probably did 100 of them while I was watching
I mean,
it.
Jason's watching the beach.
Go bing, 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 bing. It'd make it halfway down the stairs, and he'd adjust one, he'd do it again and make it a little bit farther, and then the next one would only make it a third of the way. And I just kept watching it over and over. The epitome of brain rot.
I mean, we've watched growing up dominoes when you'd see those dominoes.
I used to be fascinated by those videos back in the day.
But when the guy hits it, it might be 11 hours later. It looks impossible. When they hit it, it's incredible.
Wasn't that kind of the Bryson DeChambeau bit when he's
but they
trying to
hit the
chip a
balls over
ping
the
pong
house.
ball or whatever? I guess he's using golf balls, but in like a small
you guys
hole.
love Rube Goldbergs. That's what it is. That's a Rube Goldberg. It's where they turn simple tasks into elaborate, whimsical machines. Basically, it's kind of the same deal.
Yeah, you've seen it before, where like a guy will put like that, almost like a carnival thing in his front yard,
right?
And it'll pots and pans and shovels and slides and sleds, and the ball will go all the way around the back door, through the house, down the backyard. It's brain rot. But it is interesting.
What Rocky tells me is Gee Whiz needs to step up his game.
Well, what is Gee Whiz?
I can't think of anything
Why are
that
you
Gee
calling
Whiz.
out Gee Whiz? Gee Whiz is our guy.
Because Rocky has stepped it up. Gee Whiz needs to step up his game.
Okay.
As far as I know, Gee Whiz doesn't have. Does he have a talent?
I'm not sure what his signature is.
Hold on.
He comes around, he takes pictures.
Isn't his talent? Didn't he get run into? Who ran into Gee Whiz? And Gee Whiz sued him, right? Gee Whiz sued somebody that ran into him.
And
It was
hit
this
him,
season.
bumped him, or something.
I have to find it now. I think it was like 2 months ago.
Yeah, but what's his marketing talent? To entertain the fans.
He's taking action. Yeah, Jackson Hayes punched him.
Hayes, that's right.
By the way, this Rocky dude, the Nuggets, he's crazy. It's not just the ladder trick.
Okay.
He walks on the ledge of the suite. So where the people are sitting in the suite, and there's a huge drop off.
Yeah.
He walks on the ledge there. He walks on the ledge in front of the people in the suite.
And again, I
With
can't
no wires, not connected.
just
nothing.
walking on it.
I can't even overstate. He's wearing big cartoon oversized shoes. Like if he takes one wrong step off of that sweet edge, he's probably falling 20 or 30 feet.
If you haven't seen it, we put up at Junks Radio the video of him taking the backward shot.
Mm-hmm.
He's just comfortable with heights.
I guess.
All right. Speaking of hoops, I got breaking news.
Oh.
Breaking news. This is coming from ESPN.
Good or bad news?
It's great news.
Great news?
I think so. 5-time NBA All-Star John Wall has been named president of basketball ops by essentially the GM, Howard University.
Very good.
I'm texting my boys right now.
Look at that.
You think I'm not
He's like a basketball savant.
Hold on. Anything else in here?
You know what? I think that deserves an in-studio visit by John Wall.
I think so.
I watched Wall.
Basketball ops.
I don't know if it was on the NBA channel or I guess it was probably the NBA channel, and they were doing a bit I'm telling you, obscure players and name where they went to college. He was nailing all of them.
Oh, he's crushing them?
And it's really hard to do it nowadays.
I saw that. Yeah, he's like a basketball savant.
It's like a silly encyclopedia.
Yeah, so that'd be great.
Could I have an older reference, an encyclopedia? Has anybody in this room seen an encyclopedia in the last 50 years?
No.
Not since I lived in Bowie.
I can't believe I didn't know this already.
What? Oh, you didn't know this news?
You didn't get a heads
You thought
up?
you were plugged in. You thought you were a Howard Hoops insider. Apparently, you're not.
I mean, what did it just happen? Apparently, he's taken a hands-on approach at Howard, playing an active role in team meetings, evaluations of recruiting, transfer targets, helping shape the program's overall strategic vision with a focus on roster management. I mean, this had to have been in play for weeks.
I would assume.
I'm salty.
You're out of the loop.
I'm salty that Blakeney didn't tell me.
You know what?
Off the record. He should have said off the record.
You want to keep on down low.
You always want off the record scoop. You're so into off the record, but you can't do anything with it.
I just tell you guys.
That's the way it works. All right, when we come back, we will get into EB's entertainment page. We will do that next here on the Junks.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? John Wall has become the president of basketball operations at Howard University per ESPN. For Wall, the idea to partner with Howard began in January when he served as the team's honorary captain of the day and expressed to the school a desire to become president of basketball operations at the NBA level one day. He'll work alongside Howard's head coach Kenny Blankney and team general manager Daniel Marks in this new capacity. And Brady House crushed his first career grand slam in the fourth inning of the Nationals' massive 14-2 win over the Mets last night. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's get into eBizzle's entertainment page. And of course, it's sponsored.
That's right. It's driven by BMW Fairfax Cakes, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She'll take care of you. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Love BMW Fairfax. Pour some out cakes for a country singer.
Okay.
David Allan Coe passed away at the age of 86. You may not know him by name.
Play a song.
I know the name, but I'm not familiar with his work.
Well, the one song I know is You Can Take This Job and Shove It.
Well, I mean, that is
right?
a classic.
Classic.
From way
He
back
should be
in
a
the day.
billionaire.
Now, they also say there are other songs. I may know them, but I don't know them by name. You
All
Never
right.
Even Called Me by My Name is a song by him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not
and
ringing a bell.
The Ride. Those are two.
Might
everybody-
know them if I heard them, but I don't know them
But you
by
definitely
title.
know You Can Take This
Oh,
Job
I mean,
and
that's
Shove
a
It.
standard from
Right?
way back in the day. Yes.
Classic. He released his
What's
album.
his name? David Coe?
David Allan Coe.
David Allan Coe. 86, right?
He released his debut album, Penitentiary Blues, in
Not related to
1970.
Edgar Allan.
He's not as popular. Edgar Allan Poe higher on the Q ranking
Yes.
than David Allan Coe.
He wrote You Never Even Called Me By My Name in 1975, the perfect country and western song, they say. In 1976, he wrote Long Haired Redneck. And in which song is this one, bud?
You never even call
Me By My Name?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know this one. Do you know You Can Take
Not
This Job and
feeling it?
Shove It? You've heard that one before.
Yeah. I mean,
100%.
yeah.
Anyway, pour some out for him. Let me see, how old
Yeah.
was he? I think he was maybe
86,
something like
86.
that, yeah.
Good run.
A great
Good
run.
Looked like he was still touring as of recently, too.
He was married 6 times.
Jeez.
I would sign if somebody said right now, I guarantee
Nobody likes a quitter.
I guarantee you, Johnny Flakes Allville, you will live to the ripe age of 86. I signed the paperwork right now.
Man, it's 30 more years. I
It's
mean, I would
a
take
great
it.
run.
I think
I
I'm
mean,
in.
I would take it.
I would
But man,
take
what
it.
if they make great advances the next
My
10
son
years?
always says that to me too. My youngest
Yeah.
son's like, "Dad, the medicine in 20 or 30 years is going to be ridiculous."
Yeah.
And I want to believe it, but I mean that's like 7 years longer than the adult male average at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just read something. Now I only read the headline.
Yeah.
Glancied it.
Yes.
But that said that AI has helped figure out pancreatic cancer, like the signs of it 3 years earlier.
That's a huge help.
So can
Because most
detect
people-
a potential cancer 3 years ahead of time is a huge
that's one of the
advancement.
deadliest ones because usually when they find that one out, it's
You're
way
done.
too late.
Yeah.
It just is spread all over by the time you find out.
By the way, Coe was in legal conflict with the IRS, costing him publishing rights to most of his songs.
Oh, well, that's not good because the publishing rights, you make your dough.
Especially Take This Job and Shove It.
Oof.
All right, so this is wild here. There's a J.P. Morgan executive, a female. She's 37 years old. It looks like an attractive lady. Her name is Lorna Hadini. She's been accused of using her power to sexually harass and abuse a junior male employee. Now, apparently, she's just been kind of like begging this dude for sex from like the moment he was hired.
Really?
She's been kind of like groping him. She was drugging him using roofies.
Wow.
At one point, she was giving him a certain type of sex, and he was crying. He didn't want to partake.
Really?
That sounds bogus. That's impossible.
Well, he's married.
Who is this man?
He's married. He wasn't interested. He's a younger person, and she's sexually assaulted.
Actually, though, do you remember the scene?
By storm.
You're not
do you remember the scene from Disclosure?
No, but I was
to me more with. I think it's Michael. Is Michael Douglas in Disclosure?
No.
I might be botching the name of the movie.
Here's a more recent example. Horrible Bosses, when Jennifer Aniston is trying to get with Charlie Day. It's that sort
that
of
kind of thing.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny in
She
Horrible
apparently
Bosses.
kept sending him messages saying, "If you don't blank me soon, I'm going to ruin you. I'm going to own you. You're
Yeah.
never going to get promoted."
Wow.
I mean, she's constantly threatening.
She's humiliating his wife during sex acts.
Do they not have the same Odyssey compliance videos that we're forced to watch?
She didn't watch hers.
She didn't watch.
It's so wild. It's almost
over the top.
unbelievable.
It's almost unbelievable.
Michael Douglas is
And she
definitely
looks attractive, right? Like the pictures.
Very
she looks-
attractive.
She looks attractive.
She is.
There's a scene in Disclosure where Demi Moore tries to perform an act and starts performing that, and somehow Michael Douglas stops it.
Yeah.
Right.
Hold on. What's her name? Laura Houdini?
Now, apparently, Laura Hadini,
Great-granddaughter of Harry.
Hajdini.
I got to YouTube this girl.
But apparently, I guess he had some ethnicity to him, and she kept calling him her brown boy, my Arab boy
that
toy.
sounds like she's committing multiple violations in the workplace.
Oh yeah, I mean none
like
of this is
100 of them.
None of this is kosher in the work environment, Cakes, or any environment really.
No, apparently not.
So weird situation. So she's got to be done, right? Her career's got to be over. How did this all come
Well,
about?
they
Did he
could
file
fit-
a
they could-
lawsuit or something?
They might be able to figure out that this guy's lying somehow.
Okay, and that it was consensual.
No, he could be fabricating all of it.
Could be fabricated, or it was just a consensual relationship.
Could be consensual, like when Valdez gets his back rubbed by Cakes.
Right.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Kate.
No. Hold on.
Does that make you cry?
We are always.
Or does it make me cry?
We're always consensual parties when it comes to the back rubs.
He is your superior. Maybe you feel.
I do. I feel uncomfortable. Might have to take all those bitcoins from him.
I mean, the moans and the groans that I get out of Valdez when I hit his spots.
Maybe I'm just turning it on because you're my superior, Cakes.
I'm just locked in. I'm just locked in on Valdez's traps, I guess. Are those the trap muscles that I'm massaging?
Yeah.
It's so weird that you do that more to him than your wife.
I gave my wife a massage recently. Probably not as extensive as the one I gave Valdez, but I did give her one.
Yeah.
It's not just Valdez.
Because you know he's going to give you props.
Yeah, he loves these magic fingers. What these magic fingers do to him.
Lorna. This girl Lorna's pretty, but we can only see her headshot.
Or I love my job.
We don't,
Nah.
we don't know how she looks below the neck.
One of her quotes too was,
Shouldn't
quote,
matter.
"Never forget, I effing own you."
Right.
And she was like really in this dude's head.
Hardcore, Cakes.
Man,
all right,
Wish I had a boss like that at some point.
Yeah, I mean,
a female boss.
I never had a female.
I didn't have one like that at Wild World and said Cakes was my boss.
I've never had an attractive female boss that was begging me to let her do naughty things to me.
It's never
That's
happened in your
never
life.
happened in my employment history. I can safely say that.
Rarely happened in your life in general.
Yeah, but certainly not in the workplace.
No sillies at Toys R Us.
No. I can say that with confidence.
Yeah.
Meet me behind the Tickle Me Elmos.
This is an interesting story. 2 New Jersey residents.
Your lips taste like cigarette smoke.
They definitely did back
that
then.
was true. That was
A
very
father-
I love your short sleeve button up.
true. Oh, I definitely wore those. Man, you're triggering me, Valdez. You bring me back to a dark place.
Oh, your Caesar haircut. What? You applied to Taco Bell too?
And Foot Locker.
Hey, I was a desired employee. I was a hot commodity back in the day.
Did you get offers? Did you get?
I'm not sure you got from all
know
of
you
them.
applied. Did you get offers?
Maybe. I don't remember.
I think maybe not Taco Bell. I don't think he was Taco Bell material.
Taco Bell, I did one shift at Taco Bell, and I was like, this is not for me. I need to go work in a toy store instead.
He didn't get an offer.
No, I refused Taco Bell. I said, I can't work here. I'm above Taco Bell. Now I'm hungry for Taco Bell lunch.
All right, so two New Jersey residents, a father-daughter, had a scheme here, Cakes, that netted him $2 million. Let me see. The names are Erwin Bankowski and Carolina Bankowski.
Okay, what was the scam?
You know what the scam was?
Love to hear it.
They were selling fake, forged artworks, claiming they were done by Warhol, Banksy, Picasso, and others. Netted him $2 million. Now, here's what's so
Who's
interesting.
dumb enough to buy a fake Banksy?
Well,
or fake
people don't
Warhol?
know. They say, first of all, they hired like a artist in Poland.
Okay.
It was duplicating some of them. They also say it appears from reading between the lines that some of them were just flat out printed. And they're saying today's printing technology is so great.
Makes it look
that
identical.
It's almost indistinguishable from the originals. And if you're not sophisticated in the art world and you don't know how to verify these kinds of things, that you could be easily duped. They sold over 200 pieces that netted them over $2 million. I think they're facing
now they're busted.
They're facing 20 years of prison, Cakes.
Jeez.
For the scam.
They're not getting
brutal.
20 years.
Probably not, but I mean, I could believe it. You show me something, how would I know how to authenticate it? But I have no idea.
You think I know anything about art?
Yeah, and if you're
I know nothing.
But yeah, I guess the key would be the price. Some of these were selling for like $5,000. Well, you know, a Warhol's not going to sell for $5,000.
That has to be a first warning sign.
$5,000. How about this fraud scheme? There was a guy who worked at Chick-fil-A.
I saw this genius. This guy is a diabolical
I didn't understand.
genius.
So this was like a mac and cheese thing
Yes.
he was doing, right?
Yeah.
He processed about 800 fake mac and cheese orders, issuing refunds to personal accounts and causing more than $80,000 in losses.
I thought it was more than 80 grand. Wasn't it like 800 grand?
It was 80 grand.
Was it 80K?
It was 80 grand. But I don't understand. So he was just saying.
So he would ring up
a mac and
take it with
cheese.
somebody who's done something similar to this in
Yeah.
the past.
Go ahead.
He would ring up fake mac and cheese orders.
Right.
And then he would refund them back to his personal credit card.
It's so easily traceable, though. Isn't that
Of course it's traceable. He's a dumb criminal.
Well, how long was he doing it?
He did it $80,000 worth. That's
He
a
did
lot
800 orders.
That's a lot of mac and cheese.
Yeah, well, that's how much money Chick-fil-A is making. They don't really that doesn't trigger them.
Printing the money.
Went there yesterday.
Well, sure.
Let's go real
Spicy
quick.
chicken sand, extra pickles.
Did you get the
waffle
chocolate chip
fries?
cookie? I told you guys got to try the cookie.
I did.
It's really
I
good.
know. I just got the sandwich.
You just got the sandwich?
Just the sandwich.
You didn't get the combo with waffle fries and a drink?
I didn't get the combo.
It's very bizarre.
Yeah, it's kind of
bizarre behavior.
How you save money though? The drinks is drinks game.
$6.03.
Impressive.
Let's go to Mike, Indian Head. Mike, what's up, buddy? Go with the junk.
Gentlemen, hey, I've been with y'all since the beginning, and that mac and cheese story is awful. I saw it last night on the internet. Anyhow, back to David Allan Coe. I hate to repeat, but he was notoriously known for his racist songs and stuff.
Oh, he was a racist dude?
Yeah,
okay.
he got kicked off the Grand Ole Opry. He threw the N-word around on the opera stage.
What's going on?
Well,
we shouldn't be celebrating this guy then. Okay, good. It's good to know.
I mean, he definitely had his issues.
I think if you get kicked off the Grand Ole Opry for being racist, you have to be like really racist.
Maybe, yeah.
Man,
I'm
that
just guessing.
That was like way back in the day, man. You know,
Yeah.
I mean.
Right.
But anyhow, I
All
want
right,
to
good
tell
info.
you guys something. I was best friends growing up with Kevin Davis, and our families used to take vacations to Maine, Lake
All right.
Copaceconte. And I hung out with that guy up until the point where high school, because I went to Parkdale and he went to DeMatha.
Oh, you made a bad
But,
choice.
Yeah, well, it wasn't my choice. I mean, I did Catholic school before that, but, you know, my parents weren't financially
I
obligated.
hear you.
But
I hear you.
anyhow, I ain't doing too bad. But anyhow, Kevin's a good friend of mine, and you guys are rocking it, man. Congratulations on your anniversary.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you,
Mike. Come
Appreciate that.
come out to Dewey. You sound like you fit right in.
Yeah,
come out to
you'd
Dewey,
be
hang out.
perfect.
It'd be perfect.
You'd be
there.
right in the mix.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
Y'all have a great day.
All right. Thank you. You too, pal. Just a couple
Mike
other
from
stories
Indian
here.
Head.
Bing Rames is in the news. Doesn't look great, Cakes. He collapsed at a restaurant. He was rushed to a hospital. Now I think they say he was on his way home after he's rushed to a hospital earlier Wednesday. So I guess he did collapse. He was eating at a restaurant in North Hollywood. He got overheated, they say, and then
just dropped.
They took him to the hospital, but then they sent him home. So it looks like he's going to be okay. So I don't know.
He had aged a lot.
66.
Bing
in
Rames.
the last part 2, Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
Now he did die in that film too.
Okay.
But,
Maybe that was part of the deal.
No, but he didn't look like Ving Rhames anymore.
Yeah. He didn't look like Marcellus Wallace from Pulp Fiction, that version of Ving Rhames.
How old is Ving?
66.
66.
And Leanne Rhymes is in the news, Cakes. Remember, we just saw her a couple weeks ago. She had that chiropractor video that went viral.
Yep.
Unfortunately, she's had to postpone 2 shows recently due to severe illness.
What is
she
it?
had just went viral for the jaw release therapy that she
that's
did.
right. I'm gonna give that therapy to Valdez during the break. Jaw release therapy.
Yeah.
Shut the door.
What is jaw lock on? I don't know if you can do jaw release.
I don't know. We'll see. I might push the boundaries.
And they do have the final cause of death. Remember, we talked about Patrick Muldoon's sort of sudden passing. He was in the shower.
Heart attack.
Yep.
Who was that again? Remind me.
You've seen him before. He was on Days of Our Lives.
Okay.
He's an actor. You've seen him a million times.
I think he was on Melrose Place. But they say the official cause of death was heart attack. So get your tickers checked out there.
Have to. It's important.
I think JP always talks about if you can survive through your 50s without having the big one.
Ooh, I'm
you
halfway there.
You got a good shot.
Halfway there,
I think
baby.
Bill Burr named his latest comedy special something like that. Like
Heart attack?
Nah.
Uh-huh.
It's the bottom line. It is the years where a lot of men have heart
Dude,
attacks.
I saw there's video of
mid-50s.
Sinbad. It was kind of going viral.
Valdez
Sinbad's had a
pops to attention.
stroke. He
Yeah.
hasn't performed in years. And you can see he's still suffering. I'm not even sure he can even walk today. And he's kind of still struggling to get the words out, but he says he wants to make a return to the stage. I think he was set to perform last night, actually.
There you
somewhere.
go. Bill Burr's new comedy special. I mean, it's been out for a while. It's called The Drop Dead Years.
Drop Dead Years, yep.
Man, we haven't had Bill Burr on in forever.
Yeah. It's too big time.
He used to come in studio all the time.
Big
Man,
star.
he just wanted to hang out.
Yep. All right, when we come back, we're going to tell you why going elephant hunting in Africa could be hazardous to your health. We'll do that next here on The Fan. All right, so I mentioned how elephant hunting in Africa can be hazardous to your health.
Well, like if you're a tourist or if you're just like that's what you do for your job.
No, I think if you're a tourist, if you're on one of those cars or those trucks and you're on the back of it, those elephants will come after those
this
trucks.
is a little bit different. This is a guy who was hunting other animals. He was hunting a species of small forest antelope in Gabon. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't even know.
God.
Gabon is the name of a country in Africa. This 75-year-old dude who's a millionaire was on a hunting expedition hunting antelope. Problem is, he stumbled upon an elephant herd as he was hunting the antelope, and the elephant herd had at least 2, maybe 3 calves, two or three young elephants that they were protecting. And
are they calves or cubs?
I think they're called calves.
Oh, they are.
I could
elephant calf.
I think they're elephant calves.
All right.
And he spooked the elephant herd, and he got trampled to death by an elephant.
How fast can elephants move?
They can move for their size. They can move fast.
Fast enough.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're hunting on
Never
foot,
really seen one move fast.
I mean, first of all, he's hunting on foot.
Okay.
He's 75. Like,
yeah.
Do you think he's fast? No.
Probably not.
Probably not. He's probably weighed down by a bunch of hunting gear, and an elephant trampled him to death. And Drab and I were talking about it. I don't really feel that bad for the guy. Honestly, if I don't feel bad for trophy hunters who have the tables turned on them and are killed by the animals that they're hunting. I don't really have a problem with that.
Yeah, just
if you are hunting for food and survival, like if you're thinning the herd of deer that are overpopulating an area, hunt away. But if your sole purpose is to go out and kill like an elephant or like a lion,
right,
which is just completely senseless, and you wind up dead in the process, I don't really have a lot of sympathy for you. My heart's not gonna pour out for you that you expired because an elephant stepped on your head while you're hunting.
Yeah, but
in Africa.
I gotta say, no, listen, I'm not a big pet guy.
Understood.
But I'm not gonna really care if an elephant dies or if a tiger dies or a lion dies. It doesn't really affect me.
I mean,
affects me zero.
They're gonna die at some point in the the circle of life, but I mean to have their lives cut short, especially if you're like an endangered species that these people are hunting.
I guess.
I just think it's kind of gross.
I think I should probably feel the way you do. I just don't.
I understand.
I think you're probably on the right side of morality.
But Drab and I are squarely in the camp of if you F around in an elephant's territory and you wind up
FAFO.
Yeah. You F around and find out.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised.
You kind of had it coming. You kind of had that coming.
Yeah. That's probably fair. It's fair. You're never going to find me in that situation.
Of course not. You're never going to go on a safari.
I'm not going to go on a safari ever. Never, ever, ever would I ever.
But we had friends in college who went elephant hunting a lot, especially late at night.
Different brand of elephant hunting.
Yeah.
Last call, you get whatever you get. I mean, I've seen that.
We've all seen it.
I've seen that before. It is hilarious. I mean, I had one roommate.
Target acquired.
We had one roommate and literally would sneak those elephants in the back door.
Oh, man.
so hurt.
I mean,
that is so bad.
And then he would try to sneak them out early in the morning.
Yeah.
And we would all run to the windows to go see.
The old walk of shame.
Go see what elephant he was walking out to her car.
I still remember we dubbed one California because her nose looked like California, the state.
Oh, really?
It was huge.
That is rough. You guys are a rough crowd.
Rough crowd cakes. Rough crowd.
Man, I would never. I'm sorry. I would just never go on these safaris and hunt. Not hunt.
I don't. Yeah.
Just go look at elephants.
Oh, by the way, I didn't even know this detail. He was fatally gored by one of the elephant's tusks.
Yeah, of course.
So he didn't get stepped on. He got basically impaled by an elephant tusk.
He got franked.
Frank, hold on. You got
Frank
gored.
gored.
Good one, JP.
Yeah.
That's
Or
a good
Al.
One. That's a good one.
Al
Frank
Gore.
is better.
Yeah, I
Because
agree.
Frank is
Frank's a little tougher.
That guy ran like a friggin' tank.
Yeah.
That guy was a mean SOB on the field.
I don't know why. He just made me think of like Steve Irwin. You know, when he died. You know, when he got the
Stingray barb right in the ticker.
Died instantly.
Yeah.
There was a clip I saw of all these like Hollywood guys that like died on set.
Mm-hmm.
Did you realize that John Candy was only? I think he was only 43.
I know
when
he was
died?
young. Yeah.
He was was only 43.
Heart
He
attack.
died on set, I think,
Right?
filming something.
Yeah.
John Ritter was on set when he was filming something. He died.
His aorta exploded.
Yeah, they
Another heart
misinterpreted it
attack.
as
What
just
a-
like a heart attack.
How old was
worse.
he?
John Ritter was relative.
I think he was under 50. I think he was under. He's a little younger than you might think. I think.
I thought he was 55 when he
John
died.
Ritter he was born in 48, died in 03. So he was,
55
what's that
then.
math?
That's
54.
54.
Younger,
What was-
younger than everybody in this room, by the way.
Remind me of the heavy comedian again who died. You reminded me with John Candy. The other one, he was on Saturday Night Live. What's the guy's name?
Farley. Chris Farley.
Chris Farley.
Yeah.
Did he die of a heart attack?
Well, he
I think
died
it
of
was drug
massive
overdose.
drug
He
use.
died of a speedball.
Oh, he died of drug use. I thought he died of a heart attack.
I think so. I think that was definitely drug abuse related.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I got
But he was young too.
Yeah.
Oh, he was definitely young.
But when you talked about the elephant, it made me think of Steve Irwin with the whatever you said that was, the
Stingray.
barb, the stingray barb. He was like, just
I mean, what are the odds that a stingray stings you at some part of your body? It just happens to sting him right in his heart.
Is that what got him, or just being impaled got him?
I think it was just like that stinger just probably just
it's that
pierced his
strong
heart
enough
and just
that you
massive
pierced your
blood
heart?
loss.
Okay, yeah.
I would assume.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm no doctor.
Did we have him in studio?
No,
We just on the phone.
On the phone.
On the phone. Yeah.
What were you going to say, Drabby?
Stingrays only kill 1 to 2 people a year.
How about that?
Worldwide.
I mean,
Yeah, I
that
mean,
is
there's
shocking.
Such a bad beach.
It's the worst luck ever.
Didn't I win
usually-
a bet on that though? I won a bet because I said Steve Irwin's playing with fire. He's gonna die.
Yes,
I think
during
you
our
did.
throwback 30 when we had
Yeah.
replayed Steve Irwin,
Yeah,
we
what a big
uncovered
bet.
audio where you had a show bet that throughout the history of the show that at some point Steve Irwin's going to die.
Yeah, like Jace or somebody had to pay me $50 or
I
something.
think JP owed you 50. I think JP owed you $50.
I paid you that day.
Yeah.
I would assume the majority of stingray stings occur on people's feet, ankles, like shin area, because people are waiting.
Are they super common in certain areas?
They're common in South Carolina.
They
They're all
are.
over the place in Kiowa. Like
yeah.
we've had multiple
really?
people stung. I mean, we've been going there for 30 plus years.
They're common at the Atlantis.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, there's
So,
common.
Although
you're just
some
swinging-
NFL
so it
players
could
think they're
happen.
seals.
You could suffer Steve
They're-
Irwin's fate.
Yes.
You're just in the ocean, minding your own business, not doing anything obnoxious. You're just minding your business.
I mean,
But
I
like
would
you
think
said,
that they
1
would.
to 2 per year around the
They're
world.
going to stay away from you.
Like you're much more likely to be bitten by a shark than you are like die from a stingray attack.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know that they were that like popular in like normal
They're
places.
prevalent.
in
Yeah.
normal places. Huh. Because
Oh, yeah, they're all over
I
the
think I'd be
Caribbean.
scared if I saw
Don't
one.
get stung by a deadly jellyfish like a Portuguese man of war. You might be a dead man.
Well, those things will kill you.
Yeah, certain jellyfish stings will kill you.
I mean, I've definitely had Ocean City jellyfish.
Now,
whatever
most
those
Ocean
are.
City jellyfish,
What are those things,
They're just gonna like cause pain and give you like a red
Yes.
spot on your body.
Yes.
But if you encounter the wrong jellyfish, you're gonna wind up in Davy Jones's locker, so to speak, dead in the water.
Yeah.
So hopefully it doesn't happen to you.
Yeah.
Stay far away.
I don't have to go in the water when I go to the beach. You know, that's when I really appreciate drinking. Just being under my tent.
Day drinking,
Day
under your
drinking.
umbrella,
That-
under your awning.
Yeah, that's what I'll always make an exception. I might go a year, very rarely drink. If I go to the beach for a week, I'm going to drink.
Yeah.
I'm going to drink at the
All
beach.
bets are off.
All bets are off.
Yeah.
Well,
Jason might
you're gonna-
see you on his.
I know.
You're going to go
beach,
for 2 nights.
screensaver.
You're going to go for 2 nights. You're going to drink.
I know.
Oh, that's
I know.
definitely going to happen at Dewey Beach. That is Friday, May 22nd. You don't want to miss that. You can hang out with the Junks Memorial Day weekend.
And if you listen to Throwback 30, Valdez has put together some highlights of our Dewey Beach recaps.
Perfect.
So
Love
check
that.
that out on the Junkies podcast feed.
Yep, be sure to check that out. We will be right back in an open line Thursday here on the Junks. Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905, is expanding beyond shoes for the very first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with a new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked up the Junks with hoodies, long-sleeve shirts, and graphic tees. I love my brown hoodie and my brand new pair of boots. Both are comfortable to wear in studio during the show, when I'm working around the house, or just out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection yourself. Welcome back to an Open Line Thursday, brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home, because it's where you live. 800-636-1067 is the number.
Hey, I was just walking back to the sales department, and one of the side conference rooms had I don't know why they were showing the Nats game, but they had John Lannon's picture up there. Do you remember when I told John Lannon he wasn't going to make the Hall of Fame?
I do remember that, yes. It kind of sticks out.
That's the first thing that struck me when I saw his face. That was very awkward.
I'm surprised you remember.
You made it awkward.
I made it awkward.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You actually didn't think you were insulting him because you thought he obviously knew.
Yeah.
That he
I don't know what led up.
You know what I mean?
I don't know
and
what
he
led
actually insulted him and didn't think he was.
He was like 23.
He was
like I mean, obviously you're not going to make the Hall of Fame, but you know.
He was definitely 20.
Well, I mean-
I think he was older than that.
I mean, Jason was just being brutally honest. I mean, he was correct.
He was correct. Nobody doubted
it's not
the correctness
something
of
to
it.
say to somebody.
But I don't know why I said it.
It wasn't as bad as when Cakes asked Chad Johnson, now Ocho Cinco, if he still had Chris Henry's number, who was dead in his phone.
I mean, it's not my finest moment. It's not my proudest moment.
Ocho Cinco, to his credit, he just went right past it. Didn't let it bother
He
him.
rolled with the punches.
You know what?
So to
you know what,
speak.
Valdez? That can be another Throwback Thursday thing.
Awkward moments.
Awkward moments
Yeah.
on the show where
Cringeworthy moments.
I take the Donna's microphone.
you take the Donnas. I do the John Lannon thing. He does the Ocho Cinco.
Yeah.
I can do that.
There's a lot to go around.
I was working on something
Similar to that?
Yeah, like Botch Week.
Yeah. Our interaction with Seth Greenberg, that got testy.
I read the long Bob Ryan's article
There's
about
plenty.
college hoops.
I mean, this might be like a 2-hour piece of tape, Valdez, you're putting together.
What
It is 30 years.
What about the time when we were we had stayed after the show to tape an interview? I can't remember the Detroit Tiger player. He was an outfielder.
Yeah.
Bobby Higginson, right?
Bobby Higginson.
Yeah.
And
then we played it on the show.
We played it on the show, and it went.
The tape.
The tape just died.
We tried to act like it was a live interview.
Yes.
Did you also tell Bobby Higginson he wouldn't be a Hall of Famer?
Probably.
During
No,
that
but he had his
interview?
moments. All right, let's go.
Lannon actually had. I mean, he didn't win a lot of games, but his ERA was actually pretty good when he was here.
Lannon, you're talking.
Lannon. Yeah.
Let's go to Bryce in Calvert County. Bryce, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
How you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. I have a unique outlook on big game hunting. I've never done it, but I know people who've done it. One of my former bosses was one of the top 100 big game hunters in the world. Lived in Huntingtown. Big game hunters aren't poachers. They call out the oldest in whatever animal they're hunting. They make sure they're beyond reproductive age, and then whatever money and meat is left over, it goes to the community. It goes to the people that live there. So the people that live there make their living off of the tourism and the big game hunting.
Yeah, but Cakes is talking
keep their
about
eyes on
just
that.
like maybe a rich guy that goes over there and does it kind of just for sport. You know what I mean?
And that's basically what it is. You have to have a guide to do it with you. And the guides get tipped well. The whatever game they kill, they'll get stuffed and taxidermy. That's a huge coin for whoever gets.
Yeah, you
to do
can
that.
see some validity there. I appreciate that.
And like I said, they don't just go out mindlessly killing tigers and stuff. Those are poachers. Those guys are beeholes, and they can go and bury them under the jail. But,
Right. Okay. Fair distinction.
Cool. All
Thank
right.
you,
Well,
Bryce. Appreciate
thank
it.
you, Bryce.
Here's a question I had for Case. I thought about it. I don't know why, but you know I love that show, Wicked Tuna. Do you stand? Do you have the same stand against fishermen? If you're going out there and you're just fishing,
Probably not.
right?
For some reason,
No.
it's not like I have fish ranked below. Fish just
I know, but these
lower
big
on the
giant
totem pole.
tunas that
Yeah,
they're
but
pulling
I don't
in.
have a
Yeah,
problem
but
with
they
it.
are eating it.
Yeah,
Of course.
they're using it for
Usually.
food.
I'm eating
as a
it.
food source.
I'm glad they're catching him because I'm eating it.
Fish aren't lovable or don't look cute.
It's true. It's a very
Okay.
good point.
All right.
People get upset because sometimes the animals look cute.
Can Wicked Tuna not exist on like YouTube or something? How do they not? Still
Is it gone? You can't find
consume
Wicked
it?
Tuna.
Well, the show they canceled the show.
But there have to be old episodes, like you said, on YouTube or
That's-
other
I'm not interested in
streaming
You want it to
older
continue
episodes.
on just in a different format.
You want newbies.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved the
Maybe that could be
chase.
your mission in life. You resurrect Wicked Tuna.
Yeah.
You start the next iteration of it.
I'd rather resurrect, although I think it has been resurrected a few times. High stakes poker.
Well, who wouldn't love to see that?
How great was that?
I mean, everybody would love to watch that.
And those guys are playing for their own cash.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Open line Thursday.
Can I play poker now online?
Yeah,
and
but
trust
rogue
it.
sites.
And trust it.
The problem is
That I
there's so
don't know.
many bots.
Oh, okay.
You might even be able to trust the site, but there are so many bots now.
Well, I'm not going to play. I'm going to play quarters or tables or 50-cent tables. I'm not going to
but
play.
they have the bots on those too.
I know it's fine, but as long as I'm playing, I don't care
No,
about.
you can play.
I'm not going to win. I just
You're
wanna play.
unlikely to win.
Yeah.
Consistently.
You could play next week in the Cakes Classic. You could just bust early and go to sleep at like 8:30.
That's what I've done. Not necessarily going to sleep early.
You need to move
but
it to 11 a.m. for Old Bishbuck.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. It's probably going to stay at standard starting time, 7:15 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a story here I know that Drabby hit where you touch on Brandon Ayuk. And obviously Brandon Ayuk is the great unknown, right? We don't know what kind of condition he's in. We don't know when the Niners are going to let him go. Is anybody going to trade for him? But I know TJ Husmanzada, I guess, was maybe his personal receivers coach.
Mm-hmm.
And he recently, basically said, hey, if the guy doesn't call me back or respond to me, I mean,
it wasn't a glowing review.
Why would I promote him or why would I want to be involved with that person? He kind of distanced himself from Ayuk. Does that give you pause if you're an Ayuk supporter?
Yes.
100%.
I mean, if his receivers coach can't get in touch with him,
He's like personal receivers coach.
Yeah. Wouldn't you?
Look, if you want to bring in Brandon
It's
Ayuk
interesting.
and give him $4 million and a bunch of incentives and try it as a one-year rental, I don't have a huge problem with it. Just keep your expectations low is what I would think for Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, I don't think you could expect peak Ayuk.
No.
How many red flags do you guys need to get
I don't
off
need-
of Brandon Ayuk?
I don't need any
They're
more.
all over the
I'm pretty
place.
much off of him.
He's done. It's cooked.
No, you're saying you guys. It's one guy. It's this
Well,
guy.
I mean, just mean Commander fans who still want him, whoever they are. I don't know.
I would say, of course, I would kick the tires on Brandon Ayuk 100%.
Why-
JP's okay with it. JP's okay with bringing him in and signing him for
just cut him. If the guy's a jerk, cut him.
a
If
low
he's
dollar
fat,
deal,
cut him.
and if he sucks, he's out.
Yeah. Here's the question. I think there's
I
no
told you I'd
risk.
rather have Tyreek Hill.
I'd rather have Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs showed last year he's still capable. Like, he still wants to play NFL football. I have a question as to whether Brandon Ayuk still wants to play NFL football.
Yeah.
Does he have a burning desire to still be in the league?
Doesn't sound like it.
I guess the fantasy with Ayuk is it could be more than a 1 year sort of fill-in thing. Like the fantasy is
Could be.
if would still have a couple years left.
Yeah,
Right.
but the
That's
problem.
why
Here's
that's
the problem. If you
somewhat
sign-
appealing.
If
But I admit it's a fantasy.
If you sign him to a 1 year deal for low dollars and he has a good year, and you go,
He's going to want to get paid.
all right, we need you. We're going to sign you.
Right.
And you sign him to a longer deal, and then he turns into the old Brandon Ayuk.
You can't have that
Well, you would
happen.
hope, presumably, that's not going to happen because of his relationship with Jaden, but, who knows?
If he were to come here and were to hit like that,
Yeah.
he'd be on a series of 1 year deals. And if somebody else comes in and is willing to offer him big money, well, then he's going to have to go to
Good on them, but that
play at
might be
Green
hard to
Bay
find.
or Jacksonville, wherever.
He might have nuked any potential he'd have for serious long-term money, right? Why would anybody give that guy serious guaranteed money?
It would be tough.
You
It
know,
would be tough. Tough pill to swallow.
But
to do
Drav,
that.
I don't see the downside of kicking the tires on a kid like him. And
If you don't have to pay him his contract.
And
I'd
this is
rather
one
have
of his
Van
closest
Jefferson or
allies.
whoever.
Drab T-shirt is a Brandon Ayuk ally, Arizona
I
State
like him.
guy.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah. I liked
distancing
him.
himself too.
yeah.
You got to know when to break up with someone.
Got to know when to
Well, I
hold
haven't
him, know when
dated
to
him yet.
fold
I
him,
want to date him
Drabby.
first. Let me date him a little bit, see what he's got left.
You're going to wine and
Waste
dine
your
him?
time.
Maybe it is a waste of time. Might be. He might be completely useless.
Did you see who's leading the quarterback battle in Cleveland?
Yes.
Deshaun Watson, which I find kind of stunning.
I actually found the reporting by Mary Kay Cabot. Is that how you say her name? We've had her on the show
Isn't it
before, obviously.
Cabot, or is it really
Cabot? I don't know.
Cabot?
I don't know how to say
I'm going to go with Cabot.
Cabot.
No, it's definitely not that.
We know she's been the longtime reporter
Yes.
there in Cleveland for, I don't know, 20 years. It was wild. She was almost advocating for Deshaun. She was like, he was the clear-cut favorite. Let's just name him number one already. What are we waiting for? Like, did you see that report from her?
I did see it.
That tweet? It was I thought it was kind of
The
bizarrely
Cleveland
written.
Browns are going to stink
By
on
the way,
ice again.
I'm not surprised he's leading the battle. He's clearly the most talented out of the physically talented.
Yeah, I don't think it's a surprise.
It's the off the field stuff. Is why would you even give him the chance to win the battle? That's my
Well,
question.
that off the field stuff, I think is. I mean, he paid his penance. He suffered his penalty. I mean, you can hold it against him. That's fine, but he's eligible to play. I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is when he's played the last couple of years, he's been bad.
Well, it's because
he
he's
hasn't
had those
been
injuries.
anywhere near.
But he's still
what he
better than
was.
Shador. He's better than who else they got? Dylan Gate. He's better than all those guys. I get it.
Yeah. I just thought
So
it
I'm
was
not surprised by
I
that.
thought it was bizarre that a beat reporter, I consider her a beat reporter. Isn't that what she is? I mean, she's been on that beat for 20-some years. That she was kind of advocating, let's just name him number one already. What are we doing? I don't know if she was being sarcastic.
Maybe that's
I didn't understand.
Maybe she's emphasizing that there's a gap between Watson and Sanders,
which I could understand. By the way, I would be fascinated to see it too. What if he could What if he could pull out?
I'll be honest, nothing fascinates me about the Cleveland Browns. I think they are a train wreck, especially by hiring Todd Monken. I think that team's just all over 4 to 5 wins.
What if he
Monken's his new guy? That's his new Dan Campbell.
Coach of the year.
His new Sirianni.
I always have a guy.
You know what? Throw some cash on it, though, these.
Yeah, hold on. What's the venom towards Monken?
There's no venom. I just think that team's going to be a 4 or 5 win team.
Yeah, but why do you?
No,
why are
but
you
why is
disrespecting
Monken in the crosshairs?
He did wear bad jeans in one of those videos.
He looks like a dinosaur.
Yeah, that's it. That's my entire reason for being out on him.
That's why I hated on Dan Campbell.
Maybe he proves me wrong. Maybe he's a genius, but something tells me that he's not. All right, coming up next, it's Zabe and Nick Ashew sitting in for BMitch and Finlay next here on The Fan.
John Wall has become the president of basketball operations at Howard. Howard is one of only 5 mid-major programs out of 222 to make the NCAA tournament in 3 of the past 4 seasons. And the Nats crushed the Mets 14-2 last night. On the mound, Cade Cavalli threw 6 innings of 2-run ball while striking out 10. This is his second straight outing that Cavalli fanned 10 batters. He joins Max Scherzer, Steven Strasburg, Patrick Corbin, and Gio Gonzalez as the only Nats to do that. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew in for JP and Finlay today. We just yelled at each other right before this. I didn't realize we were even on.
And Finlay?
Yeah, that's what I meant. JP Finlay and BMitch
and Finlay.
So here's the thing.
Problem is there's 2 JPs. We were just talking
Yes.
to JP, John Paul Flame from the Junkies, about eating pallets and his son, who is now a freshman in college, but still is a very limited eater. And I said, that's not far off from what I tend to eat.
You don't eat any vegetables whatsoever.
No, I do not. As Ron Swanson said in Parks and Rec, that's what my food eats.
Ron Swanson, one of the greatest characters of all time.
I tried to get into that show. I was urged because I'm a huge Office fan.
Yes.
And they said, oh my God, if you love The Office, you would love Parks and Rec. So I endeavor onto it, and I plow through the first 6, 7 episodes of the first season, and then I tapped out.
Really?
Yes. And people said, why? And I go, because it is the Hydrox cookie to the Oreo that is The Office. It is a cheaper knockoff of The Office, and it offends me. And people got mad at me for having that opinion.
So can I be honest with you? As a big Parks and Rec fan, but also a big Office fan,
yes,
it gets better.
Everyone says
you
that.
You have to let it find
Everyone
the character
says
development.
that.
I'm telling you, dude, it is worth it. I would almost suggest just skip to like midway through season 2. Like, give it more of a chance.
That's also the common refrain from people who love the show.
Because when it first came out, I didn't like it that much either. I thought the same thing. You're trying to be The Office.
Yeah.
This isn't the same thing.
Right.
It gets better.
You're not Jim. You're not Pam.
No.
Keep
because
it
you have the
moving.
nostalgia of the characters that you remember from The Office.
Oh, yeah.
And then once you start really getting into the characters in Parks and Rec, you go, okay, I could do this. And Ron Swanson gets better. And like it's worth it when it's all done.
I do like Nick Offerman a lot. I'll give you that.
Yes.
Very funny.
Swanson is one of the best. The Nats won last night. How about that?
I mean, not only did they win,
Let's go.
But they once again set every Met fan into orbit of rage. Frank the Tank from Barstool.
terrible.
I was going to pull his audio from his rant, and literally every third syllable was the F-bomb in some conjugation or another. I mean, they're down 14-2, and they're shooting fireworks off doing an in-game promotion. Like, yay, look at this, everybody. You are getting drilled. Your pitching staff is the ones providing the fireworks. But how about this frisky, fun, spunky Nats team?
We're starting to get to that point. It was like, I want to say about 3 years ago when we first started to watch that original rebuild climb up to the point where we went, I think it's starting to click. They didn't make the playoffs, but we at least had like the wild card conversation late in the season. And then everything fell apart, and they've been what they've been for a while. But this is what happens when you have a young team that does have, I guess you could say, not a lot of pressure on them, not a lot of expectations. No. You get to that point where you start to go,
they've got none.
Okay, none, fair. That's
Zero.
fair. Yeah.
This is the ultimate free roll season for a group of kids, plus some guys who are not quite kids, but are really playing great right now, Wood and Abrams. And this is a fun potential season. Now we got to keep ourselves grounded here. It is not even May yet. Tomorrow, it'll be May.
Mm-hmm.
But this could be one of those years where you're like, holy crap, I had no idea this young team could be so fun.
And when you're a team that's rebuilding, they're worth watching when they're young and there's no expectations whatsoever. If you're a Mets fan, though, thank God we're not. Listen, if you think you've suffered through things, imagine being a Mets fan. There are a lot of people that are Mets and Jets fans. I'm convinced that the Mets are cursed because they've got an owner that wants to win. They've got an owner that's rich that wants to spend money. They've got an owner that admitted he made a mistake when he first got there with the money he spent with the team and gutted the whole roster. Now he's tried round 2 of this.
This is his second go-round of trying to figure it out.
And it's just as bad, if not worse.
I asked you in the bullpen, I'm like, why do you think the Mets are always a joke? Because the ownership has changed. The players have changed. Lord knows they've swapped out managers.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why is it that way? And I don't know if there's any good answer.
I
know
it's
several
spiritual.
Met fans.
It has to be spiritual.
You think it's spiritual?
There is no explanation of this world that makes sense.
Is it because of how they were born, basically? As a franchise way back in the day when they were the lovable but stinky Mets. Always the younger brother. Always the second fiddle, the B-side to the mighty New York Yankees.
Zabe, I think what it is that it's a collective group of Mets fans that always thinks negative and manifests more negative energy. And therefore, the negative energy that they're manifesting continues to carry on through different iterations of this. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just glad I'm not a Mets fan. It's awful. I mean, it is as bad as it... Here's the one thing we have learned, though. The overspending on rosters rarely works. We've seen it with football in this town, right?
Cannot buy a title.
You cannot buy a title. It just doesn't work in sports. And a lot of leagues are getting to the point, and the NBA's really gone this way too, where they're trying to push that out. They don't want that to be the way that you build.
Yeah. I was watching Durant last night. Not Durant. I was watching Harden last night. Durant didn't play. Rockets, though, not dead yet. Austin Reeves came back, but it wasn't enough. Lakers are getting a little bit tight in the collar right now.
There is no pressure on the Rockets whatsoever. Kevin Durant's not going to play in Game 6, but you've got a bunch of S-talking from Jabari Smith and other Rockets.
Oh, yeah.
And you've got J.J. Redick on the other side. If you're the coach of the Lakers going, well, we got to kill him, and it's hard to kill people. He knows the expectations that are on them. When you have these massive leads in a series, don't get comfortable.
Right.
Don't get comfortable.
It's also possible they just had the most fugazi 3-0 lead in the series ever. That one of the wins was a complete throwaway by the Rockets.
Literally.
A literal throwaway. One of the worst, what are you doing? You're throwing this game away. But anyway, back to Harden. So I'm watching Harden last night for the Cavs. And something popped in my brain, speaking of the whole we can't buy a team. I was like, James Harden, the beard. I remember when he, Durant, and Kyrie were supposed to be this super team for the Brooklyn Nets. Did not work out.
Although, if they had stayed healthy, I think that would have worked.
They got hurt. They would have beat the Bucks that year if A, Durant's toe wasn't on the line on that three, and if Kyrie didn't blow out his Achilles like in the second minute of the series.
You and I talked about this.
Was it Kyrie that got hurt, or was it Harden that got hurt? One of those guys.
Kyrie got hurt.
Yeah.
Kyrie got hurt. Durant was the toe. It's a whole thing. Can I tell you this though? You and I talked about this, I think, over the weekend. The NBA playoffs have been fun.
Oh, they're great. We got 4 game sixes.
Yes.
Tonight and tomorrow.
For anybody that says these guys like each other too much and they all want to be friends, that era is going away in the NBA. It's about building your team through the draft. It's about having a team that actually doesn't like the team that's across the court from them again. How many games have we watched where there's been some sort of fisticuffs? Now, I know it's NBA fights where it's not real fights. It's, hey, man, how about you? Hey, it's like when in high school when you got the two guys talking to each other when all the teachers are in the hallway knowing they're going to get stopped from fighting, so you're going to go and run your mouth. That's what you get a lot in NBA fights, but we've at least seen it where it feels like these teams don't like each other.
Yeah.
They've seen each other a bunch. We're starting to get rivalries, or at least the feel of rivalries. We've missed that in the NBA for a long time.
Last night, R.J. Barrett got into it with Harden because Harden dared to pick up the ball when it rolled over to the Raptors bench. And they were like, so why was that a big deal? And afterwards, Barrett just said, I just took it as disrespect. I'm going to take everything as disrespect.
I'll take this. That's fine.
And that's great. And that's why I agree. The way the league looks now, once the playoffs have begun, it is 180 degrees different than the regular season. The regular season is an 82-game money-generating exercise. Great. And if you like watching it because you're a big hoop head, wonderful. I punch in now, and I love the chippiness. I love the physical effort. The highlights are sensational, and these series are not going as scripted.
Not at all. I mean, the Magic almost eliminated the Pistons last night, but the Magic were a team that everybody thought was dead, and yet all of a sudden they woke up in the play-in tournament against the Hornets, and now they're playing the way the Pistons played during the regular season. Some has been predictable. We knew the Thunder would just beat the hell out of the Suns. That's fine. Spurs won in 5 games. The teams in the West that you look at and go, they're going to be good for the next decade. Thunder and Spurs, that's the rivalry. Those were expected. But most of these playoffs, including Hawks-Knicks, like that's another one where you're watching this going, this is better than what we expected. And this is great for the NBA. And it's funny because like when you talk about not watching it a lot in the regular season, there's only so much that you can do as a league. Like, it's an 82-game schedule. They're not going to shorten the season, just like baseball's not going to shorten its season. But you're at least the NBA, I'll give them credit. They're trying to make the regular season interesting wherever they can. I know the NBA Cup is a gimmick, but it's at least they're trying something. But you're never going to get to a point where regular season games in any sport other than football are going to matter as much as the postseason. And I would argue now that because you have the college football playoff as an example, the regular season in college football has been watered down a little bit too, and the rest of the tournament has been, or the rest of the bowl games, the postseason, has been massively watered down. So there's always a balance that's going to be there. But the NBA is starting to feel like we got a new era now, and there's 2 reasons for this too. One, you have some of the best players in the NBA are all international. So they don't come from AAU. They don't know these guys. Screw you, I'm coming into your league and I want to win. I want to beat you. You're getting that attitude.
And thankfully a number of the Europeans don't mind living in Sacramento, California. Or Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Right.
They're not as much of a big city sexy market whore as some of the American-born guys.
And it's also on the fact, too, that even some of the younger guys coming in that are like an Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards has that Jordan mentality and mindset, that Kobe mentality and mindset. Well, people look at his game and say, he plays like Jordan, plays like Kobe. That aside, he's also got the idea of like, I want to beat these guys. Because if you grew up and you're in high school in the peak of LeBron going to the Heat, or you're middle school, whatever age you were, these younger kids see the criticism that the NBA got, and they go, I don't want to be that. It's like politicians running against somebody that's been in office. It's like, I'll just do the opposite of what he did.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do. That's the mindset you're getting in the NBA. It's good for the product, especially with LeBron at the end of his career. It's who's the face of the league, who's that going to be.
Who says the end? He's going to play 5 more years.
I think he plays 1 more year. Although he could play 5 more years.
Pistons beat the Magic 116-109. That's a 7-point spread. Jeff Walker producing today. Walker, good morning, my friend. I had the Pistons minus 10.5, which was a complete contrarian play. I didn't feel good doing it, but the number was outrageously large for a series that is very tight.
Mm-hmm.
Did not work out, but I didn't count on Paolo Banchero going for 45 to match Cade Cunningham's 45. Pop quiz, first pop quiz of the day. Walker, what do Paolo Banchero and Cade Cunningham each have in common?
His face right now.
What one thing is the first thing you think of about both guys?
They both number 1 picks.
Yes, sirree. Okay. Ding, ding, ding. Where's my bell? It's somewhere over there.
I don't know. There's a
now that's a
shame.
That's the shame. Yeah, or it's the Butler bell.
Right.
Jeeves, bring me a.
Oh yes, hello over there, Mr.
Bring
Jeeves.
me my latte.
Please bring me my tea.
So the fact that they're number ones is a duh thing. Like, duh, they're both 1/1s. This is important because I think some of us are a little bit not focused in on the Wizards have to win the lottery. None of this rationalization of, well, there's 3 or 4 really good players. We'll do fine with anybody. No. 1/1.
Mm-hmm.
We have got to win this thing in now 11 days. 11 days.
I can't believe we're already at that point. It's there's
Drew Gooden's got a counter on his a countdown timer. He quoted us yesterday. He's like, "Yep, it's 12 days at 6 hours, 13 minutes, and 42 seconds."
That is absolutely something Drew Gooden would do. By the way,
so locked in.
Yeah, I believe it 100% that Drew is doing that. Listen, it's you spend so much time talking about this, and you have the lead up to it. This lottery and this draft specifically, and we know the Wizards have been waiting for this moment. They've been building for this moment. This draft does have talent beyond 1.
But you agree the 1/1 is important in the NBA.
Listen,
getting the 1/1 is paramount.
Well, yeah, you have all the choices in the world, but it doesn't necessarily. You still have to get the pick right.
Doesn't mean he'll be the best player.
Yes,
but your odds of him being the best player are very high.
Well, if you identify the talent, see, you can because.
Well, I just mean in general.
Yeah. But go back to when Alex Sarr went two to the Wizards and Zachary Risacher went one to the Hawks. Alex Sarr is the better player. Now he wanted to go to the Wizards. Yeah. Risacher is not good. He's an average player at best. It was a weak draft to begin with. Yeah. And Alex Sarr is
WFT
soft. But at least you knew that if you were the Hawks, you had to make that choice. Now, Sarr pretty much didn't want to go to Atlanta. He wanted to go to the Wizards. So that was also part of the conversation. But you can, again, it's like with the Commanders, right? They can have all the draft picks in the world. You got to get it right. The players have to fit your system. Player development matters. Now, the Wizards have a great player development head coach right now, right? Brian Keefe is great at that, and we've watched the development of Alex Sarr from year 1 to year 2. There's been a massive difference with him. Playing with Team France has helped, all of those things. But if the Wizards have the number 1 overall pick, hey, that's great. That's what we're rooting for. But that player still has to develop and be put in a position to succeed. Now, some of it obviously is natural talent. AJ DeBonsa is massively talented. Darren Peterson, there's a few more questions about him, but we started to really see that those questions get answered at the end of his time with Kansas. But listen, there's the best situation to be in if you're the Wizards is having that number 1 overall pick, because at least it's about you making the choice versus you got guys crossed off your draft board that you can't take.
Yeah, last year's number 2 was Dylan Harper to the Spurs, and he's nice. But he ain't Cooper Flagg.
No.
Cooper Flagg is a different cat.
Now,
altogether.
different roles, though, too. Dylan Harper comes off the bench for the Spurs, so it's a little bit different. The Spurs are loaded with young talent.
Right.
But no, Cooper Flagg is a better player at this point right now than Dylan Harper.
And VJ Edgecombe, who was the 3rd overall pick, has been really blowing up now. For the Sixers, many people who are casual fans are like, who is this guy? And he's legit. And then you got Con Knipple for the Hornets, who was second in Rookie of the Year, shoots the absolute eyes out of it.
Perfect NBA player.
And his younger brother is going to Duke now, so they keep producing Knipples out of Wisconsin. But getting the 1-1 matters. So I want to just mentally lock in on that for the next 11 days, 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 32 seconds.
You want to do the anti-Mets, and you want to manifest good, is what you're doing
I think
we need
it. Because the next segment today, we're going to talk about the new anti-tanking rules.
Oh my God.
And people have now taken a moment to understand them, and someone has already whipped up a simulator, and it's so bad for the teams that are actually bad. It's a joke. And you've already run several sims of it.
Oh my God.
And each time El Wizards get the Scroogey.
Let me tell you something. It is, I will just say this, where the Wizards sit right now, it's like the basketball gods have bestowed magic upon them right now.
Thank
compared
God
to what it could be.
Thank God we're doing this now. Thank God we're getting in before the door closes.
How bad these lottery odds could be if the NBA makes the change, and how badly it could affect the Wizards. I've got some sims, and I've got some examples, Abe, of how bad this could be. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. John Wall has reportedly joined Howard University as their president of basketball operations, according to ESPN. Wall will inherit a Howard team coming off a very promising season. After going 24-11, Howard beat UMBC in the first four to advance to the NCAA tournament. And with Saudi Arabia's public investment fund pulling its funding after the 2026 season, the Live Golf League has established a new independent board as it attempts to survive as a, quote, diversified multi-partner investment model. We'll see. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Steve Zabe and Nick Ashew today. What are you doing, Jeff? I mean, I don't mind, but the smile on your face right now.
I like that song, bro.
You got very, very excited when that started playing.
I thought you saw me in here dancing. So when I looked, I was like, oh, he ain't just catch me.
Give me the title and artist.
It's going to be me in sync.
Okay.
Come on, Zabe.
Zabe,
Don't come
no
on.
way.
Don't
Zabe,
come on me.
It was 2001 when
Listen.
that song came out.
Listen, what am I? Spotify? I
Maybe.
can't name every title and
That
artist.
would actually be Shazam.
I want to know
that would help
Shazam.
you. There you go.
Shazam, one of the great apps of all time.
Of all time.
I mean, how many times you stand in a grocery store or any kind of retail place and you just hold it
All
up
the
to
time.
the speaker?
I can't tell you how many times.
Oh, what
in my
is that
life I've
song
done it.
right there?
I've done it so many times. Yeah, it's great. So yes, there's your answer. Now you have the title and you have the artist. Maybe we'll just do NSYNC the rest of the show. If that works. We'll give you a bunch of NSYNC songs.
Does that go out to Shannon Elizabeth, who has revealed a staggering week one OnlyFans haul? She joined the platform just a week ago and made over $1 million in a week.
What a world!
Shannon Elizabeth from what was her movie that she did? Was it not Ferris Bueller?
Wes, I can't hear you through the glass. Get on the microphone.
Right, get on the
He's
mic,
like
Wes.
mouthing it to me. What
Wes
is
in
it?
today.
Come on, Wes. Go ahead.
American Pie.
American Pie.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you. Stifler's. He was not Stifler's mom. Stifler's mom is doing all the credit card commercials
Yes.
now. Discover.
Yes. Do you have an OnlyFans, Zabe?
Although there are some. They say that, look, if you're anyone in the public eye, if you're a performer or a host or whatever, even if you're a dude, you can have one.
Yeah.
For your true fans. I just think it feels so creepy.
That's what it was originally for.
Yes.
Of course.
But you know what always happens? Sex sells, my friend.
Yes, it do.
Every single time.
originally for.
Every single time. There's no way to actually transition to this. I'm going to find my best way to segue. Here's how it is. That was uncomfortable, and the NBA wants to make losing uncomfortable. This is how we do this, Abe. This new potential lottery overhaul in the NBA is an abject disaster waiting to happen. They're calling this the 3-2-1 lottery. It would be the lottery expanding from 14 to 16 teams, so you get the play-in losers included with this. The three worst teams, which includes this year, the Wizards, based on record, would be now in the relegation zone, which if you know the word relegation, they do that in Premier League, but teams actually get sent down to a lower league because it's real relegation.
Right.
I'll just say this. Adam Silver loves European soccer because the NBA Cup is based off of a
supposed
tournament.
to be, right.
He's just stealing their ideas again.
Well, he's stealing the idea, but it's not actually correctly tagged.
Because you're not sending
It's a
teams down to the G League.
The relegation zone is a misnomer. It should be the punishment zone. But the NBA doesn't want to go there, describing the bottom three as a punishment zone.
Also, the owners would never, ever
You mean the governors?
allow that. Sorry, I will still say
The
owners.
governors. Hello,
Whatever.
governor. How you doing,
Hello, governor. I'm the governor
What you
of the
doing
Milwaukee
today?
Bucks,
I'm governing a basketball team.
We've been sent to the relegation zone.
I'm just trying to be a good governor.
Just want to be a proper
Just
governor.
want to govern
say.
these lads into good basketball.
Those three worst teams sent to the relegation zone, governor, would actually get fewer lottery balls. The odds would basically drop to a 5% chance to have the number one overall pick, not an 8% chance. Teams can't land 3 straight top 5 picks. You can't have the number 1 pick back-to-back years. It's all the stuff that they're going to try and run it through 2029 and see if it works. The NBA is so big on knee-jerk reactions. Anytime there is anything negative said about the league, there's an instant, we got to fix this. We got to fix this now. You had that with super teams, and they made it harder now in free agency for that to happen, or even trades based on the way contracts are structured. They had this with, the regular season's not exciting enough. Well, they made the NBA Cup, which, by the way, I actually like it. I know it's gimmicky. I like it. It's fine. But now you've got this whole... I mean, they smoothed out the lottery odds a couple of years ago, and they're doing it again. Yet nobody's made any changes with the lottery's fixed. They don't show the ping pong balls actually being revealed. They're still doing that behind the scenes.
But they do have select media members observing.
I know.
I actually read... I dug into this yesterday.
Did you put your tinfoil hat on for it too? Okay.
No, but I put my serious big boy pants on to go, I'm going to understand this complicated stuff. And it lost me somewhere with the new system, the 3-2-1. Because what they're not explaining is they're not explaining that we're going from how do I describe it? The current lottery is a sequence of numbered balls that correspond to winning codes on a spreadsheet for your NBA team.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to then say, does the code that just came up, balls 7, 11, 2, and 6, ooh, bingo, I got it. The new lottery is going to be a one draw, if the ball pops up, you win type lottery.
Based on how many ping pong balls you have. Monumental's got a great visual. There's a graph of showing the percentages of it.
Right, but do you understand
yes,
that? I mean,
it's a big
and how you're
difference.
doing the lottery, and that has not been explained very well. But this was the best quote or best analogy I saw on Twitter about this. Basically, somebody said, the NBA's stance is, we think some of you teams are faking being bad. So we're going to create a system that shows who is really bad, and we're going to punish them for being really bad.
It's so true, though.
So I'm like, that's a great way to put it. The new system will weed out the fakers, and it'll say, you guys who suck, you are bad people. You're going to have less chance to not suck. So with that, people have run now retroactive new lottery system on the current standings from the 2025-2026 season, and some of the results are insane.
Do you want me to run one?
Well, you could run one now, but
I will do it.
I was reading some of the ones that said, if they did this year, this really good team that's on the verge,
oh my God,
might have gotten the number one pick. Yes, what do we had?
So
let me do it.
And the results are the Wizards dropping from 1 to the 10th pick in the draft with these rules. God. Based on where they are now.
10?
They skirted by this system and snuck in with the old odds at just the right time. Here's the worst part.
God.
So right now, the Orlando Magic are a win away from going to the second round of the NBA playoffs. But based on these odds and the way they've smoothed it out all the way up and down the board, the Orlando Magic, this is a real simulator with this proposed idea by the NBA. The Orlando Magic jump from 15 to 2.
Right. So a team that could be upsetting the 1 seed right now would be super rewarded for no other reason than, whoops, that's the way the ping pong balls went. Oopsie.
Can you imagine a team that goes on a playoff run and gets a top 3 pick, and then the conspiracy theorists are going to come out saying, well, see, you fixed it so they could get sent to wherever, like the Warriors next year are a fringe playoff team and steps at the end and they give them the number 1 pick.
If you and I and others think this is completely the wrong way to go about it, why does it seem like the NBA's owners, by way of their board of governors, are going to go for it? Why do you think they think it's a good thing? That's my next question.
Because they're the smartest guys in the room, Zave. They know more. Come on.
But don't you think there will be some owners of bad teams going, hey, whoa, guys, time out.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Like, we're bad because we had a guy get hurt. We had an expiring contract we had to move. We're trying, but we were in one of those dips. And now we're going to be able to possibly pick high in a very rich talent draft, and we're going to get screwed? Why? We've done nothing wrong.
This is an awful idea.
Have you seen our team? We're trying, but we are bad.
The Wizards.
What can we do?
There's a difference between tanking and rebuilding. The Wizards are rebuilding. They're all kids. They're all 24, 23, 22, 19. I mean, they're all kids. That is a rebuilding team.
Right.
There
but
are
they
other
also
teams,
parked their two veteran
yeah,
stars.
but I mean, listen, Trey Young was already banged up. Anthony Davis is always hurt. And at this point, yes, that is the system. But
they parked them.
But here's what they did. They traded 4 guys that are all-stars for next year.
Well, right.
So at least they're looking to then move forward, and they still made an aggressive move. And they were already bad this whole season. It's not
Correct.
like, it's not like the Kings where they had a bunch of all-stars already on the roster. They were trying to make the playoffs and then went, oh, actually, we suck. Suddenly, Domantas Sabonis must miss the rest of the season, and Zach LaVine will sit the rest of the way. That's tanking. The Jazz are tanking. They sat all these all-stars.
The Wizards were smart in that they traded for parkable stars.
Yes.
They're like, who is possibly parkable because they're always injured.
There's always
this
a
guy
loophole.
and this guy. So look, if the Wizards were under this new system to fall to 11, don't despair. We could still get Kareem Lopez, small forward for the New Zealand Breakers. That's who is currently in the mock at 11.
It's
Kareem Lopez from the New Zealand Breakers.
This is such a brutally bad idea by the NBA. Now, if they were to implement this, it would start next year, and they're going to try it through 2029.
And then they can change it
And then
again.
they can change it. There's no way they don't change this again. The NBA has been on this quest. It's been this side quest that they've had for decades of fixing tanking. And the system gives you the opportunity to rebuild this way. And let's be honest with ourselves. If you look at the way the rest of the NBA is set up now, Zabe, free agency doesn't have the same impact that it used to anymore. The NBA's made that harder. Stars aren't available like they used to be. They're re-signing with teams to make $50, $60 million more, then asking for trades like Paul George did, a year later or whatever it is. You have smaller market teams that even when free agency was at its best, couldn't afford the big free agents. So what do? You rebuild the way the Spurs have, the way the Thunder have, the way that even the Pistons have. Despite the fact they're down in the playoffs right now, the Pistons won 14 games like 2 years ago. And now, even though they're on the ropes against the Magic, they still won 60 this year. Most of those guys, not every one of them, but their main guys are from the draft. It's exactly the blueprint that the Wizards are doing right now, where if you can identify the right talent, your player development is in place, and you've got the right staff to help do that, you build a team with homegrown players through the draft. That's what everybody wanted in the NBA, but now you're trying to get rid of that. So what's left? What's left for the teams then that actually just suck? How do you rebuild? In the NFL, you have the worst record, you have the number 1 overall pick. It's simple.
All I know is thank God we're getting this in before the Indiana Jones boulder rolls and closes the cave entrance, because I feel like we're sliding in Indiana Jones style underneath this boulder. I pray to God that they win it, and then we can have a superstar in town for a long time. But I just don't understand why they think this is a good idea. Steph No writes for the Sporting News, says the NBA's tanking reform is akin to breaking a few hundred eggs to make an omelet. Why the plan is a disaster in waiting. He's got a long piece that lays it all out. So go figure.
So here's my question, though. Because everybody's ripping it universally, does the NBA
double down?
No. Do they end up maybe doing the
change?
opposite? Because they're so willing to change so quickly.
Maybe this was a trial balloon. Where they let it get out like, hey,
is this
look.
the Jim Fossil leak years ago? Remember that?
Oh, I remember that.
See if he's going to be the head coach. Nope, nobody likes him. Let's go Jim Zorn instead.
God, that was wild.
I remember that.
They literally trial balloon Fossil, and people were not having it.
I immediately regret this decision.
So they instantly downgraded to somebody even worse. It was like, wow. And then once they downgraded to somebody worse, he proved to be even worse than we thought he could be. Good job, Dan. Good job.
Oh, gosh. Gee, golly.
I don't know why they're doing this. To me, it's too much. It should be very simple. I'd put every non-playoff team in a hopper with the ping pong balls, or better yet, I'd build a giant Plinko board like they have on that game show.
Plinko board, okay.
Yeah, and put the teams on the bottom where the middle slots are the most likely to catch the Plinko disc, because it's ding, 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 ding. And then put the ones with the less chance on the outside, televise it. We're done. It's simple. No relegation zones.
What if you actually have a round
1.
of games that the teams compete in? You call it the lottery games. You can have a Candy Crush on a big screen. They did that for a while. Have some Plinko, maybe some ping pong while we're at it. No,
I
we
don't
don't.
know.
We don't want to go that far.
All I know is the Oklahoma City Thunder are picking 12 because the Clippers are idiots and flipped them a pick that's going to sit at 12. And they could get Yaxel Lendeborg. That's stupid. Like, he's a really good player.
Do you know how many first-round picks the Thunder have?
Too many.
It's too many still.
All of
That's
them.
all it needs to be. They have so many more moving forward. This team is going to be a dynasty for the next decade without question, as long as everybody stays healthy. Speaking of rebuilding a team, are you sick of the Brandon Ayuk stuff yet? Is he even worth it? Nick Ashew, Steve Zabin on The Fan. Steve Zabe and Nick Ashew in for BMitch and Finlay today. So is this like in sync the entire show, Walker? Is this what we're doing now?
Just the hour.
Could
I
be,
want to go
could
for
be
the hour.
in sync Thursday.
I'm
All
okay.
in
Listen,
sync.
I don't have problems with it. I'm fine with that. So we'll give Zabe the whole rundown of all the NSYNC songs, and you'll be listening to it on Spotify when your car drives you home later.
You
today.
you ever see NSYNC in person?
I did not. No.
Boys to Men.
No, never any of them.
One Direction.
No, none of them.
None of the boy bands. I saw Boys to Men in person at Summerfest in Milwaukee.
Okay.
They were pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
How long ago was that?
A couple of years ago.
Okay.
So they're
Yeah.
well on.
Yeah.
Like I was kind of like, really? This is the Boys to Men?
Well,
Still doing
okay.
it?
I mean, listen, it's like
I know.
and this is what happens later on in these, the careers of artists.
We could do a whole segment on, oh my God, please hang it up, musicians. I saw a clip of the B-52s in Vegas.
Really? Do they have a residency?
It's not good. Residency.
I don't know.
They might be at Fitzgerald's.
I
or
have
something
no
like
idea.
that.
I mean, it's way past their point.
I'm going to get the clip. You'll be like,
Okay.
oh my God.
Show me the clip. I want to see it next break.
Have you seen Frankie Valli
Mm-mm.
at Vegas? He also should hang it up.
Yeah.
Have you seen David Lee Roth?
I've seen none of these. My guess is my answer is probably going to be no to every single artist that you are about to name here.
Have you seen an artist that you're like, oh my God, it ain't happening anymore. Please stop.
No, I'm not
Walker,
going to any. I'm not
have
going.
you?
I'm not
Have
going
you
to any
seen-
concerts of an artist that's past their prime.
We're not going, but have you seen clips of
Oh,
artists who
yes.
are still
Yeah,
performing where you're
yes.
like, oh my God,
Yeah.
please stop?
Yes.
Who?
Dang, the name just left me. Hold on. Come back. The name
When it
just left
comes
me.
when it comes to you, just let us know. I'm compiling a list
Okay.
because I got 3 now: Frankie
Okay.
Valli,
Okay.
David Lee Roth,
Okay.
and now the B-52s.
Okay.
You're on
All right.
my list.
That's fair.
Please, for the love of your music we used to like, stop.
It's just it's enough. It's enough. Retire, please.
Ray J.
Ray J's still doing stuff?
They did a versus, right? Oh, it was Ray J. Who else? Jeremiah. They were doing like
Oh,
songs
wow.
on stage. It was like Ray J versus Mario. And they're singing on stage, and I had to turn it off. I'm like, I just come back when Mario is
It
singing.
was that bad.
It was bad.
Wow.
And even Mario was like, man, y'all sound terrible. And I was thinking the same thing.
Doesn't Ray J have like headphones or something he made?
I know he made the glasses.
He did
famous.
something. Maybe that's what it is. I know, yeah. Well, we know
Yeah.
Ray J's done quite a few things that have stood out. Oh, this is. Oh yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that's a half-assed effort that you're getting right there. That's the like, all right, we're out here, they're paying us. I'll go ahead and do a little bit of it. It's fine. So,
And other than their hit song, what else have the B-52s?
not-
Other than Love Shack, what else are you going to listen to for the other hour and a half?
I respect the fact that they've been one-hit wonders and they've carried it on long past the time that they should be playing music. Now, the question becomes whether Brandon Ayuk is past his point
Hey-o.
of playing football, my
Nice,
friend. Are you
smooth
tired now at this
tease.
point of the Ayuk
Yes.
segment? Because it's gotten to the point now where it continues to be a conversation. But here's why it still ends up being something that is Commanders Ayuk inevitability. Ian Rappaport had this to say on Pat McAfee's show just yesterday.
This is like kind of weird. What I thought of is like, when you're like young and you're like in high school and you're talking to someone on the phone, let's say a girl on the phone, and you're kind of like, all right, hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. Kind of like that, That's like what this is like. Because I think the 49ers are kind of like, well, just trade for him, right? I mean, he's got no guaranteed money left. He's due a big number, 27 or something like that. But he's got no guaranteed money left because he stopped showing up for rehab last year and they took his guaranteed money away. And then if you're a team like, let's say, the Commanders, you're like, who have interest, you're like, well, just cut him. You're going to cut him anyway. And the Niners are like, well, we're not going to cut him. You got to trade for him. And then the Commanders are like, no, you're not. Just cut him. And that's where we are. And so it's like kind of like a funny little, talk about source off. This is like a standoff. And so he's just kind of like waiting and like, all right, what are we going to do? And then one of those things will happen. I just don't know who's going to blink first.
And what's the trade going to have to be for? Like a 7th or a 6th or a 5th? Because it feels
Nothing.
like
Yeah.
Nothing.
And then he would have to redo. The reason why Ayuk would have to be involved.
So here's the thing with that.
Nothing.
No
They're
team
getting
is giving up
nothing.
anything for him. He hasn't played football in a year and a half. What are we doing thinking that this is actually going to happen?
JP yesterday was trying to sell me on, hey, Kyle and the Niners can be real hardos, and they may want to press this to the wall and just say, nope, we're not letting him out. We're not going to cut him until somebody trades for him. I just don't see that. I don't see them, because at the end of the day, what do you gain? This is also what happened with Hainsworth here. Tell them, Bob, what'd they win? What did we win by humiliating Hainsworth on the conditioning program thing? At the end of the day, nothing.
It becomes personal, and it feels, you can feel the 49ers wanting and continuing to try and be as petty as possible here. The only way I could see this being anything else other than him getting released is a really bad team willing to give up a conditional 7th-round pick, which I still don't think is going to happen, but it's a team that's bad that the 49ers go, well, yeah, that's a bad offense. Let's send him to a team where he's not going to get the football.
That conditional 7th is a car wash coupon.
I agree.
It's about worthless is
but
what
for
it is.
them, they can say, see, we got something for him. That's what it's. This is personal now.
Hang a banner for winning a personal grudge or holding to your principles. At the end of the day, you got to say, well, how is this going to help us win football games? I want zero part of Brandon Ayuk. I don't even want him on a cheap deal, on a free look. Don't have to pay anything for him. He might be in the best shape in the world. He could put out all the Instagram videos that these guys put out working out, workout warriors and IG.
You're not working out unless it's on Instagram. You know that.
Right,
That's
exactly.
the rules.
I'd love to work out today, but IG is down. I can't. Can't until it's back up again. I don't want bad people in the building. And I don't want to say, well, who knows? Peters knows him. Peters is biased. Peters remembers the best of Brandon Ayuk. Peters believes that, there's a better guy underneath there. Ayuk is telling you and has shown everyone who he is. He's shown the world his ass. Move on.
I've shifted slightly. I've been anti-Brandon Ayuk the whole way through. The only way this works is if it's a deal that's basically no guaranteed money, and if he looks like he can't play football, you end up just cutting him in camp. You don't take up a roster spot for a guy that might be able to play football again in a year.
How will you know he can, quote, play football? You going to run him in preseason game number 1?
Yes, he should be out there in preseason. He hasn't played football in a year and a half. Absolutely.
Catching balls from Ethan Kalikanakis?
It should be easy for him, because if he's as talented as he used to be, then he should be able to beat the corners that are across the field.
And if he doesn't look good getting balls from Ethan Kalikanakis, then it's going to be what?
Well, you can watch other things. What's his conditioning? What does his route running look like? What are those types of things?
So
the targets are different.
So we rounded into preseason game number 2, in which Jaden Daniels may also not be playing, and you're going to see passes from Marcus Mariota. Yep. And then you're going to judge Ayuk on that?
Yes. This guy
what's that going to tell you?
It's going to tell you what. It's
going to tell you nothing, Nick.
If he can't do any, it can tell you at least something. Okay, then fine. Then keep him for the season. Then keep him for the season. Then if you're going by your rule.
And then we're in week 6. He's only had 4 targets total, and everyone here on this station is screaming, "Got to give Ayuk targets." Now we're going to force targets to this guy. Do you see my point?
So I see your point.
Do you see how little juice is left in the squeezing of this rag?
What's the risk? It's not like they've got a deep roster of receivers. After Antonio Williams, who may or may not be there too at some point, what do you have? Maybe Luke McCaffrey. You go down this list, and it's like they don't have a bunch of guys that are owed roster spots on this team.
Paint me the prettiest picture of the most spectacular way it could turn out with Ayuk.
I will do that next. 800-636-1067. In or out, any scenario where Brandon Ayuk works for this team, or are you so damn done with it? 800-636-1067. Steve Zabe and Nick Ashew in for the guys here on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Kevin Durant will not play in Game 6 against the Lakers. It'll mark the 4th consecutive game that Durant misses because of the bone bruise in his left ankle. John Wall has become the president of basketball operations at Howard University per ESPN. And moving over to the golf world, multiple representatives for LIV golf players have started to reach out to the PGA Tour to explore what a path back may look like. A potential return for such players comes amid the news that Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund will stop its funding of LIV after the 2026 season. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Steve Zabe and Nick Ashew in for BMitch Finlay. And of course,
yeah, we're into it now. We've hooked into this whole genre now.
It's going to be apparently the entire show is going to be in, which is it might just expand to boy bands at this point.
Boy Band Thursday here on the Fan. We are the other guys. BMitch and Finlay.
I'm a fan of this nickname, by the way. We can work with that.
Like the movie, The Other Guys. We're the other guys.
Yeah, I think that might work.
Here till 12:30.
CK was out there somewhere. We'll ask him what he thinks about it. We'll see.
We'll ask permission.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Or no, we'll ask forgiveness.
Forgiveness. Yeah. Let's be honest. It's always ask for forgiveness.
You can't call yourselves the other guys.
All right,
we're not doing
we'll
that.
try. It was a good movie,
Just
though.
fill in, do the show.
Just
and
shut up and do your job.
Just fill in, shovel the coal, get out.
I got a tweet from Willie. You can tweet us at Zabe, at Nick Ashew. And I will always call it Twitter, by the way. It'll never be X for me. I hate it. It's Twitter forever.
Why are you fighting that fight?
I just like the name Twitter better, and I'm just going to always do it. Okay, this is the hill I'm willing to die on, okay? There are worse hills to die on in life. Willie says, I get the Ayuk fatigue, but the next question is, does this offense have enough firepower? Zabe, remember somebody just saying that to you before, and who's better than him on this current roster? Now, we don't know what Brandon Ayuk is after not playing football for 18 months, but what I do know is you got nothing to lose bringing him in on a low-risk, no guarantees, nothing contract. And if he sucks in preseason, then you cut the guy and you move on, and we go with Antonio Williams as the number 2 receiver.
Okay. Paint me.
All right, I will.
Paint me the rosiest picture of how this works out incredibly.
The rosiest picture, and I think the high end for Brandon Ayuk with the Commanders, is he's a little bit slow in camp, but you see some flashes. He's a good teammate. Maybe has some conversations and explains his side of the story with people that eases a little bit of the concern, which I certainly have too. A guy is willing to give up $30 million. There's something going on there.
Okay.
What is it? What is his side of the story for that? You see moments, and you see a guy that's good enough to make this roster. And as time goes on, the chemistry with Jaden Daniels kicks in. He's a guy that gets you 500-600 yards receiving, 3-4 touchdowns this year.
How many catches?
Let's go 45 catches.
So for a 45 catch, 600-yard receiver, you're going to then do what in 7 months?
In 7 months, you reassess, and maybe it's another 1-year deal. Why not? Or I've got another option. Hear me out on this.
And then what?
Wait, hear me out on this.
You get my point of where are we going with this guy?
You don't have to have a long-term plan. No, you don't. Why?
Well, because you're wasting your time. It'd be better to draft and develop a young guy who you've got some future with. You got some runway with.
If Antonio Williams earns more targets, he'll get the targets. You think David Blau was going to force feed anybody other than Terry McLaurin on this roster? It's not going to happen. He's going to make sure that Jaden's getting it to Terry first. He said he's going to try to get him 10 targets a game. Nobody else on this roster in that receiving room has earned the right to be called the number 2 receiver on this team. Nobody. So why not get somebody that at one point showed they could be at their peak a number 2? If he doesn't look like if he's not worth it, then fine. But what about this? Hear me out. What about a 1+1?
Don't say hear me out. I'm not talking.
Hear me out, okay?
I'm letting you run here.
Because I can see your face. A 1+1, Zabe, where you have a team option for year 2, because the first year is going to be a level of a ramp up. Guy hasn't played football in forever, coming off of a knee injury. There's a lot of things there where if there's no risk and it's a little bit of money and it's all incentive laden, if he doesn't play well, he doesn't earn the incentive, so who cares? Then you can say, let's give it another year. You have team control. You pick up the option. Then he's actually in year 2 after a full year of working in the offense, a full year of getting more into football shape and working with Jaden again. Then you have a full assessment next year of what he could look like. And if it doesn't work, then you don't worry about it. And if some team wants to offer him more money, fine. They have no other options. Maybe Antonio Williams is that guy. Maybe. Who else on this roster as a wide receiver has earned the right to be called the number 2? It doesn't mean that Brandon Ayuk is that guy, but what I can tell you is it's a guy that's an option versus who? Who else is on the market? Who else is out there? Nobody, unless they make a trade. Why not? And this is coming from somebody in myself that has been anti-Brandon Ayuk the whole way through.
So you're a convert.
It's not a convert. There is a gray area where you can make this work.
You said you were anti, and now you're giving this impassioned stump buster.
As a very low-risk situation, it's worth considering. Again, I've also said if he doesn't look like it's worth it, you cut him in camp. Who cares?
All right. You sound like my wife trying to talk us into a new fridge we don't need.
We need a screen on the fridge, Zabe.
We do not need...
Steve, we need a screen. I need to know what's in the fridge at all times.
Trying to talk us into a refrigerator we do not need. Well, where's our food going to go? See, this new one is more room for eggs. And right now it's on sale. And if we miss this sale, it won't be on sale again until Christmas time. What happens if our fridge goes out between now and Christmas? I'm telling you, this is it right here.
I mean, that's a pretty convincing argument that was just made for a fridge right there. I'll be honest, I think I'm on the right side of this.
You can construct a lot of intricate, nuanced arguments for it. I'm going to quickly fast forward to, and then what? Then we pour more money into this guy because he was the one misunderstood gem who the Niners were totally wrong about and is really a solid guy, and now we've got him, and he's ours to keep for several more years to win big games and championships with. You're dreaming. You're high. You should be drug tested. That's never happening.
Or they just don't give him a big deal if a team's willing to pay more and you move on in a year or two.
You wasted your time.
But what have you wasted?
You've wasted your time and effort and focus on something that is a dead end. Don't pursue dead ends on your team. I'm telling you, if Jaden is healthy and if the offense clicks with Blau, receivers are going to eat. All the receivers. Terry, most notably, as your number one guy. But hell, if we're going to get worked up about, oh my God, who's the tight end on this team you can count on to get 7 yards on 3rd and 6? Because that's, to me, a bigger concern.
You're not a fan of Chigakonkwo? I think Chigakonkwo is going to be really good in this offense.
He might be.
He wasn't getting the targets. When he got the ball in his hands in the rare times in Tennessee, he made plays. Okay. And he's a big body that'll run over dudes.
He might be as a purchase, but that element of modern NFL offenses, to me, is more important than WR2. I mean, look, T. Higgins had been trying to get paid for a long time in Cincy. He's a really nice player. I don't think T. Higgins tilts any differences in the league. I think Jamar Chase does.
T. Higgins is a one on most teams. T. Higgins is damn good.
I don't think he's in the Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase.
Okay, that's fair.
Puka Nacua. So in other words, he's a really good guy. He's an RGG, but he's still just a guy.
I would put T. Higgins as he's the second tier of one receivers. He's not Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase or Puka Nacua, but he's like one notch below. And honestly, if we saw him as a number one, like if he had come to Washington, I bet you he would have taken targets away from Terry. Yeah. T. Higgins is really, really good. But no, to me, it's just it's so low risk with Brandon Ayuk. Now, again, I do worry about the potential of him complaining for not getting enough targets, but I don't think it'll happen in year one because he knows the narrative that's around him, and you'd have to be an idiot to create any negative image around yourself after everything that's gone on. And if he is, then you know right there, you cut him in the middle of the season.
You'd have to be an idiot.
Yes.
Well, I got the guy for you because he just flushed $25 million because he wouldn't show up to work out or rehab his knee.
I want to know why. I want to know why. What's his side of the story with this?
He's an athlete. They live in a world we can't comprehend.
Giving up $30 million?
Nick, you've been in this game long enough in media, and you've known athletes. Many of them are very smart. They get it. Some of them, though, they think it's all like a game. They think it's not real. And so, therefore, they live in a world that you and I can't comprehend, where the sky is green, gravity doesn't exist, and their logic as to, nah, man, this team ain't treat me right, only makes sense to them. It doesn't make sense to you or I. So I think he's one of those guys.
Let's go to Manny in Southeast. What's up, Manny?
What's up, guys? I'm gonna say this first. I'm all the way in with Ayuk. I'm all the way in with Ayuk because of the simple fact that I'm not worried about his catches. I'm not worried because this is something he's choosing to do. I'm with you on why did he give up $30 million. I don't care about what nobody else thinks. $30 million will make somebody straighten up. But anyway, I'm all in on Ayuk. I'm not worried about him getting catches because we added other Chigakonkwe, we got running backs that can catch, we got other weapons. So if you put him on the field, defenses have to account for him. That gives other people openings. And if Antonio Williams is who we drafted him to be, the separator, he'll always be open. So I'm all the way in on him. I think you're having an argument with a guy that don't care. He has no vision of nothing but no IU. That's it. So you actually wasted your time.
Thank you, Manny. I'm trying, Manny. I'm trying to bring him over. And by the way, it is coming from me, who has been anti-Brandon Ayuk unless it is super, super low risk. I'm painting the low risk. If it was a 2-year, $30 million contract, I'd put up 2 middle fingers to it and say, no way, not even that. It's got to be incentive-laden. He's got to earn his right back into the league. It's low risk. And I'm with Manny on that sense. There are defenses that at least say, just keep an eye on Ayuk. What if this is the week, and it's week 3, that we start to see just a flash, just one play even, that's enough of a risk? Again, this is what low risk does. They don't have a deep roster when it comes to wide receivers. There's no reason not to take a flyer on a guy like this if it's the right circumstances.
By the way, I just realized, because we're on Monumental, I made the dice shake move with my hand.
Oh, yeah, be careful.
The dice shake? I'm shaking the dice is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, wait a minute.
You just did it again. I just saw it on the screen.
Because Manny has become like my number one hater. So
Joey, I need that clip.
No, and it's like, and as soon as he's like saying, you're just talking to a guy who only has a vision of nothing Ayuk. And I made the dice shake.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know if I can do the dice shake.
Well, I don't know if it goes to you.
You can't. What if I'm saying explicitly it's a dice shake? I'm a big craps fan. Roll the dice. All right, so you're telling me T. Higgins is not on par with JSN or Puka or Jamar?
But here's the thing. Do we really know when he's got to share targets?
Is he as good as CeeDee Lamb? Is he as good as Chris Olave?
Yeah. Oh, my,
Zay
he's better than Chris
Flowers?
Olave. Oh, no, Zay Flowers not even. He's so much. Zay Flowers is a different type of receiver too. Have you watched some of the catches T. Higgins has made? T. Higgins is overshadowed by Jamar Chase, but he is okay. I would maybe put him one notch below, but he could elevate himself into that same tier of those wide receivers if he was getting the opportunity.
He was 30th in yards last year.
Well, yeah, because they had no quarterback half the time. You got no Joe Burrow.
Jamar Chase was 4th.
Jamar Chase is going to get more targets.
Jamar Chase is Jamar Chase. T. Higgins is Alvin Harper.
All right, let's go to Sean in Virginia. What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I love calling into the other guys' show. It's a big one for me. I am not in on Ayuk. He's the headache of AJ Brown without the production. Yes, sure, on a flyer, but I mean, I just can't see it. And the reason we haven't heard his side of the story is because he knows he's wrong and he doesn't want to give more volume to his side of the story because he's in the wrong.
His script writers have not come up with a plausible explanation.
You could just ask AI now; it's fine.
Well, you'd also have to answer. You'd also have to answer to why were you videotaping yourself speeding through the streets of San Francisco and putting it on Insta whatever, IG.
It's time to roll out the tinfoil. I like this. This is good times.
Right.
Thank you, Sean.
Thanks,
By the way,
Sean,
it sounds like the other guys might be sticking. Sean was the first to bring it up.
Call.
The other guys. Okay, it's called it's a snowball effect. All right, it takes time. It takes time.
Next thing you know, I'll be ordering hats and shirts during a break. I'll be like, slow down.
Can we get cartoon pictures of our faces with the other guys? As
you could AI that for sure.
We could. I mean, we could probably do it during the break if we want.
I have a subscription to Canva.
Well, that's
never use it.
So do I. Yeah, it's great.
I did. I hear it's great. I've never tried.
Honestly, ChatGPT makes great photos, so we could just go that route too. All right, let's go to Lonzo in DC. What's up, Lonzo?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thank y'all for having me on. I'm totally out on IU. Want no parts out on the IU at all. He gave me all the makeup of a guy who doesn't want to play football. To turn down $30 million just to come to therapy is insane. DC is not the place to come play if you don't want to play football. Way too many distractions. Next thing we know, we're gonna see him at Rose Bar throwing money that he doesn't have away.
Oh, no.
Give me a guy that want to play football. We want to win right now. I want a guy that want to play football. You got all the makeup of a guy who doesn't want to play football. He just wants his name in the limelight, and us entertaining him with the 49ers. I'm tired of this pen pal girlfriend relationship that we have with them. It never has been beneficial for us. I don't even know why we even looking at it. Thank y'all for having me on.
Okay, well said. I like that.
What if, Zabe, what if he misses football and absence makes the heart grow fonder?
Well, you can be fond of football. Doesn't mean you're going to be good at it.
Nobody might want to play it. Lonzo said thinks he doesn't want to play football. But what if?
Well, wanting to play is only half the equation.
And if he can't, then you cut him. You cut him in camp. Again, it goes back to that. It's so easy.
I know. You're like, what's the downside?
Yes.
I'm saying stop looking at what's the downside and paint me the best upside. And then tell me
45 catches, 600 yards, 3 touchdowns, and he's happy being back out there playing. That's high end.
I'm unmoved by the upside.
Okay, but that's the same production that
I'm unmoved.
Okay. And it's, again, who else are you throwing the football to?
I'd throw more to Terry and throw to Chig.
Okay.
And throw to the rest of the guys.
But you know Terry's going to get the targets.
Well, you don't know that.
And if Antonio Williams steals that number 2 spot and they say, oh, my God, we got something special, and maybe Ayuk's just gone. Or maybe, because Jalen Lane's a return guy, Luke McCaffrey's a return guy. You've already got some of those there. They signed Van Jefferson. They've gone out and added other pieces to this roster where you got a lot of receivers that are going to be fighting for spots. I'm happy with some competition in camp. Like, I'm okay with that. De'Ami Brown back. I mean, you added some deep threats, but what if they both don't make the roster?
At the end of the day, you got to focus here's who we're going to try to feed it to. All the good teams feed their best guys a lot. And so I want to feed Terry a lot, assuming he's healthy. We're paying for him. Might as well.
All right, let's go to one more here. Matt in Virginia. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's happening? Off the field chemistry can translate to on the field success. So maybe both of the guys would elevate their game. Maybe Ayuk can unlock something in Jaden that he didn't even realize was there. Sometimes when you play with your boys, you can, reach something that you couldn't before. But also, I would just have a conversation with my superstar quarterback. What do you feel about us bringing your friend in here? And if he says he likes it, I'd say, guess what? We're bringing him. That'd be pretty nice to do. I want to keep my guy happy.
Yeah. And, well, listen, here's the thing, Zabe, is that Jaden has certainly been cryptic about bringing in former college teammates. They got Rashad White already there. So the question now is, are you cool with Brandon Ayuk also being a part of this?
So they played together at Arizona State briefly.
Yes, so we're going back to that, right?
I recall, Jaden's departure from the Sun Devils was not well received.
But I don't think Ayuk was a part of that. I remember the video making fun of the empty locker and
teammates goofing on his locker, saying he out and not being sad about it.
As far as I know, though, Ayuk wasn't a part. If Ayuk was a part of that, then they've rekindled the relationship because they've been, there's the FaceTiming and all this stuff that's gone on with them. So it's clear that there's this bromance going on. Sometimes it is nice to just get back to hanging out with your guys,
If you want a what's the worst case scenario low downside guy,
let's hear it.
You want to hear it?
I want to hear what your vision of the low side is. I've given the high side. What's the low side?
If you want a low downside guy, Tyreek down there somewhere. Go get Tyreek Hill and wait out his recovery from his blown up knee. Probably won't even be ready till December. Probably get him cheap.
Yeah. Well, that again, you could. Well,
now he has more genuine off the field things that are not good,
right?
But he seems to love football.
It's a different type of receiver, though. Ayuk there's yak,
and baby mamas, but he loves football.
He does love football,
and he's a real one of one type guy when healthy. Will he ever be the same kind of field stretcher as he was before? That's debatable.
And do you want somebody? I mean, Ayuk could stretch the field. He was certainly a guy. He was a yak guy, but Tyreek Hill was Tyreek Hill, but are you getting the same Tyreek? Again, it's all scrappy.
I'm not
guys
really wild.
At this point.
I'm just saying as a joke. I don't think they should get in the business.
I mean, I don't think it's out of the run. It's not crazy if you think about it. Of course, you could probably end up with Kansas City later on. So, all right, Steve Zabe and Nick Ashew in for the guys here on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by PaulHenry'sWindow.com, your clear home improvement choice. Five-time NBA All-Star John Wall has become the president of basketball operations at Howard. Wall has already taken a hands-on approach to the role at Howard, playing an active role in team meetings and evaluations of recruits and transfer targets, and now he's got the title to go with it. And we've got Nats baseball coming up after last night's 14-2 absolute domination over the Mets. The Nats look to win the series today. They've got first pitch at 1:10 p.m. This month, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Steve Zabe and Nick Ashew in for BMitch and Finlay. The other guys, as Zabe has branded us. And I don't know. I think it could work. I think we get there. We get some merchandise eventually. I'll work with it.
You're already way too far ahead now.
Hey, always think big. Always think big.
That's what you got to do. Sitting on a bunch of hats you can't move.
Well, that's with that attitude. Yeah, it's just marketing, man. That's what it's all about. Come on now. I guess it's boy band all day now. Jeff has just taken this and run with it. So John Wall was named the president of basketball operations for Howard.
That's good for him. Good for Howard.
I mean, it's a great get. It's a big name.
It's a whole thing that didn't even exist 20 years ago.
5 years ago.
Right. The notion of basketball ops. So this is a trend. We were talking about this before the show, where a lot of programs, both college basketball and football, are having these pseudo GMs and or these director of operations. And they're oftentimes famous ex-players. Like Ed Reed down at Miami is big on that, and they're good to be a face of the franchise, face of the organization, face of the program, I should say, not franchise. And they probably do a little bit of everything, a little bit of fundraising, a little bit of recruiting, a little bit of X's and O's maybe, although not too much of that. A little bit of recruiting, I guess, although recruiting is kind of out now. You just pay guys. Like
it's free agency.
You heard Rick Barnes after they lost in the tournament. He's like, honestly, I like doing this, and it's easier now because you just buy guys.
Yeah.
You literally get on the phone and go, what's your number? And if they're in their budget, they're like, come on over.
Here's $3 million, $4 million, and it's free agency without a salary
cap.
The
old days, you had to sit in some dusty gym for weeks on end and schmooze the mom and the dad and the uncles and everything else, and then he would leave anyway because he got a van from Michigan. And you're like, damn it, we lost the guy. Now it's just transactional. You want 1.2? Okay, we can do that. Let's go.
At some point, this has to change, but the question is how and what that looks like. But right now, that's the world you're operating
This 5-and-5 rule is supposedly going to do a lot to tamp down a lot of the runaway spending, but it's got to pass legal muster first.
Let's see if this actually happens.
I mean, let's see it not get struck down by the courts, because every other plan they've had has been Dikembe Mutombo'd by the legal system. So
it is interesting though, because you've seen it in basketball, you've seen it in football. Sometimes it's alum like Andrew Luck at Stanford, or you start to find this. You see it a little bit with coaches too. It was obviously Georgetown when Patrick Ewing was there, and you go down the list. Juwan Howard when he was at Michigan, or whatever. You want to have somebody that is, a lot of times it's somebody that's been at the program that's going to help. For this, it's John Wall has the DC connections, so it makes sense, and I think it's cool. By the way, John Wall on TV is so good, and his basketball knowledge. Have you ever watched him? Not even just talking about the game, but the whole it. So I guess when they used to do the who he played for
yes,
but they do another work.
John Wall was like a savant.
It's unbelievable.
He was
all
really good
too.
at that. Yeah,
he's unbelievable
who
at
he played for.
So, but it was all colleges, which is way harder than just like a random name in the NBA. It goes even farther back. So for somebody that has the basketball IQ that he has, and is so ingrained within the game, and a name that's so recognizable here. Programs are looking for new ways to get smart with recruiting, and this is basically a branding. This is having a star that people are familiar with, that's a part of your program, that helps in whether it's maybe getting some more NIL money, whether it's in the transfer portal, whatever it is. Again, it's free agency without a salary cap at this moment, so you do whatever you can to try and help your program, and we're seeing this now. They're building full front offices in college sports.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see where it goes. I think at the end of the day, though, you can have all the high-profile director of basketball ops or GMs you want. You got to have the money. And speaking of that pro format of we're going to have a GM, Mike Lombardi, GM for North Carolina,
right,
and Belichick, they not only stunk this year, but they produced no draft picks. None. They got skunked.
It could not have gone worse. You talk about worst case scenario for Brandon Ayuk here.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario for Bill Belichick happened at North Carolina.
That said, Jordan Hudson has been quiet lately, and that's a win.
I
She's
think it's
been
probably
out
best.
of the social media spotlight.
It's probably for the best.
But I do want to see another shot of Belichick schlumping his way out of one of her adult cheerleading competitions. I remember seeing that going, oh my God, A, those are a thing. Okay. All right.
Yep.
And then B, he had to go. And you knew he didn't want to.
Do I really have to go?
Listen, people are going to see me there.
Can I just stay here? I want to watch some film.
Come on. You know I hop on that big whale of a body, and I do things that most women my age
This
and
is
or
true.
looks
This is true.
wouldn't
You
do.
Yeah.
Can you just come to my cheerleading competition, please?
Can I wear my hoodie? Is it all right if I wear the hoodie?
Fine.
So it is, but you know
Do I
what?
have to stay for the whole thing?
Yes. You know what though?
We might win a ribbon.
He's living his best life, Zabe. I don't blame him one bit.
He's living a life he's chosen. Is it the best life?
What do you think?
I think it's obscene. I think it's disgusting. I think it's creepy.
It is a free country, and they're both consenting adults. Good for him. All right. Listen, I've seen him. I live in Annapolis. I've seen him shopping with her in Annapolis in
Have you
thrift
really?
stores. Oh yeah, I have pictures. I had people sleuthing for me. Wait till you see it. I have to dig
During
so
the
far
break.
back. I'll find it. I'll see if I can find it.
You don't have it tagged?
No, I don't. I probably should. It was so long ago, but I mean, it's like a store in downtown Annapolis, and he's holding her bags. I mean, he knows the dues that he has to pay. All right.
But my point is, she's a child.
He's
73.
It is the oldest cliche in the book, my friend.
His cutoff to me is 35. That's his cutoff. He's 73.
I don't blame
Once
him.
you're,
What's he going to turn it down?
Yes, you have.
I don't
to.
think it. No, you don't.
At some point, you don't.
They're two consenting adults.
At some point, you don't date your grandchild.
I could do whatever I want. Shut up. I've won a lot of Super Bowls. Could I?
Well, win some games at North Carolina would be a good idea.
I don't need to. It doesn't matter. I could just go back on TV. Could I interest you, Zabe, in a little KD to DC 2.0? It's getting a groundswell, my friend. I hate this.
God.
I hate it so much.
This
is a terrible idea. I hope it's just a rumor, and I hope it's nothing more than that.
I used to tell Andy Pollin this. I go, I'm not chasing that stick off the porch or tennis ball. I said I'm like a golden retriever on a summer day on the porch, flat on the wood, just sleeping. Like most golden retrievers, because that's how they're wired. They see a tennis ball that's thrown, and they go retrieve it. That's what they do. But sometimes the dog just lays there, has no interest in chasing the tennis ball. I have zero interest in chasing the Kevin Durant comes home to the Wizards tennis ball. This would be classic DC, where we get a star player or like an international soccer star that is finally out of gas at the highest level, and we get him on fumes. I don't want KD on fumes. Look, he played a ton of games this year, only missed like 4 games this year.
Yeah.
Something absurdly little. And then right when they need him the most, everything starts going snap, crackle, pop. The Thin Man, the Thin Reaper.
Here's the other issue. We're already talking about Kevin Durant leaving the Rockets after we just went through this with the Suns last year, and it was the Nets before. At what point do you just learn your lesson and go, it ain't going to work? He's never going to be happy anywhere.
In theory, how do you structure the team then? How do you orient the team?
I've seen 2 different scenarios
Durant.
thrown around.
See, now I'm chasing the ball.
I know.
Now this golden retriever.
Okay, maybe one. Okay.
So you would have Durant, Anthony Davis, and Trae Young. That's a formidable discount, often injured, maybe slightly past their prime, big 3. A model in the NBA that doesn't even work anymore. The big
Don't get
3.
me started on that.
Why?
Well, first off, he's
Do you
under
think-
contract for another year.
Well, hold on. Do you think the Big Three model works?
No, it's terrible.
It's right. It's
never
a
worked.
dated. Okay, but it's a dated concept.
Yes.
Teams are not even trying to assemble these anymore.
It's almost impossible to now.
It's impossible
Yeah.
to, and they don't try.
Yeah.
So we would have a Timu ordered, past their prime, always injured Big Three. Okay, good. And then we got the young guys, and hopefully Dybansta. How do we make a sandwich out of that?
I hate all of it. I hate that whole idea. Now, I've seen other scenarios of AD for Kevin Durant since there's one more year on his contract. I could maybe get on if it's a choice of like making it a big three and you're trading your young guys, or it's Anthony Davis for Kevin Durant. I'd rather go Anthony Davis for Kevin Durant and keeping your young guys. But in no way should the Wizards divert from the plan that they have built. This young core that they're built, especially if they get the number 1 overall pick, hell, top 3.
Yeah.
Do not divert and trade away future picks for an aging Kevin Durant. Don't give away any of your young guys. And look, they're not going to be able to keep all of these guys, but I don't want to see an Alex Sarr get moved. I don't want to see Will Riley even get moved. Will Riley's got a massive upside with this team, and that's just some of them. And again, they may have to make some move or one or two. Sometimes that's how it goes. But this is the last thing I want to see them do is go star chasing for guys that are late in their career, where Durant is here a season and then goes, now I want to go play for the Knicks.
Yeah.
What are we doing? And again, this is rumors, but it's getting louder, and we need to snip this. We need to cut this off right now.
Luckily, this
gets too
tennis
far.
ball rolled under the fence.
Yeah.
And is in the neighbor's yard, and now I don't have to chase
Well,
it.
the problem, if it was my dog, she'd sit there and go, can you get it for me?
Start barking.
Oh yeah, she'll just look at you with
stay
these
right
sad
there.
eyes, like the ball's under there. Can I go get it? That's how some people might feel with this look. The Wizards have just done this the right way, and this roster is not going to continue to be exactly the way that it is. And I know Anthony Davis is like kind of now like, well, once you get in there, things are. He's getting to the point in his career where he wants to play for a championship and not a team that's growing. I get that, and that's fine. But don't start sacrificing the long-term build that the Thunder have done, that the Spurs have done, that even the Pistons have done. If you're the Wizards, you're doing it right. I'm begging them. I know we're on my menu. Guys, please do this the right. You're doing the right thing. I'm begging you. Keep doing it. This is the right way. And if Kevin Durant came in as a free agent and it was the retirement tour at the end of the year, you're not sacrificing any of the young guys, all right, that's cool. Don't give up any young assets for somebody like that. Also, he's already playing for a young team. It's the same thing going from Houston to here. It's no different.
Yeah.
It's just different players. So
Can I hijack the tease?
You can hijack the tease.
Coming up, remember the old TV show Cribs on MTV?
I do.
I wish it was still around for this property that just went viral in L.A.
It's like you've done this before. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew on The Fan. right. Little pivot. I like this. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew, in for BMitch and Finlay on the Fan. Do we keep going with the other guys? Do you want to keep going with the branding?
That's fine.
All
That's
right.
fine.
The other guys.
That's fine.
I like it. I like it.
Having a roof over your head is a thing that none of us should ever take for granted. And honestly, if it's comfortable, puts you at peace, and you like it, that's all you need. You don't need a bigger house. You don't need fancier stuff. But being human beings, there is always that urge and that craving for something a little bit more. Well, there is a house that has been listed for sale in Los Angeles, California. Very high-priced real estate, and it is believed to be the most expensive single MLS listing in United States history.
Oh, boy.
This is a 70,000 square foot interior space compound. It's a main home and then auxiliary buildings. The main house has 10 bedrooms, 13 staff bedrooms. The guest house has 6 guest bedrooms and 10 more staff bedrooms. It looks something like this.
It's a resort. It's not even a house.
On a spectacular ridge in Southern California, in LA, with Versailles-like reflecting pools and statues and sculpt. Look at that weird-looking modern sculpture that looks like a giant rose.
It is ugly as hell.
That's reflective red metal.
It's a resort.
A infinity edge pool that overlooks Los Angeles as well. This house currently listed for...
Wait, let me guess. $170 million.
Too low. Listed for $400 million.
For what?
It's on 8 acres, mostly flat space, views of downtown to the Pacific Ocean. Somebody did say, and this was on Zillow Gone Wild, a great account to follow, by the way. They said, look, it's listed at 400. In about 3 years, it'll end up selling for 180. And they'll still think they made a killing on selling it for 180. But it got me to thinking, what is the most baller crib now in the DMV, and what does it cost? So if AI is correct on Google, when I typed in what is the most expensive house in the DMV, it happens to be the very home purchased by our new football owner, Josh Harris.
That makes sense.
The Halcyon House in Georgetown, purchased for $28 million.
Only 28?
Only 28. It's the most expensive home ever sold in the regional area of the DMV. The most expensive listing currently is a mansion in McLean for $39 million, known as the Cliffs. But that's our top price point. $400 million is a bit much for a home.
You are literally buying something that could be turned into a resort. That's essentially what that is.
A resort with perennial zero income.
Right.
Only outflows.
You need to turn it
for
in
landscaping
to something.
And maintenance and cleaning and everything else.
You said it's 8 acres.
8 acres in L.A.
As someone that mows his own lawn.
I mow 10 acres. I got to get after it today as soon as the show's over. Yeah.
You said you mow 10 acres?
Well,
I know it's not all grass, but
there's a chunk of woods. I'd say I probably mow 9 of it.
Good for you.
It's exercise. You're not You're not moving, you fatso. You're sitting on a
I was like, wait a
mower.
minute. It's not you're sitting. There's no way you're push mowing this thing.
No,
Good for you. I have
takes-
half an acre and I pay a kid to do it. I hate mowing
Good
the lawn.
for you.
I hate mowing
Well,
the lawn.
I'm
I'm
the-
supporting a small business.
That is very. It's all stimulus.
Yeah,
it's all stimulus. Yeah, it was a bit much. We moved out there in 2008, and that's now 16 years ago.
Yeah,
and I'll be honest, Nick, it's a bit much. it's as I'm now approaching 60. It's a bit much.
You still have the football field though.
Haven't made the football field in years.
But you have the area for it.
The flat
right?
area
Yeah.
exists. The turf quality is meh. It's better than the old FedEx Field turf quality, but that's not saying much.
Yeah, right.
And I just haven't spent the 30 man hours and the $700 worth of paint to paint it up. Maybe this fall. Maybe I'll put the new taco holder with arrow through it logo, which I have not talked to you on air, your thoughts on the anatomically
That's right.
incorrect arrow on the new alt logo. You love the all blacks.
I do.
You're a
I
huge
told you
fan
it
of
was
an all
happening.
black.
I
Okay.
told you there was going to be a spear with all blacks.
Do you like the spear that literally can't move the way it does through the W?
Yeah, that's one thing that I wouldn't have noticed until the internet pointed it
And
out.
now
You
you
go,
can
"All right."
now that you see it, you can't what?
I can't unsee it.
I
It
can't
is very
unsee
true.
it, Elaine.
Yet you know what? I'll still buy a black jersey with the logo on it or something and be happy
Have
with
you
it.
seen that hat in the wild yet?
I have not actually. Not that one yet.
I'm going to
no.
go to Lids today on the way home, and I'll see if I can find it
It's a good
at
idea.
Lids, and if I can, I'll buy it.
I think that's listen, it looks good. As you know, I'm a big fan of all black uniforms for all teams. And
as
I think
as an alternate.
As
As
an
a
alternate.
once a year.
As an alternate.
Maybe twice a year.
well, I think
kind of
all
thing?
sports, like
Okay.
all teams.
All
I mean,
teams should have a blackout.
Yep. The Wizards years ago, remember the district black? So I have a hoodie and a t-shirt going way back to that original. I've always loved the all district.
Okay.
The district. All teams in all sports can have all black, and I think it'll look good. You can't wear it all the time. You have to do it at the right time, but I think it can look really good. The new one for the Commanders looks really, really good.
If you are a fan of the blackout edition, don't you have to then argue for a whiteout edition?
Nah, that's different because everybody has home
Why?
whites. It's not,
It's kind of cool. Like if we're going to do a blackout edition of our jerseys, whatever
Mhm.
team we are, shouldn't we also do a whiteout?
I'd be fine with it. But black is it's very slimming. It's stylish. It's
And white, it's hard to get stains out of.
I mean,
don't
listen,
need a
it
chili
is
dog
true.
with the white.
Are you going to get any of the new apparel? Other than what you're
just
doing,
the hat.
Just the hat.
Just the hat.
You've always
If I
been
can
a shirt.
find
Are you
that.
still a Jersey guy? You've always been a Jersey guy.
I used to collect jerseys.
You did. I remember.
I had a Liddell Betts jersey. I had a Hainsworth jersey that I gave away because
That's
he was such a
amazing.
turd. And
Well,
I'm like,
yeah.
oh, I wish I had saved it. It'd be funny now.
It actually would be.
Yesterday, I unveiled on the show that my first piece of Commander's gear is a pair of yard gloves, $11.99
There you go.
at 7-Eleven.
Well.
So I can now spread mulch in my Commander's gloves.
Yeah.
We start small.
Well, this is good. You're working your way back now. You're accepting. And I think that's what it's about. It's about bringing people back little by little. Yeah,
we'll see about that.
Well, the new stadium will bring you back.
How do we go to L.A. and get a tour with an MLS agent pretending to be buyers for this $400 million crib?
Do you know any
We
realtors out in L.A. first?
You could pull it off because you're younger, you look good. You could play yourself as a tech.
I was going to say, I'll
billionaire.
just be a tech.
You could
tech
have
bro.
you could have like some tight fitting suit and an ascot on,
Yeah.
some big sunglasses, and I could be sort of like your money manager. I'll be the guy schlepping along on the side, the calculator. Oh,
We'll
yeah,
we'll
sir, I
get you
think we
some
can do this.
glasses, some round glasses. I think will work for you, and you'll have to have it'll be a suit that's ill-fitting, but you've got you're sitting there taking notes the entire time.
I
want
wanna buy this-
asking financial questions.
Right. I want to buy this compound and I want to bulldoze it. Say, yeah, we're going to build something new. Just see how long it takes all the permitting in LA
What
to get
would you
done for
build?
that.
What would you build if you could build something else on it?
A death ray.
A death.
Yes.
That's
I
a
mean,
death ray. That's
'cause
fair.
it's sitting on a nice piece of land there.
Yeah. All right. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew in for the guys here on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. The Nationals take on the Mets 1:10 p.m. in a series finale. It's going to be Miles Michaelis getting the start for the Nats. No opener needed today. Washington, coming off a huge 14-2 victory last night, have a chance to win this series and end this road trip 4-2. And over in the NFL, New York Giants wide receiver Darius Slayton had surgery for a core muscle injury recently and is expected to be sidelined throughout the Giants' offseason program this spring. He is expected to be cleared for training camp, according to NFL Network. Defenders versus the Dallas Renegades Saturday, May 2nd, noon at Audi Field. School Spirit Showcase and free Defenders Championship flag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets at ufldefenders.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
No, this is not going to work. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew, in for BMitch and Finlay. Now you are crossing the line, sir. Why are you laughing, Jeff? You think that's funny? You knew exactly what you were doing.
Yeah, it was a good bit.
It was a pretty good bit. I'm not going to lie to you.
Well, we can't stop now. We only got 2 more segments,
right.
So we're gonna round it out, close it out today.
Tomorrow
will be a different genre for Friday.
Yeah,
For sure.
Yeah. I think all dubstep tomorrow is the way we go.
Fucking Red Bull Friday, baby. That's what we do.
So it looks like Liv is about to collapse, Zabe. Oh. How about that? Did we not see that coming from a mile away? They have a new board now, though. Don't worry. They've got new people in charge trying to save it. If anybody didn't see this coming from a mile away, you had your eyes completely closed.
So here was the timeline of events. Yesterday, the news broke from the Wall Street Journal that today, the Saudi investment arm, the PIF, was going to inform the Liv, because they are separate entities, subsidiary. The Liv is a subsidiary of the Prince's Investment Fund. I think that's what it is, PIF. And they're going to say, this golf league hadn't worked out great. We're about $5 billion in the hole on it. But if you guys want to keep it going, that's great. If you want the Fireballs and the Cleeks and the Ironheads and the 4 Aces to still do battle on the golf course, that's great. You guys can do that, but we're out. We're not going to spend any monies to help make it happen. What? No monies? We have no monies. We can't do that. Oh, we got to go get some investors. So right now, Scott O'Neill is panicking because he's got to fundraise into a chaotic, everybody run for the life rafts situation. And it's going to be fascinating to see just how this thing unravels. There is no way they're going to sustain doing this tour. In fact, if there's anything left over after this year is done, I'll be shocked. But there may be a chunk or two, a tournament here, a tournament there. What's interesting is then what happens to the viable tour players who went to Live and got paid and did not come back, like Brooks Koepka and Patrick Reed, in this one-time offer that the tour extended this winter. How much does the PGA Tour, Nick, make these guys go through hell and back to qualify? Man. Does Jon Rahm have to go back to the Korn Ferry Tour and qualify through there? He probably could. I don't want to say easily because it's golf. There's a lot of world-class golfers, but it would be a real slog. There's already a 1-year sort of sit-out period from your last event that you played in on the Live Tour. You got to wait a year before applying for reinstatement to the PGA Tour. Well, if this past week was the last Live Tour event, then they're going to be waiting past next year's Masters just to get reinstated. So it's going to be interesting. And next week, the tour is here in Virginia at Trump in Sterling, Virginia, and I'm planning to go. I got to fill out my media credential today. Today's the deadline. And JP asked me yesterday, he goes, I got a buddy with 4 tickets, 4 VIP tent tickets to the Birdie Pavilion, $560 each. What are the odds that this thing doesn't happen next week? And I said, stupidly, Nick, I go, 93% chance it's going to happen. Mm-hmm. I'm going to have to lower those odds. I think we're more like 60-40.
it is falling apart very, very quickly. And listen, I don't blame these guys for going and getting their payday. I mean, it's more than for a lot of them, it's more than what they would have made on the tour.
They made a choice.
Yes. It's now the coming
Now they
back
gotta
with your
live with
tail
the
between
choice.
your legs and what that looks like. Because the choice can be, are you going to be John Lynch 49ers petty with Brandon Ayuk and say, we're going to be real petty with anybody that wants to come back to the tour and make them jump through hoops like you said? Or are you going to go, you know what? We get it. We're water under the bridge. Let's not make this so complicated. Let's just start fresh. We went through some counseling, went through some therapy together. We learned our mistakes. Let's go ahead and just start fresh and fix everything around. Do I think that's going to happen? Probably not.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see if that is the road they go.
I just watched Stephen A. Smith, a noted non-golfer, with Michael Wilbon, who is a very passionate and avid golfer on ESPN. And Stephen A. Smith uncorked a wild take that was basically these players who went to live were forced to do so because the tour was being very stingy about how much money they were playing for before the live tour cropped up. And I'm like, this is the fatal mistake that everyone was making from the start. They forget that golf is a niche sport. I love it. I play it. I watch the tour. It's niche. It is a tiny fraction of the big sports, the NFL, the NBA, that the players on the PGA Tour who are not Tiger Woods or maybe Scotty Scheffler shouldn't be making $10 million a year golfing. They should make $2 million, if that, if they're lucky. So Justin Thomas and Ricky Fowler making all this money, it never made any sense. But it took oil money from Saudi Arabia and a desire to do a whole bunch of sport washing at industrial laundromat scale to stand up this entity that was fake, that was always going to lose money. The tour then said, okay, we got to borrow some money. We got to get some private equity. What do? Let's raise our purses. Let's create signature events. And they did, to at least stem the tide, keep the rest of their guys after Rahm jumped. And now this other tour is dying. What do you do now? You figure out a way to get the couple guys back that matter, Rahm, DeChambeau, maybe Dustin Johnson, probably not. And then you figure out how to slowly, Nick, pull all this extra money back off the table because you can't afford it as the PGA Tour because you're a niche sport. How many times do I have to say that? You're a niche sport. I love golf.
It's just happened so quickly where it was like a fireworks, right? Big, extravagant
literal
money.
Fireworks.
Yeah.
When teams would win, they'd do the pyrotechnics on the stage.
Well, it's why every time I think of, and I don't watch any live because I just think it's, I
don't
watch
either.
But when you watch Happy Gilmore 2 and you see the way it's just like that was live.
Well,
they were clearly making a point.
Happy Gilmore 2 did riff on the whole concept of live. That storyline was pretty much borrowed from real life. By the way, I think that's not a bad movie. I have many golf buddies who say it's awful, a debacle. I don't think Happy Gilmore 2 is as bad as people say.
It was very nostalgic, right? Like they just decided, we're going to show you clips of the first movie and get a bunch of Easter eggs in here.
But it also picked up right where the old one left off and then showed you what happened to Happy.
Right.
After the end of the first movie. And I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
And it turned Happy Gilmore into a very dark, somewhat unsympathetic character.
I mean, they set him down a dark. I was like,
wow, you
really
went dark
changed
on this.
I'll be honest with you. I did not expect that to be part of the plot. Here's the thing I've learned about me, though. I'm not a great movie critic. I mostly just kind of find like, okay, what was good about that movie? It was all right.
You're inclined to want to like movies.
Yeah. I can't, like, I would never be a good movie critic because I just don't. I don't break movies down at a point enough where I try to find an enjoyable part of it or a reason to like it. Even Anchorman 2, which was terrible. And I recognize that. I'm like, it was kind of cool when they showed the evolution of news and they showed the car chase. I don't know. Like,
I thought Anchorman 2 had its moments.
It had its moments, but most of them were showed in the trailer. So by the time you actually got to that point, it was, you know. But it was not very good.
So Yasir Al-Rumayyan, who's a big golfer, who really just wanted to get a membership at Augusta and the Royal and Ancient by way of this live tour, he's out. So he doesn't even have to answer any emails or go on any Zoom calls telling people, yeah, we're shutting it down. We're closing this. He's got a new board lackey to do that. So there's a new board in. They're going to try to find money. It's unraveling. I hope the event takes place next week at at Trump. I'd like to go out there and see at least what's left of the Live Tour, and it'll be one of those things, just like the USFL, the USFL2, the XFL1, the XFL2, the current UFL, all these iterations.
Yes.
All these startup
all the arena
leagues.
leagues we've had.
Right. I mean, it's hard to knock off incumbent leagues.
It's not easy
They
to
have
do
all
it.
the advantages of tradition, history, corporate backing, control the venues, control the talent pipeline. To really upend one of them, and this was the best shot that there probably was, because golf was ripe to be upended, and the Saudis had infinity money. But eventually, once you've burnt enough infinity money, somebody says, you should probably stop burning this money.
Do you think they'll get involved? I mean, they're involved in boxing, and there's some other little, they're dabbling.
They've pulled back on a number of different sports. The PIF has, as part of their pivots into.
Well, they tried flag football, but then of course, real life got in the way.
There's a war going on over there, so their priorities have been focused elsewhere.
It feels more like one-offs to me. Leagues are one thing. One-offs and big events is the direction to go. I think that's how they could make that worth their while.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, and this is crazy to say, is that because of their oil resources, they've got more money than what they know what to do with.
Yeah, they do.
And they're literally trying to push it out into the world in investments to do something with it other than just, all right, pull another 100 million barrels out of the ground and let's sell it.
I mean,
it's good business.
I'll be honest,
but they want to diversify.
Yeah, you might want to diversify just a little bit there. So Liv will probably die when it's all done.
I have another thing for you that's interesting to me. It's in the NFL world. Bo Nix. Last we saw Bo Nix, he was hobbling off the field, unbeknownst to the entire world, as they ended up making it past the Bills in that incredible game, that he had jacked up and broken his ankle. Man. And they're like, yeah, he's going to have surgery tomorrow. Remember, Sean Payton said that literally at the podium an hour after the game.
Blew everybody away. Last play of the game, and you're like, wait, what?
They're like, wait, he broke his ankle, he didn't come out of the game, and now he's going to have surgery tomorrow? What is going on? Well, the first word was, good surgery, should be back in 6 months. Then it was, yeah, we're going to take it slow, it's going to be 9 months. The goalposts keep moving on this, and the DenverPost.com has a story out now in which the headline is, if the Broncos and Bo Nix can't get on the same page with his ankle, what happens next? So this is an interesting one to keep an eye on. And I hope for the young man's sake that he's not severely injured to the point where he's never going to be the same again, but I don't like the look of this.
This is the last thing you want to hear is extended time when it comes to injuries. And listen, if you're the Broncos, who were silent in free agency until the Jalen Waddle trade, and then it's, whoa, they're all in with that elite defense, with a team that would have gone to the Super Bowl had Bo Nix been healthy. I thoroughly believe that. Well, they have won, that's a different story, but I think they would have gone. I think they would have beaten the Patriots. That team in an AFC that is crowded. Look at so I was talking about this the other day. So if you look at the AFC right now, you have 10, 11 potential playoff teams next year. That includes the Chiefs maybe at the bottom of that mix, given where they were last year.
They have the better set of quarterbacks over there.
It is all young quarterbacks. There's a lot of really good defenses paired with those young quarterbacks.
Yep.
The AFC is going to be loaded for a long time where you don't have any room for error. While in the NFC, it feels like Rams and everybody else, maybe 49ers, but the 49ers got a little bit older this offseason, didn't really feel like they did it. Like, I look at the AFC, and it is packed with young quarterbacks and talented defenses and down the board.
What if Super Kirk in Vegas turns out to be really good, huh? Super Kirk, let's go.
Let's
So here's the B-side to this whole Bo Nix thing. Andrew Filipponi, who does sports radio in Pittsburgh, who is the guy that threatened to quit if they drafted Drew Aller 250 days from now on Twitter, but they drafted him 251 days, so of course he didn't quit.
Yeah.
Andrew Filipponi tweeted the following: conspiracy theory. Bo Nix's injury and recovery is worse than originally feared. Now the Steelers are worried that Aaron Rodgers might weigh an offer from them. Thus, the tender they offered Rodgers yesterday to protect themselves in case he leaves.
And
leaves them high and dry.
One team that you could see missing the playoffs that made it last year in the AFC? The Steelers.
I would buy that conspiracy theory right now because
Yeah.
it makes perfect sense to me. This is an odd timed, almost never used type of offer for a guy that we had just assumed he was going to take his time and then say, yeah, okay, I'm back for another year. But because there is now another possible suitor, they're like, hold on a second. We need to maybe take care of some business here. So that's interesting. Also, this from The Athletic. The Rams had considered drafting Mekhi Lemon or Kenyon Sadiq at 13. You know why they didn't, according to The Athletic?
Oh, God.
Their front office determined it was, quote, difficult to see either rookie providing an immediate impact given their current depth at the wide receiver position. So instead, they draft Ty Simpson, who will guarantee he gives them no impact for the next couple of years.
For how well the Rams have been run and how well they've handled so many decisions, even F them picks has led to talented players that helped them win a Super Bowl. This is the most mind-boggling situation. I mean, by far the biggest surprise of the entire draft. But to sit here and hear that after Sean McVay comes out later, I'm just grumpy. Sometimes that's the only reason. This is the dumbest thing I have ever heard involving a team in a draft pick. And look, I thought Michael Penix Jr. in that pick was stupid, didn't make sense because they just signed Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. I know it all wasn't guaranteed, but at least it was somebody that was looked at that was around the range of where Michael Penix Jr. was like kind of seen like first round pick. Ty Simpson, the question was whether or not he even was a first-round pick, and this was in a quarterback class that was really one, and maybe him, maybe. So you're already reaching to take him in the first round, then to take him at 13, then to also say he's not going to play at all, which, great situation for him. Sit, wait, learn. But what are you doing?
The idiot logic, though, of, well, it's too crowded in the wide receiver room. We don't think that they can make an immediate impact. Well, Devontae Adams is 33.
Yeah. They're going to get hurt.
And they get hurt. And it's like, okay, well, whatever. Then there's this. Mary Kay Cabot, who is one of the more respected voices covering the Cleveland Browns for a long, long time. Cleveland plain dealer. I don't know if she's still there or does her own thing now. But Mary Kay Cabot said yesterday, I think they should just declare Deshaun Watson QB1 ASAP and let the first team offense start to cook. There's no time to waste. Now, we're not even there yet to mini camps, much less mandatory mini camps, much less training camp. There's no reason they have to do this now, but I guess there's some impatience, and I guess Watson has looked good in walk-arounds on Instagram. Like, I don't know where you would see.
Looks good in shorts.
Right. How do you know he's looking good? And so it was not a well-received message by every Browns fan who were hoping that Shedeur Sanders get the full chance to speak QB1 from day one of training camp with the full support of the organization to see what he can do. But Shiloh Sanders chimed in by saying, go make a sandwich, Mary.
Oh, boy.
On social media.
No, that's not the right choice.
Bro, what are you doing?
That's
and
dumb.
Of course, the ultimate troll that is Dove Kleeman on Twitter, Mr. NFL. He said, former Bucs star safety Shiloh Sanders. I had to go, wait a minute, wasn't he cut in training camp?
Oh, yeah, that's right, he was.
Former Bucs star safety, what?
I think he started in like a clothing apparel line or something now already.
I think so.
What are you doing?
But that's what the Dove Kleeman account does. It says things like heartbreaking.
Yes.
When it's really not heartbreaking.
Right.
It's a minor inconvenience.
But yet a lot of times it's real information at the same time. You know, the Deshaun Watson thing, he's going to end up starting because there's still a lot of money invested in him, and it was the worst trade in NFL history. But if you're the Browns, you got to try to squeeze all the bit of juice that you can out before it's done. But I mean, how many quarterbacks have they cycled through just in the last year? I mean, this Deshaun Watson thing has been an abject disaster. Everybody knows it, but you also know that if you're the Browns, it's, well, at this point, we're already committed. Before the guaranteed money runs out, let's just force him out there as much as we can and see if he can play. Guy's coming off, an Achilles that he tore twice and all the other injuries and missing all the time. Here's the spoiler alert. It's not going to work. He'll never be a good football player again. We've learned that now at this point.
The Browns, the Cardinals, the Falcons have the wildest pile of half ideas at quarterback for the upcoming season, and I am going to be fascinated to see how they play out. I'm glad that they're not my team, any of those three. Then there's this. I said it before. Some people yelled at me. We got the draft next year. By the way, you bringing potato salad down to the mall next year for the draft? We're going to have card tables, a little logo skirts.
Should we set up a blanket too?
We're gonna bring picnic? Some food for everyone. We got guests coming to town.
Yeah.
I said this. I said, it's not a big boon for local businesses, the draft, despite all the people that attend. And, what are you talking about? Well, headline in Yahoo Sports, I lost money, quote unquote. Pittsburgh businesses suffer financial losses despite record-breaking NFL draft attendance.
Wow.
And it's a whole story that says basically the locals that normally go to your favorite shops and stores and restaurants stay away during the draft. And the people that are in town for the draft have probably eaten in their hotel lobby, or they plan to eat somewhere else later, or they don't even know of the local shop that they're going to go and, eat at.
The good thing is, though, the National Mall has a lot of stores that people can go to.
That's the one saving grace. And CK was talking about this with me in the bullpen. He said, there's nowhere really close by where the stage is going to be that's a bar or a restaurant.
Yeah.
Not super close, at least.
It's a great opportunity for pop-up bars, though, and food trucks.
Which there will be.
And I think that's the way to do it. Do you think that the Lakers blow their 3-0 lead? Does it feel that way right now?
No, they win a game 7.
I think so. I think it goes 7, though.
I think it goes 7.
There's a lot of pressure on this Lakers. This is why, honestly, I know it feels great to be up 3-0 like this in series, but when you heard J.J. Redick starting to talk about it's tough to kill guys and it's tough, the Rockets smelled blood. And they're doing this without Kevin Durant, by the way. Jabari Smith is sitting there running his mouth and saying they're the better team, and now LeBron's pissed off, which, again, I love.
LeBron's response was, man, go ask a young guy about that. I'm too old for this ish.
Which, at this point, he can be an unk and say whatever he wants and do that. But, you sit and look at this and go, there's a chance that this momentum carries over for the Rockets. This has been one of my favorite series, especially now that it's actually 3-2. Again, we have teams that are now talking trash to each other. They don't like each other. Games are much more physical. These have been fantastic NBA playoffs. There's going to be some blowouts. I know we had a sweep. Even Spurs Blazers, I know it was a 5-game series, but there were some good games in there, too, for a first-round series.
All right, coming up after this, I got one more story for you. If you think that the current... I know. We're going to stretch it to 24-40. Thank you, Jeff Walker.
Just lays it all out there.
If you hate, by the way, the current streaming hellscape of sports where you have to go here, go there, stuff is not on broadcast TV, I got a story that's going to make you groan even further because a big-time college program has signed a first-of-its-kind rights deal with a streamer.
It's only going to be more of this.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot more of this stuff.
Now, luckily, YouTube TV lets you build your own quad box now. I did it last night for hockey and basketball.
Thing. Yes.
It's glorious.
They were making it kind of there. They were evolving it, and then we actually got to that point where we could make it something that was actually workable and usable.
Am I not counting you down at 24-20?
No, you're not counting it down right. I'm trying to work through you counting me down.
24-20.
No, it's 40.
Oh,
I have
it's
it in front of me.
24-40.
If you looked at the rundown, Zabe, you'd know when we get out of here.
Man, I ain't looking no rundown.
I know. That's why I'm here to take charge, okay?
Now,
so we're fine.
9.
Are you really going to? Okay,
7.
thank you. Thank you for being my stage manager here. Steve Zabe and Nick Ashew on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. 1:10 p.m. right here on The Fan. You can listen live as the Nationals and Mets play a series finale. Your Nationals lineup sounds a bit like this. James Wood leading things off playing right field. At first base, you got Luis Garcia Jr., then Dalen Lyle out in left. C.J. Abrams is your shortstop and batting fourth. Jose Tena, your DH. Jorbit Vivas is at third. Nasim Nunez is playing second base today. Drew Millis is your catcher and batting ninth, playing center field. Jacob Young. Miles Michaelis on the mound for Washington. The Nats will face right-hander Freddie Peralta. Again, first pitch 1:10 p.m. right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Thirty 39. I didn't sign up for 39. I was told today was a short day, 12 or maybe 12:05 at the latest to get out of the way for Nats baseball. I'm Charlie Slows. Dave Jagler. I haven't talked to Jags in forever. You know, Jags and I used to work together, Charlotte, North Carolina.
You did?
On a morning show, WFNZ.
I don't think I knew that.
Jags is the best. Jags is a great player. But Charlie, they're both great. But I know Jags personally. I haven't talked to him in years. I was told today was a short show.
Yeah.
We'd be out at 12, maybe 12:05.
Yeah.
That turned into 12:20.
Mm-hmm.
That turned into 12:34. And now, Walker, 39?
The look on his face, right? He's like, the last thing I want to deal with is your crap right now, Zabe. This is the last thing I want.
All
right. Hey, I want to be out at 35 too, but
I'm just
the
being
way
a
of
diva.
programming, we got to do it.
All right. I'm actually glad we have a little bit of time because we have got to go scorched earth on this.
I would love to.
Guess who has a new exclusive streaming partnership with Amazon Prime next year that will include the exclusive rights to 3 juicy college basketball showdowns? I'll give you 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count.
So wait, say it again.
Who has a new exclusive streaming deal in college basketball for 3 prime opponents?
3 prime opponents. Duke.
Oh, how did you guess? How did you guess that these guys would have this?
Why not?
Yeah, because they can.
Yeah.
Because they're Duke. Now, this ties into one of the great all-time quotes from Pete Killen, then the coach at UVA, who snarkily said, well, UVA, they're on more than Leave It to Beaver. They're on TV more than Leave It to Beaver. Back when having television exposure was key to making recruits want to come to your school. Well, that's now laughably in the past. Everything's on TV, and it's a money thing now. But this is going to be mo money for Duke, and they're going to be playing November 25th against UConn in Vegas on Amazon Prime. They're going to be playing December 21st against Michigan at Madison Square Garden.
I mean...
And then for funsies, they got a non-con against Gonzaga February 20th in Detroit. Pete Thamel has the whole story at ESPN.com.
It is eventizing those games and putting them on a prime spot. And here's the thing. All of these streamers are going, ooh, sports content works. Maybe we should do more.
The rich get filthy richer, though, Nick.
Well, listen, eventually
you being Mr. Game Day Garage, you're like, actually, I like this. This is good.
I do.
As a promoter and as an organizer, you're like, this is a good idea.
I love it. The more events and the more that these tech companies and these streamers get involved, it helps my company, so I'm okay with it.
I was just going to drop Amazon Prime. I can't now.
You can't. This is why they do it, to keep people.
I was going to drop Netflix. I can't now.
Well, have you noticed there's less of just the binging of shows and there's more of the we'll give you a couple or give you a taste of the drug and it's not the full thing anymore?
I don't binge shows on Netflix.
Not at all?
No, I spend my time elsewhere on YouTube, down rabbit holes, watching camera reviews, drone reviews.
Look at YouTube. YouTube's getting the NFL.
Sopranos clips, Breaking Bad clips,
you're
Office
not
clips.
You're not even a full show guy anymore? Just
No, I think the last full show I watched was Breaking Bad.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I want a show to be so good that it's almost over by the time I start watching, which is how I jumped into Breaking Bad.
Okay.
I jumped into Game of Thrones 5 seasons in because people were like, "Oh, this thing's amazing."
I mean, that's
Took me
not a bad
5
way
years.
to do it and just plow through
Well,
it, go
because-
back and watch Stranger Things or something now.
Well,
you know?
a lot of shows now dead end.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of shows lose their mojo.
Yep.
And then some, in the way they're rolling out shows these days, they sometimes have them on a 1.5 year hiatus.
That drives me nuts. And then it's like Severance. Severance came back, and I was like, what the hell is going on? We went 2 episodes into the second season, and my wife and I just said, nah, I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember, and it's already weird enough. You make it too hard for anybody to remember, and it gets to a point where you sit there and just go, I don't want to do this anymore because I've forgotten everything that's gone on. I do have a show for you, though. Do you like mafia shows at all? Any
Love
mafia shows?
them.
You ever watch Tulsa King?
I've seen it.
It's good.
I hear it's excellent.
I mean, it's really good.
I hear Landman.
Oh,
is
Landman's
excellent.
awesome.
I
Honestly,
watched,
Taylor Sheridan is a writing genius.
He is. I watched a lot of Yellowstone. I really liked it, but then I lost the scent of the trail, and I've not finished it.
They've got 2 spinoffs for that too, Marshalls, and then they've got Dutton Ranch coming out.
And I love that stuff.
Maybe we could get you back to some shows, buddy.
I called Yellowstone Horse Pranos.
Yeah,
Because
actually,
that's kind of what it was.
Yeah.
It was Sopranos, but with a beautiful backdrop.
Yeah.
Beautiful setting.
which it wasn't even Montana at first; it was Utah.
And the show that I hated, that people loved, was a huge hit, was Succession.
Oh, I like Succession.
I'm like, this show stinks.
Yeah.
It's filmed poorly. The characters are wafer thin and not believable. Like
That was the
annoying.
issue. They're unlikable.
Well,
pretty much every
I
character
don't mind
was
unlikable. They were poorly fleshed out, in my opinion. They were not believable to me. They went cheap on the stars because there's no stars in that movie except for the old man had some acting resume.
Yeah.
And it was just like corporation. Hey, it's a corporation. Hey, there's people that want to run the corporation. Okay, why do I care?
The media side of it didn't intrigue you at all. It felt so believable.
Look at this corporate maneuvering.
You ever watch the
Look at
morning
this
show?
board of directors.
The morning show?
No, although Jennifer Aniston and
It's a great show.
It's coming back, right?
Yes. You'll see a lot of it too and go, oh, that feels like media today. There's a lot of stuff that's very relatable. With that.
I'm open to series, but again, got to find time.
I think
now that the live tour's going away, I'll have time to watch some
all the live you've been watching, right? Well, maybe eventually you go back on YouTube and you can just get on some, some old clips of Live, and you'll be sad, and we'll be,
I'll
remember
be like, remember when the
Liv?
Fireballs were battling the Ironheads down to the wire at Live Andalusia? What good times.
It's it's going to be one of those things where you look back on Live and go, remember that Live? It really will be just like one of those those memories that fades away over time.
Again, like IRL, the Indy Racing League. They're like, we're going to go ahead and disrupt open wheel racing in America. Yeah, you disrupted it, but what happened?
Yeah.
Just made everyone miserable for several years.
We could start a golf league. Do you want to start a golf league?
No, I
Okay.
do not actually.
Okay.
I want to fix my chipping and call it a day. All right, so tomorrow we'll have a full show, which is good.
Yes.
Nats baseball next. Let's hope the frisky, young, perky Nats that are scoring runs by the bucket load can lay it on again today before they close out this series. And God bless Frank the Tank. I hope he doesn't have an aneurysm.
I'm worried about him.
Whenever he goes on his rants, the veins in the middle of his forehead.
They're terrible.
The veins in the middle of his forehead, you cannot fake those. They
No.
start bulging
No,
out
no,
to an
no,
extent
no.
where I say, Frank, you've lost a lot of weight. You are still going to have a heart attack if you don't calm down.
There is still a long recovery from the weight that he had to lose. But angry Mets fans, listen, being a Mets fan is like, I have friends that are Jets fans, and you see it and you're like, you are just asking for torture. At some point, maybe you just want to retire